Chapter 61. After flying into the sky, Noah also saw the ecological environment near the manor at this time. As Noah expected, the rune's influence was not limited to his manor. Noah's estate is located on the coast, and there is a large forest next to the estate. Noah can often see wild animals such as deer and raccoons in the forest. At this time, the trees, flowers, and even animals outside the manor have changed due to the power of runes, the most obvious change being their height and size. Noah even saw a raccoon that was about 40 meters tall when standing upright. You should know that the average size of a raccoon in the United States is about 70 centimeters long when it is an adult. It only became so big after absorbing the essence of life energy. Noah remembered that rockets seemed to be this size. In addition to the creatures in the woods, the rune energy also affected the area near the coast. Noah had already seen several fish that were much larger than the size limit of their own species jumping out of the sea. Well, I feel like I can buy this whole place. Noah had previously planned to buy the surrounding area. This way, it would be easier for him to get some things of his own, such as his larger hextech beasts. Noah, do we need to do this now? Lysandra asked while floating beside Noah. Don't be so anxious, we can do it when we come back. The purpose of Noah and Lysandra's trip was to test the abilities of Lysandra's body. What? You ask, why not experiment in the training room in the lab? Of course, I want to go out with Lysandra and cultivate our relationship. Actually, when I wrote this, I suddenly remembered that I had built a training room before. The duo's destination this time is the Appalachian Mountains, which is the longest mountain range in eastern North America. It spans the eastern regions of the United States and Canada and is a mountain range relatively close to New York. Noah planned to go to the west of the Appalachian Mountains, where the terrain is rugged and transportation is inconvenient, so the area is sparsely populated and almost uninhabited. The two of them moved very quickly and reached their destination in less than a few minutes, landing in a valley. Right here, Lysandra. Noah descended from the air, and the thrusters blew away the leaves under his feet when he landed. Lysandra looked very graceful when she landed, falling slowly to the ground without stirring up a speck of dust. Noah looked at her with envy, and he felt that magnetic levitation was really cool. In the uninhabited valley, Noah and Lysandra stood at the bottom of a steep cliff. There were no trees around them, only yellow desert and various shapes of strange rocks. In the production of Lysandra's body, many technologies such as Project Origin, Hextech, and Lysandra's nanotechnology were used, and finally the rune power of Noah was added. Therefore, Lysandra's strength at this time should be very strong. First, Noah and Lysandra experimented with various weapon technologies. Let's get started, Lysandra. Noah said with some anticipation. Lysandra raised her hand and flicked it gently. A prismatic nanostructure shot out from her hand at an extremely fast speed, surpassing most of the bullets, and then hit a huge rock more than 6 meters high. Boom! The prismatic structure penetrated directly into the rock like tofu, but under Lysandra's control, it did not pass through from behind the rock, but exploded directly from inside. The huge rock exploded directly from the inside, and the split nano-fragments shot out. Many of the stones and trees that were scratched were also cut one by one, leaving extremely smooth cuts. Then, the fragments turned into flowing nanomaterials and returned to Lysandra's hands. The nanomaterials used by Lysandra were all stored in advance. It looks like the Q skill in the game, Noah thought. After retracting the nanomatter, Lysandra tapped the ground with her right foot, and a huge mechanical claw rose from the ground and rushed towards Noah. As the mechanical claw moved forward, it created 3 cracks on the ground. While Noah was still wondering about Lysandra's behavior, the mechanical claw had already arrived in front of Noah, but he did not dodge because he believed that Lysandra would not hurt him. Just before the mechanical claw was about to touch Noah, Lysandra suddenly disappeared from the spot, and then the huge mechanical claw began to turn into nanomatter, and then formed Lysandra out of thin air. Noah looked at Lysandra, who was so close to him. He could even feel a warm breath on his face. His heart beat faster. Was he being teased? Lysandra felt Noah's slightly heavier breathing, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and then she demonstrated various attacks. Wrap the boulder with nanomaterials to form an ice crystal-shaped cage, and then strangle the boulder inside to pieces. Many nanorobots were released, and many nanoscale small robots formed a fog-like shape in the air. After the fog wrapped around a huge rock, Noah saw that the huge rock was slowly disappearing. Movie, The Day the Earth Stood Still. In fact, it is because the nanorobots that make up the mist are destroying the boulder bit by bit, so from the outside, it seems that the boulder is disappearing out of thin air. If this kind of attack is used on the enemy, the effect is terrifying. It can directly drill into the enemy's body and eat up everything. Next, Noah really saw what the plasticity of nanotechnology is. These are the technical capabilities that Lysandra herself possesses, and they are the powers she possessed in the source code world. My imagination is a bit poor. How would you use nanotechnology? Send it out so that I can copy it. Moreover, Lysandra also has gravity technology, which can use gravity to pull objects. This should be a technology that is compatible with magnetic levitation. Next, Noah and Lysandra tested her magical powers. When creating this body, Noah added hextech and project technology to it. Both technologies can combine magic and technology. Moreover, after experiencing the baptism of the rune of resolve, Lysandra's magical power became even stronger. Noah could feel the magic released by Lysandra, but now Lysandra had few ways to use magic, such as attaching magic to some attacks, or turning magic into laser attacks, and she could also use magic to enhance her own strength. Speaking of power, Noah suddenly became curious about how powerful Lysandra's body is. After all, in Avengers 2, after Ultron's plan to inject his consciousness into Vision's body was blocked, he relied on his gradually deepening understanding of the Mind Stone to use vibranium to create a more powerful body. That body is incredible, possessing more powerful strength than Thor. Noah estimated that Ultron's power at that time should be greater than that of the Hulk. After all, the Hulk couldn't completely suppress Thor. Of course, the angry Hulk is another matter. Therefore, Noah felt that the power possessed by Lysandra's body should be stronger than Ultron's. After all, the vibranium used in its manufacturing was much more than that of Ultron. Noah was a man with vibranium minds, and he used a technique that combined magic and technology, plus the power of the rune of creation. Noah now wants to try out how powerful Lysandra is. When Noah first obtained the Yasuo template and the resolve rune, which had been weakened, his own strength was already almost as strong as Captain America's, and even stronger. After more than half a month of growth, Noah's physical strength has increased by nearly 5 times. It's that fast, because in addition to the bonus of summoning the hero template, Noah also has the resolve rune to continuously strengthen himself, so his prompts are so fast. Moreover, the armor that Noah is wearing now has given Noah a huge boost. If the bonus of magic is added, Noah feels that he can wrestle with the Hulk and even suppress him. After Noah put forward his idea, Lysandra had no objection. She said yes and took action. Click. The ground where Lysandra was standing cracked, which was caused by the force generated when Lysandra moved. A blonde figure flashed before Noah's eyes, at an extremely fast speed, but Noah could see it clearly. With his sharp brain and the combat experience of several heroes, Noah reacted quickly. He stretched out his hand to block Lysandra's white and smooth calf, which was full of terrifying power. A huge force came from his hands, and Noah couldn't help but step back to relieve the force. The ground that Noah was stepping on instantly cracked into pieces due to the powerful force, which was enough to prove how strong the force Noah was bearing was. After enduring the attack, Noah would not sit still and wait for death. He counterattacked with a huge force that roared in the air, facing Lysandra's fist that was also attacking at the same time. Bang! Boom! The two huge forces collided with each other, creating a strong shock wave that blew away the surrounding gravel and sand. Afterwards, the two men launched an offensive that was simply invisible to mortals. The speed and power, when the two were combined, each collision would produce a strong impact. The battle became more and more intense. At this time, the aftermath of the battle would have caused the boulders to crack and the trees to fall. Although Noah possesses the fighting skills of several heroes, Lysandra has unparalleled calculation ability and can always resolve Noah's offensive. The two did not use magic at this time, but simply relied on their bodies to fight. In the previous collision, Noah had already felt that Lysandra's power seemed to be much greater than his own. After each collision, he would be pushed back a distance by Lysandra. This made Noah realize that Lysandra's power at this time seemed to be much stronger than his own, and he still had the armor enhancement. However, although Noah was at a disadvantage, after countless fights, Noah felt that he seemed to be getting stronger and stronger, his movements became more violent, and it seemed that a fire was burning in his chest. There! During the battle, a golden light flashed in Noah's eyes, and a golden flame suddenly ignited on his body, burning directly through the armor. This is the power of the armor summoned by Noah, which is manifested when the armor value reaches its peak in battle. Noah felt a strong momentum in his heart, and he wanted to vent it out fiercely. A huge force gathered in his body. After blocking Lysandra's attack with one hand, Noah gathered strength in his right hand, gathered all his strength there, and then blasted out. Intentional punch. The golden airwave carried boundless power and transformed into a golden flame dragon head, blasting forward at an incomparable speed. The huge force directly overturned the ground, creating a wide mark. Lysandra sensed a hint of danger and gave up fighting against this force. She flashed and disappeared from the spot, and reappeared in another place. The dragon head did not stop after losing its target, but kept moving forward and finally hit the cliff wall. Boom! 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 There was a huge crash, followed by the sound of the cliff collapsing. The cliff is about to collapse, let's leave here first. After Noah released his heroic spirit, he returned to his original state, came to Lysandra, and the two flew into the sky together. In mid-air, Noah looked at the huge gap in the cliff below his feet that he had blasted out, and felt that he had been a little too reckless. What's going on? I haven't drawn Malphite yet. Why does my IQ drop during battle? Ahem, Lysandra, I'm sorry about what happened just now. After reflecting on his declining IQ, Noah first looked at Lysandra beside him. He felt a little embarrassed for having used such a powerful attack on Lysandra just now. It's okay, Noah. Lysandra certainly didn't mind. She just looked at Noah and said, Noah, do you think I'm a little concerned about my strength surpassing yours? Lysandra has already discovered it. Although there is a visor between them, she can certainly see the expression on Noah's face. After all, the armor's controlling AI is still Lysandra. No, I was just thinking that I need to train harder in the future. If I encounter a strong enemy in the future, I can't ask you to protect me, right? Of course, I have to protect you. Noah said. Noah no longer has any relatives or friends in this world. Now Lysandra and Gwen are his family, so after summoning them, Noah's desire for power has become even greater. Although it is the Marvel movie universe, there are still some very powerful enemies. Noah is not afraid of these things alone. If he can't beat them, he will run away and come back to fight later. However, after having Lysandra and Gwen, Noah wants to protect them, so he can't be so indifferent. Noah, I'm looking forward to the days when you will protect me in the future. Lysandra pursed her lips and revealed a gentle and sweet smile, which made Noah feel moved. Come on, we should go back now. Genius, discharged from hospital. Chapter 62. At night, Gwen and Noah sat around a dining table filled with steaming dishes. It smells so good. Sister Lysandra is so amazing. She knows so much. Gwen took a deep breath of the aroma coming from in front of her and felt that it was even more fragrant than the food she had eaten in Asgard before. Lysandra came over with a plate and placed it on the only empty spot on the table. A strong aroma filled the room and the dining table seemed to emit a golden glow. At this time, the table was already filled with exquisite dishes, all of which were Chinese food, colorful and mouth-watering. This was Noah's favorite cuisine. Moreover, with Lysandra around, Noah could eat whatever cuisine he wanted, Chinese food today and Western food tomorrow. With Lysandra around, he was so willful. It's time to eat. Noah handed the bowls of rice to the two. Gwen had never seen this kind of food, but she had heard Lysandra talk about it when she was studying today. It was called rice. Come on. Gwen picked up a dish in front of her and couldn't help but make a sound after putting it into her mouth, but her mouth was full of food, so her words were a little unclear. Gwen, don't talk with something in your mouth. It's easy to choke. Noah couldn't help but say. This was the truth that his family had instilled in him since he was a child. Noah was a little dazed watching this scene. He hadn't sat at the dining table at home to eat with other people for a long time. The last time was with his parents. After falling into memories, Noah was a little absent-minded. But after hearing Gwen's cheerful voice, Noah came back to his senses. Now that he has a new family, he must cherish everything and not let it be destroyed. Noah. Noticing Noah's mood change, Lysandra put a piece of food into Noah's bowl. Oh, thank you, Lysandra. Noah put it into his mouth. It was stir-fried kidney, a very nutritious food. Never eaten. Throughout the dinner, Gwen exclaimed every time she tasted something delicious, which Noah found very funny, and Gwen's expression was very cute, and in a joyful atmosphere, the three of them spent their first family dinner in this world. After dinner, Lysandra didn't wash the dishes, and left them to Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank, I'm not allowed to eat, and I'm the only one doing this. The three of them sat on the sofa together. The big TV opposite was playing the evening news. Of course, it was all entertainment news, talking about celebrity gossip and some folk anecdotes. There was also a lot of news about Iron Man and Swift Swordsman. Noah wanted to laugh every time he saw these. Gwen was very interested in these things. She was leaning on the sofa, holding Lyssandra's arm, watching the content on TV with interest. Noah felt that their relationship improved very quickly. He could only say that they were worthy of being girls. It is worth mentioning that Gwen's current attire has changed from the Lolita-style long skirt to modern shorts and a shirt. Her soft and slender legs, no longer covered by the long skirt and stockings, are also exposed, pink in the white, as white as pearl. Noah glanced at her unconsciously, then sat up straight. Gwen's clothes were bought by Noah for Lysandra in advance when he was free. At that time, Lysandra's body had not yet been made. Unexpectedly, Gwen's figure was comparable to Lysandra's, so she could just wear them. But Noah thought, after mastering the technology of using vibranium, why not consider vibranium clothes? Making vibranium into fibers and then making them into clothes is of course a waste in the eyes of outsiders, but after all, he is a man with vibranium minds, so he is arrogant. If the foreigners next door know about it, they will think we can't afford it. Never eaten. Noah, look at this. Just as Noah was thinking about how to use vibranium, the voice of Lysandra beside him called Noah back. Lysandra tuned the TV to a new news screen, and Noah's attention was drawn to the content of the news. The news was reporting a campus attack case, but the perpetrator was not an ordinary person, but a monster. After the news was broadcast to this point, it was also accompanied by some on-site recordings at the time. However, it was unclear whether the person recording was afraid or excited, and the picture was shaky, making it difficult to see the content of the recording clearly. In the video, on a campus somewhere, many fully armed military soldiers are fighting an unidentified monster, even armored vehicles and helicopters are used. Due to the shaking of the video and the problems with the shooting equipment, people could only see that the one fighting against the military was a huge humanoid creature. Although the picture was not clear, the terrifying roar of the opponent could be clearly heard. The scene ended after an armored vehicle was destroyed. The person filming seemed to be frightened and stopped filming and ran away. Others couldn't see clearly, so they didn't know what it was, but Noah knew that the green figure was the Hulk transformed by Dr. Banner. Dr. Banner, a physics researcher, was exposed to gamma rays during an experiment, which caused serious changes in his body. When he was angry, he would transform from an ordinary person into a green monster several times larger than an ordinary person, the Hulk. This seriously affected his life. In order to avoid the military's pursuit, Banner fled to Brazil under an assumed name. Finally, in a beverage factory, he accidentally dropped his blood into a bottle of beverage. The beverage was then brought to the United States and was drunk by an old man, who then died. Stan Lee. This incident attracted the attention of General Ross, who then asked Brzezinski to lead a team to hunt down Banner. Banner had no choice but to transform into Hulk to escape and then return to America. This scene shows what happened when Banner returned to his previous school. Banner wanted to find some experimental data from that time and get a way to restore himself to normal. As a result, he was discovered by General Ross, who sent a large army and Brzezinski, who had been injected with a strengthening drug, to besiege Banner again. Then came Brzezinski's famous scene, where he provoked the Hulk and was kicked away. Brzezinski is a battle maniac who is extremely eager for power. After taking the super soldier potion, he found that he still could not beat Banner, so in the end he injected Banner's blood and turned into Abomination, a giant with a hideous appearance. I didn't expect the plots of Iron Man 2, Thor 1 and the Incredible Hulk were so close. After seeing these scenes, Noah couldn't help stroking his chin. In less than a week, Noah experienced the killing of Ivan Vanko in the Stark Expo and the destruction of the destroyer in a Mexican town. Unexpectedly, a Hulk suddenly appeared today. Noah knew that this meant that the story of the Hulk had begun. This incident happened today, so when did the battle between Hulk and Abomination take place? Noah recalled the plot he had seen, but the story was too long ago, and Noah couldn't remember whether the time of the battle was mentioned in the movie. Forget it, I'll leave the tasks for the next few days to a later time to prevent myself from missing the tasks when the plot comes. If I can't think of anything, then forget it. Noah decided to leave the daily tasks until almost 12 o'clock, so that he won't be afraid of the embarrassing situation of not having enough tasks when the two giants are fighting. But I can also contact them in advance, which might be better? Noah thought. After the movie ended, Banner returned to that kind of wandering life until he was invited back by Black Widow sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. in the plot of Avengers 1. Noah felt that Banner was a bit pitiful. Later, in order not to implicate his girlfriend, he broke up with him directly. When watching the movie, Noah felt that the heroine and Banner were quite compatible, and she was not the type of vase that would hold the team back. Even in today's campus battle, if it weren't for the heroine, indirect influence, the Hulk would have been taken down by General Ross's special ultrasonic armed vehicle. Venom Nemesis. Noah thought that he could help Banner at that time. Would it be better if he introduced him to Tony Stark? Tony and Banner have a very good relationship in the movie. Perhaps because they are both geniuses and love science, they appreciate each other as soon as they meet and their relationship develops very quickly. Of course, if Stark can't protect Banner alone, isn't there still S.H.I.E.L.D.? S.H.I.E.L.D.'s power and status in the United States are still good at the moment, and it is absolutely no problem to suppress Ross, but Noah thinks that Hydra may cause trouble by then. Lysandra, help me find information about these people in New York tomorrow. Bruce Banner, Betty Ross, A&D. Just these two. Help me find their locations. Noah originally wanted to find the Mr. Blue who was secretly in contact with Banner in the movie. When Banner was in Brazil, he had been sending his blood samples to this Mr. Blue, hoping that he could help find a way to deal with the Hulk. After returning to America, Banner also went to find him, and with his help, he temporarily suppressed the Hulk. In the end, after helping Bronski become the Abomination, Mr. Blue was slapped unconscious and absorbed some of Banner's blood. Noah heard that he was still a big villain in the comics. Noah only remembered that he had a big head, and had no other impression. I heard he will appear in Captain America 4. However, Noah forgot this person's name, so he decided not to look for him. It would be enough to find Banner and his girlfriend. Their photos can be found on the internet. Then Lysandra can directly link to the surveillance cameras throughout New York and find them in minutes. Noah was not in a hurry. He had experienced enough in the past few days and felt that he needed to relax and not be on edge all the time. So he began to teach Gwen how to play games. Gwen, who had never been exposed to such things before, was of course very interested and quickly immersed in the fun of the game. At night, Noah returned to his room and lay on the bed. He suddenly remembered that now that Lysandra had turned into a human, did he no longer have the ability to enjoy Lysandra's service of coaxing him to sleep? Click. The door opened and Lysandra walked in. Under Noah's surprised eyes, Lysandra lay on her side next to Noah. Lysandra, you. SHH. Noah, it's time to go to sleep. Lysandra interrupted Noah's question and then moved closer to Noah. Noah felt Lysandra's soft body close to him and heard her warm breath in his ears. A familiar feeling came over her. Even after Lysandra became a human, she would certainly not forget Noah's service of coaxing her to sleep. However, Noah found it difficult to fall asleep at this moment. However, with Lysandra's whispering and massage, Noah fell asleep quickly. It was not until the next day that Noah opened his eyes and found that Lysandra was no longer beside him, but there was still a faint fragrance. After washing up, Noah came downstairs and found that Lysandra was already in the kitchen preparing breakfast for Noah and Gwen. A new day has begun, and Noah still has a lot of things to do today. Chapter 63. On the day when Noah and Thor dueled with the destroyer in the small town, Noah used the rune of resolve to destroy the destroyer, leaving a huge pit, and then followed Thor to Asgard. The people who were still there gathered around the huge pit and sighed. It is better to say that it is a canyon than a huge pit. Is this something humans can do? Jian and the other two exclaimed. Their worldviews had been refreshed today as they had witnessed so many scenes that were not very scientific. Tony also fell from the air and stood on the edge of the giant pit. The land that was originally there had been vaporized by the energy cannon of the Rune of Determination, leaving only a huge bottomless pit and a huge crack extending out. How much energy is needed to create such an effect? Tony thought to himself. He has always been very confident. He had said before at a hearing held by the US government that it would be impossible for anyone to create technology similar to his Iron Man suit in the future. This is his self-confidence. He is confident that his own talents and gifts are ahead of the world, so he says such words. However, Ivan Vanko appeared soon after, which was a small slap in Tony's face. But Tony knew that the other party's father had been a colleague of his father, and he also had research data on the arc reactor. Then he relied on his own talent to create a simple arc reactor. Tony tentatively acknowledged that the other party had some talent. However, after Ivan Vanko, another Noah appeared. Tony really had no idea where this guy came from, and the technology of the opponent's armor seemed much more mature than his own. His strength, speed, defense, and firepower were obviously much higher than his own. And when Tony found out that the other party was actually a 16-year-old boy, he was stunned. However, Tony didn't know whether this armor was made by Noah. He felt that he must go to meet this little boy after the other party came back from the mysterious Asgard. "Sir, you need to see this." Jarvis suddenly spoke up. "Hey? What is that?" At this moment, Jarvis marked an abnormal energy reaction point on Tony's facial display. The mark was located right below the deep pit, but the bottom was too dark for Tony to see clearly. After adjusting the visor's field of view through Jarvis, Tony could barely see the objects in the darkness. The things marked by Jarvis were the fragments of the destroyer. Is this the wreckage of that mysterious armor? Tony was a little surprised. After the destroyer was blasted into the ground by Noah, part of its metal was directly dissolved by the high energy, and part of its body was smashed apart by the explosion, and was now distributed at the bottom of the pit and embedded in the soil. Then, Tony flew into the dark pit in the surprised eyes of everyone. Nick Fury, who was also in deep thought next to him, suddenly had a bad premonition. A few minutes later, Tony flew out of the pit. "Everyone, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Let's have a burger together when we have time." Tony left the scene in a hurry with a bunch of things in his arms. Because he left in a hurry, Nick Fury didn't see clearly. Only Jane's good friend Daisy was there, waving goodbye to Iron Man excitedly, while everyone else was wondering what he was going to do down there. At this time, Hawkeye walked to Nick Fury and said, "Director, I saw what Stark took away. It seems to be the body fragments of the robot that just fought with Noah and Thor." Hawkeye has very good eyesight, so he can see what Tony took away when he flew out. However, he doesn't know what the destroyer is, and just treats him as a robot. What the hell? This guy! Nick Fury cursed after hearing Hawkeye's words. He thought that Tony had sneaked away and taken the good things before him. "Coulson, quickly organize a team to go down into this deep pit and search for all the items left by the enemy," Nick Fury said to Coulson beside him. He didn't know how much was left in there and whether they were all taken away by Stark. "But Director, we haven't conducted any safety checks inside, and we don't know if there is some dangerous energy radiation left inside," Coulson reminded Nick Fury. "Then go find the investigators, quickly." After a series of operations, Jane and others have gone to the Rainbow Bridge mark, and Nick Fury has successfully sent people to take out the remains of the destroyer inside, but there are not many. After all, most of them were melted by Noah. Of course, Nick didn't know about this, and he was wondering how much Tony took away. Nick Fury did not send the remains of the destroyer back to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, but sent it to another place. After Noah's reminder, he had been wary of the mole in the bureau, so he did not intend to take the remains of the destroyer back to the bureau for research. Nick Fury himself has also trained a group of research teams in private. These talents are all high-quality talents he invited from all over the world. Some are also talents poached from the bureau. They only obey himself, so Nick Fury trusts his team more. After all, he led them himself. Nick Fury began to suspect whether there was a mole in his team, but he gave up the idea. These people have always been under his nose. If there is a mole among them, you might as well say that half of S.H.I.E.L.D. are moles. Thinking of this, Nick Fury smiled. After returning to the camp, Nick Fury waited for a long time but Noah did not show up. In the middle of the way, they detected the reaction of the Rainbow Bridge and thought that Noah and the others had returned. It turned out that it was Thor who came to pick up Jane and the others, and they didn't even have a chance to ask before the other party ran away. Nick Fury was speechless and could only continue waiting for Noah. He also hoped to get first-hand information about Asgard from Noah, so he waited for a whole day. "Let's go back to New York first." Nick Fury gave up the idea of waiting here. Nick Fury decided to wait until Noah came back before going to find him. In fact, since Noah hadn't come back for so long, Nick Fury had thought that something might have happened to him in Asgard. However, after Coulson and others told him that it was Thor who came down to pick up Jane and others, Nick Fury gave up this idea. The fact that Thor could come down proved that he won the fight with Loki, so Noah would not be in any danger. In the office of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury has returned to New York. After dealing with the aftermath of the small-town incident and answering inquiries from his superiors for an afternoon, Nick Fury finally has time to rest. In fact, it was mainly to deal with those guys above him. As for the aftermath, he only had to give a general order and someone under him would take care of it. Coulson, is there any movement where Noah lives now? Can you tell me his current condition? Nick Fury called Coulson. It was already noon of the next day. He thought that if Noah was not in trouble, he should be planning to come back, right? Director, the images sent from the satellite don't have the information you want. Coulson said helplessly. Well, from now on don't use satellites to explore that area. Nick Fury said. He remembered the existence of Lysandra and suddenly realized that his actions might have been detected long ago, and the images sent by the satellite might have been tampered with. However, our people discovered that Jane Foster and the other two have returned, so maybe Noah has also returned. At this time, Coulson said that their agents had passed the news of their return to this side, and Coulson felt that Noah should have returned. Oh? Really? Hearing this, Nick Fury decided to go over and see in person if Noah had returned. At this moment, Nick Fury's cell phone rang. Nick Fury took out the phone from his pocket and found that it was Tony calling. Nick, can you tell me the address of that underage genius? I have something I want to discuss with him. After Nick Fury answered the call, Tony directly asked about Noah's location. You're looking for Noah? Then come over to my place. I'm going to look for him too. Chapter 64. After getting up, Noah rushed to the laboratory to work. He had a lot of things to do, including various hextech technologies, research on life potions, and equipment. Noah had to take time to advance the progress of these projects. There is another research that Noah values very much, which is the research on stopwatch and XZ drive. This is about the power of time. If Noah can control the power, it will provide him with great help. So, Noah and Lysandra were busy lighting up the technology tree in the basement all morning, but Noah didn't find it boring. After having the template of Big Head, these things seemed very interesting to Noah, and mastering various new knowledge also brought him fun. Gwen continued to learn about this world. She was interested in everything in this world and often asked Lysandra to tell her stories about world history. At noon, Noah brought Lysandra out of the laboratory. After staying underground for a whole morning, he felt it was time to come out and take a rest. It's time for lunch. Noah twisted his body and stretched his muscles. Noah, there are guests coming. When Noah was about to walk towards the villa, Lysandra's voice sounded in his ears. Hey? Who? Hearing the word guest, Noah was a little confused. Thinking back to the people he knew, Noah thought it might be Nick Fury. After all, it couldn't be Peter and Ned, right? The two of them didn't know that Noah had moved to a new home. Lysandra raised her hand with her palm facing up, and a projection screen rose up, and Noah also saw the scene on it. The picture shows the road leading to his estate. There are two cars driving towards this side on the road, one is a black Chevrolet Suburban and the other is a white Audi R8 V10 Spider. Noah recognized the two black ones. They were Nick Fury's cars. Noah remembered that this car didn't explode even after being shot at by a bunch of people in Captain America 2. It was truly a small tank. Chevrolet Suburban. As for the white car, Noah enlarged the projection screen and saw the driver's face. It was Tony Stark driving the car wearing sunglasses. Audi R8 V10 Spider. Why are these two people here together? Noah was a little confused. Noah could understand why Nick Fury came here, but Tony actually came here, and Noah didn't know what the other party wanted to do. Forget it, now that we're here, let's see what you're going to do. Lysandra, let's go. Noah suddenly felt that there was no need to think too much, and they would know when Tony came, so the two began to prepare things to entertain the guests. In fact, their position in the surveillance was some distance away from Noah, and the thing that was filming them was the drone sent into the sky by Lysandra. Lysandra had already put the area near the manor under surveillance, and any movement in this area could not escape Lysandra's eyes. In addition, Noah has recently come up with the idea of building his own satellite, but this idea is somewhat behind in the research queue and cannot be completed in a short time. After a while, two cars arrived at the gate of Noah's manor. Wow! I didn't expect our little genius to live in a place like this. Where does his money come from? Tony said after getting out of the car and looking at the luxurious and magnificent manor. Tony remembered that from the information he had searched before, Noah's property was only the house left by his parents and a little money, but that little money was definitely not enough to buy this big manor. Tony looked at Nick Fury puzzled. He felt that Nick should know the answer. This matter is rather complicated, I'll tell you later. Nick Fury wanted to hide the fact that Noah possessed vibranium. Nick Fury walked to the door and rang the doorbell. Unexpectedly, the door opened automatically after just one press. You're here? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Come in. Noah's voice also came from the device next to the doorbell. The two looked at each other and walked into the door. Tony did not bring the armor this time because he felt that there should be no danger here, and he did not wear the armor often in his daily life. Now he has not suffered from PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, and is not very anxious. The decoration is nice. Tony walked on the road in the manor and expressed his appreciation when looking at the various decorations on the road. Nick Fury said nothing. By the way, on the way here, did you feel that the trees near the manor area were a bit abnormal? They seemed to be much larger than normal species. Tony suddenly asked Nick Fury. He discovered this while driving just now, and he thought it was a bit abnormal. Yeah, I noticed that too. You can ask Noah then if he's willing to talk about it. After walking for a while, the two finally arrived at the villa where Noah lived, walked into the door and prepared to knock. Click. The door opened to both sides, revealing the scene inside the villa. The two also saw Noah inside, and Lysandra beside him. Nick Fury narrowed his one eye as he looked at Lysandra. This person was not there when he came last time. Nick Fury began to wonder about Lysandra's identity. Hello, Lee, we meet again. Is this your girlfriend? She's very beautiful. Tony walked into the door familiarly and greeted Noah. Hello, Mr. Stark, thank you for your compliment, but Lysandra is not my girlfriend yet. Noah responded. Not now, but she will be in the future. Lysandra. Nick Fury's eyes narrowed. Isn't this the name of Noah's AI? Could she be the inventor of that AI? Or, Nick Fury thought of another possibility, that is, the woman in front of him was the AI? So, what do you want to talk to me about? Several people were already sitting in the living room. Noah sat opposite the two of them, and Lysandra also sat next to Noah. On the table in the middle were some snacks and drinks to entertain the guests. What happened after you and Thor went to Asgard yesterday? Can you tell us? Nick Fury asked first. He was very concerned about Asgard and wanted to know more about it. It's nothing, actually. We just went over and knocked Loki out, then had a party, and then went home. It's that simple. Noah shrugged and explained what happened simply and clearly. Nick Fury was speechless. He rubbed his brows, feeling that Noah didn't seem to want to tell him about Asgard. Is the Asgard party fun? Tony was more interested in the Asgard party that Noah mentioned. Not bad, they are quite hospitable. Noah knew what Nick Fury wanted to do. He must want to ask him some information about Asgard again, but Noah didn't want to tell him now. Getting something for free was not a good idea. Noah was more interested in why Tony came to him, but now he just happened to have something to show them. Noah whispered a few words into Lysandra's ear, then pressed the table in front of him, and a curtain of light rose above the table. You two, do you know about this? Noah played a clip on the screen, which was the scene of the Hulk going berserk on campus. When the two saw this scene, their expressions became more serious. This happened just yesterday. The name of this monster is Hulk. Chapter 65. Hulk. Tony looked at the image projected by Noah. The violent appearance of the green giant was chilling. I've been paying attention to this. I thought this was some biological monster created by S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony turned his head and looked at Nick Fury. In his impression, secret organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D. love to study things they can't understand at all, and then create some monsters. This is how it's played out in the movies. Tony, S.H.I.E.L.D. has nothing to do with this matter, don't make random guesses. Nick Fury's face darkened. Of course, the two people opposite him couldn't see it. After refuting Tony's point of view, Nick Fury continued, we at S.H.I.E.L.D. have also been tracking down the whereabouts of Hulk, but General Ross of the military has been in charge of this matter, so S.H.I.E.L.D. can't intervene openly. I didn't expect that you, Noah, also knew the name Hulk. Nick Fury was a little surprised when he heard Noah say the word Hulk. Their S.H.I.E.L.D. has advanced technology and intelligence gathering capabilities. Through military information and testimonies of many eyewitnesses, they learned that the Hulk often uttered the name Hulk, so they believed that Hulk was the name of this monster. Noah actually knew about this. Nick Fury thought that maybe the organization behind Noah was also investigating the Hulk. What was it about the Hulk that interested them? Nick Fury kept thinking. Of course, everyone knows this. I just don't know. Who of you can tell me about this Hulk? Tony couldn't sit still. These two people seemed to know a lot. He was the only confused one at the scene, so Tony started asking them. Nick Fury and Noah looked at each other, and Noah stretched his hand forward slightly, indicating that Nick Fury should speak first. Nick Fury originally wanted to hear Noah's opinion on the Hulk, but he didn't expect him to let him speak. Nick Fury was a little helpless, but Tony would know about this sooner or later, so it didn't matter to tell them now. After Nick Fury learned about the Hulk, he became very interested in this monster, so he conducted in-depth research on it. Later, he also learned about Bruce Banner, a genius physicist, and then he decided to make him a member of his Avengers plan, so he kept paying attention to him. Nick Fury began to tell the information about Banner, which was the information secretly searched by S.H.I.E.L.D. We call this guy the Hulk. Nick Fury sat on the sofa, leaning forward slightly, and said in a low voice, every time the Hulk appears, he will be particularly violent and cause great damage to the surrounding things. So far, he has caused many injuries. So, this is a bad guy? Then why don't you, S.H.I.E.L.D., go and get rid of it? Tony asked. Don't be impatient, just listen to me. Nick Fury motioned for Tony to continue listening. After our in-depth investigation, we found that the real identity of the Hulk is actually a human being. I think you should have heard of his identity. Oh? Tell me about it. Tony became interested after hearing what Nick Fury said. Was it someone he knew? Tony thought about the names one by one, wondering who they might be. Bruce Banner. Bruce Banner? Let me think. I remember there was a physicist who had 7 doctorates, also named Bruce Banner. Is he the same person you are talking about? When Tony heard the name, he did think of someone, a genius scholar who had more degrees than him. In Tony's impression, the other party should be a learned and talented scholar, and it is difficult to associate him with the violent Hulk in the picture. Yes, that's the person you're talking about. Bruce Banner was accidentally exposed to gamma rays during an experiment, and his body mutated. When he gets emotional, he turns into a green-skinned giant, the Hulk. According to our investigation, Dr. Banner fled the United States because he was being hunted by the military. He went to a remote country and hid his identity. He has been restraining himself, otherwise he would turn into the Hulk. The Hulk's injuries were caused by others provoking him first, which led to the appearance of the Hulk. Nick Fury was talking about the information S.H.I.E.L.D. had found about Banner. Tony was listening and suddenly became interested in Bruce Banner. He wanted to ask him how he became like this. Nick Fury finished explaining everything. Looking at Tony's reaction, he knew that the other party was beginning to take an interest in this matter. However, this was also a good thing. If the team members could get along well in advance, then the team would be easier to lead in the future. When Nick Fury turned his gaze to Noah, he found that the expression on the other's face did not change much, as if he had known all these things a long time ago. Nick Fury felt that this should be the case. Noah or the organization behind him may have been paying attention to the Hulk's affairs. So, Noah, why did you mention Hulk to us just now? After Nick Fury finished talking about Hulk, he sat up straight again, looked at Noah with his one eye and asked. Tony was also very curious. He only had a vague understanding of the 16-year-old boy in front of him. He needed to know more about him. Actually, it's not a big deal. I just think Dr. Banner is a talented person. He can transform into a powerful Hulk and he is very talented. I feel I can help Dr. Banner and bring him to our side. Noah said. Nick Fury didn't know whether the other party was referring to the Valoran organization or something else when they said our side. Okay, I agree with this idea, and I think my Stark Industries is very suitable for Dr. Banner to join. The top 10 floors of Stark Tower are all research and development departments. Oh, Lee, you can come and visit when you are free. I welcome you to Stark Tower. Tony was very interested in what Noah said and felt that it would be a good thing if Stark Industries had a genius like Dr. Banner. Thank you for your invitation, Mr. Stark, but aren't you afraid that Hulk will smash your building? Noah joked. Oh, I will definitely not put pressure on him or make him nervous then. Tony spread his hands. Noah remembered that after he said this in the movie, he directly poked Banner's kidney with an electric stick. It's decided then. First we have to find Banner, and then we have to deal with the pressure from the military. This matter will be left to you, Director Nick. Noah said. Okay, Nick Fury rubbed his temple and said. He had obtained a lot of useful information from Noah before. He certainly could not refuse the request Noah made to him this time. He also felt that it would be better for talents like Banner to stay with them. After deciding this matter, they began to discuss how to find Banner. This thing is quite delicious. Where did you buy it? There were small desserts on the table that Noah had prepared to serve the guests. Tony looked at them with envy while chatting. He reached out and took a small piece of fruit puff. The puff dough was decorated with cream and fruit, and it looked very eye-catching, so Tony fell in love with it at first sight. After Tony put the dessert into his mouth, he was surprised by its deliciousness. Although Tony is a billionaire, his eating habits are very special. He likes to eat foods such as hamburgers. Other rich people would just think that this is junk food and unhealthy. All of this was done by Lysandra. By the way, Mr. Stark, why did you come here to see me? Is there something wrong? Noah finally began to ask Tony why he came here. Well, actually I came here to learn about your... Tony gestured to himself and said, did you create your armor yourself? Tony came here just to confirm this matter. He wondered if Noah was really a genius who could create inventions that were ahead of his time at the age of 16. Although Tony is a genius, he couldn't achieve this when he was 16 years old. He was still studying for a degree at MIT when he was 16. Warframe. Noah turned his head and glanced at Lysandra, then said, Lysandra and I created it together. Lysandra smiled when she heard what Noah said, and Tony was a little surprised when he heard it. This lady is also a scientist. Of course, don't underestimate Lysandra. As Noah said this, he also made movements with his hands. Noah pressed his belt, and a stream of nanomaterial flowed onto Noah's arm, directly covering his arm to form a battle armor. This scene made Tony's eyes widen a little. Is this nanotechnology? Tony saw the way Noah's arm armor was composed. Some flowing metal materials formed arm armor on Noah's arm. Tony immediately thought of nanotechnology. Yes, Lysandra is very proficient in this aspect of nanotechnology research. I dare say that no one in the world can surpass her. Noah thinks so. Lysandra already possesses all the technology of her world. After she has her own soul, she is no longer an AI that thinks according to program instructions, but has a soul that can think independently, and her knowledge level is constantly learning and improving. Nanotechnology is the future, Mr. Stark. Your Iron Man suit needs to be updated. Do you need my help? Noah gathered the nanomaterials of the arm armor into his hand and spun it. Then he pinched it and turned it back into the arm armor. He said to Tony. Thank you, but no need. I can do it myself. Tony saw Noah's performance and found that the other party's nanotechnology was already very mature. When Noah said he wanted to help him modify the Iron Man suit, Tony of course refused. He was still quite confident in himself. Tony's talent is indeed very strong, which can be shown in the movies. In Avengers 1, he was able to master thermonuclear astrophysics in one night, according to the movie, and in Avengers 4, he was able to perfect the time machine in one night. Thanos even said that Iron Man is a person cursed by knowledge. Noah was certainly not surprised that Tony would refuse this. He was just joking. He also knew that geniuses like Tony had a strong sense of self-esteem. If he needed nanotechnology, he would of course have to research it on his own. Of course, if it was a technical exchange, Tony would not refuse, so the next moment became a temporary technical exchange time for several people. During the communication with Noah and Lysandra, Tony also became convinced that the other party was really capable. Although Noah has only obtained the Heimerdinger template not long ago, he has been learning knowledge from Lysandra whenever he has free time these days. Heimerdinger's talent allows him to be like a sponge, able to absorb knowledge continuously and quickly, so he can now communicate with Tony on technical topics freely. Nick Fury couldn't get a word in and could only think about other things silently. Not long after, Tony and Nick Fury were also ready to leave Noah's manor. After Tony communicated with Noah and Lysandra, many inspirations emerged in his mind, and he couldn't help but go back to show them. Nick Fury also had to go back to prepare for the Hulk. Ms. Lee, Lysandra, it's a pleasure to communicate with you. If you have time, you can come to Stark Tower as my guest. I will receive you personally. Tony nodded at the two of them and prepared to leave. I will speed up the handling of Banner's matter. Nick Fury said and left the scene. Noah watched the two leave and then looked to Lysandra on his left. Lysandra, have you found any trace of Banner? Noah had mentioned Banner and Betty Ross to Lysandra before, and asked Lysandra to help find the two after they left the attacked campus. We haven't found any traces of them yet. They may be in an unmonitored area. Lysandra responded. If we hack into a satellite? Can we detect anywhere in the world? Is that so? Noah remembered that in the movie, after the two left, they seemed to have gone to a deserted place, and they might not have returned to the city yet. Then let's wait and see, they will come back sooner or later, and Banner still needs to find someone to solve the Hulk problem. Noah decided to continue to push the technology tree, and he had to let Lysandra equip the armor with her magnetic levitation technology. He thought that would be really cool. Noah hadn't started working for long when Lysandra discovered her target. Noah, we found them. Hell Joke Brothers. Chapter 66. When Banner fled to Brazil, he kept sending his blood to Mr. Blue, hoping that he could help him remove the Hulk gene, but the experiment had no results. Banner believed that only by sending all the data from the experiment to Mr. Blue could the Hulk problem be solved. After Banner was chased by a pursuit team sent by the American military, Banner made up his mind and decided to return to America and end it all. After transforming into the Hulk and escaping from the pursuit, Banner returned to the academy where he used to work, but when looking for experimental materials, he found that the materials no longer existed. He realized that the materials must have been taken away by General Ross long ago. After that, he met his ex-girlfriend Betty Ross. When Banner transformed into the Hulk, he accidentally hurt her. So in order to avoid hurting her again, he broke up with her and fled America. After this meeting, it can be seen that Betty still has feelings for Banner. She also knows that her father, General Ross, is hunting Banner in order to make powerful weapons, so she secretly gives the previously downloaded experimental data to Banner. Banner is very moved, and with Betty's farewell, he is ready to leave here and find Mr. Blue. But General Ross's men suddenly arrived, and he was forced to transform into the Hulk. General Ross was well prepared this time and even had a secret weapon, a sonic weapon vehicle, but he was still no match for the Hulk's power. Finally, in the explosion of the helicopter attack, Hulk took away Betty Ross, who was unconscious due to the explosion. In a motel. Banner, look at the pants I prepared for you. They should fit you well. Betty smiled and threw a pair of shorts on Banner, who had just come out of the bath. Seeing a black shadow flying in front of him, Banner threw down the towel in his hand and caught the pants. He took them in his hand and saw that they were a very large pair of pants, and very elastic. Betty, forget it. Banner smiled helplessly, knowing that Betty was teasing him. These pants were for Hulk. Betty smiled, took out the newly bought wrist-worn heart rate monitor, helped Banner put it on, and then cut Banner's hair herself, recalling the good times they had spent together. After the atmosphere became lively, the two began to hug and kiss each other on the bed. When they were about to make love, Banner took a look at the soaring heart rate in his hand and quickly stopped the action. What's wrong? Banner. Betty asked, puzzled. I can't do this. Banner propped himself up and said to Betty below. It's okay, Banner, I do. Betty thought Banner stopped because of her. I can't be too excited, otherwise Hulk will come out. Banner smiled bitterly, then lowered his head in disappointment. After a while, the two left the motel where they were staying temporarily and prepared to go to New York to find Dr. Blue. When they drove to New York, they found that the bridge to New York was closed. Feeling something was wrong, the two immediately abandoned the car and took the water route to New York. As for where Mr. Blue was, Banner had learned from his previous communication with him that he was at Greyburn College in Manhattan, should it be Manhattan. Since Banner didn't want to squeeze in with dozens of people on the subway, fearing that he would beat them all into meat patties if he got nervous, he chose to take a taxi. Hey, Bruce, wait a minute, look over there. After the taxi arrived in Manhattan, Betty noticed something as soon as the two got out of the car. Banner followed Betty's gaze and saw several New York police officers questioning some people. Banner was a little puzzled when he saw this scene. What's wrong? Betty. We have to be careful and stay away from these people. My father may be looking for us now. Betty knew her father's abilities. If she exposed her whereabouts too much, he would find her at any time. Well, let's go that way. Banner also reacted. Since meeting Betty, this period of time has been too good compared to his previous life, which has numbed the vigilance habits he trained during his days of escape. However, Banner also reacted quickly. He found a corner where there was basically no one and took Betty in. This is the intersection of the rich area and the civilian area, so there are some dark alleys and the like. In fact, those policemen were not looking for them at all. It's just that the security in this area of Manhattan has deteriorated recently, so their police station has recently increased patrols. You know, this is the uptown area, which is considered a wealthy area in Manhattan, so the management of security is of course very strict. As for General Ross, he had just obtained the conversation between Banner and Mr. Blue from the computer that Banner used in Brazil. He should not have set out yet, as he was giving Brinsky an injection. Banner and Betty wanted to reach Greyburn College through those dark areas, but these dark and remote corners were where darkness could easily breed. Hey! You two, stop right there! Just then, a voice with a strange accent came from behind them. The two turned around and found that there were several thugs squatting in the corner, smoking. They had all kinds of strange tattoos on their bodies. They looked like they were not the kind of guys to be messed with. Banner held Betty's hand tightly and protected her behind him. These people were obviously thugs from gangs. Banner had met many such people when he was in Brazil, and several of them made him transform into Hulk. The yellow-haired gangster in the corner threw away the cigarette butt in his mouth, stood up and walked towards Banner and Betty arrogantly, and several younger brothers around him also stood up with him. These guys all had Asian faces, had dyed hair in different colors, and wore black vests with Japanese words printed on them, which looked like gang attire because they were all wearing this kind of clothes. The Nagasaki atomic bomb decision has been really unlucky recently. Their nuclear contamination gang is in the Hell's Kitchen area, and as they are an outsider gang, it is difficult for them to survive. Usually they can only do some work under the big gangs, and they can't get any benefits at all, as the big money goes to the gang leaders. Then, I don't know when, but a ruthless guy suddenly appeared in the Hell's Kitchen area. Every night, many gang members were killed, and not just one or two. That guy specifically chose places where there were many people. A few times, some gangs were even wiped out directly. And those people's end was also terrible. They were all seriously injured and basically spent the rest of their lives in wheelchairs or in bed. In the nuclear gang where the atomic bomb in Nagasaki was located, their boss was frightened and immediately moved his entire gang to another area, so they came to this place. However, except for other areas of Hell's Kitchen, the security is relatively strict, so since they came to this place, their life has been worse than before. And not only their gang has moved out, there are also several small gangs similar to theirs that have come here, so the security in this place has become worse, and the police station has increased patrols. Baga, I heard that the guy who's always causing trouble in Hell's Kitchen is that Wind Swordsman. These guys, wearing such awesome equipment, instead of making money, they meddle in other people's business all day long. Nagasaki atomic bomb cursed angrily after taking a puff of his cigarette. That's right, big brother. His little brother Hiroshima also echoed him. Just as he showed a flattering smile, suddenly, as if he saw something precious, his eyes showed greedy eyes. Big brother, look, that girl is so hot. Hiroshima suddenly patted Nagasaki's arm excitedly and asked him to look in a certain direction. In the dark corner, a man and a woman walked out. The man was an ordinary white man, and the woman, Nagasaki swallowed his saliva, he thought she was so hot. Nagasaki was suddenly controlled by his second brother, and couldn't help but want to take his brother to chat up with him. As for whether the guy next to him was his boyfriend? Sorry, he likes to mess with minotaurs the most. Hey! You two, don't you know that this is the base of our nuclear pollution gang? Nagasaki shouted arrogantly in his English with a daily accent, the kind with a rolling tongue. Sorry, let's leave here now. Banner certainly didn't want to cause trouble. He had let Hulk run out and smash things around several times in this situation, so he just wanted to leave quickly. Besides, he was with Betty now, so he had to take care of her safety. After Banner finished speaking, he pulled Betty and tried to leave, but two thugs rushed out from the side and blocked their way. What do you want to do? I warn you, don't mess with me. Seeing this scene, Banner's chest rose and fell slightly and his heart rate slowly increased. Hey, now that you're in our chassis, you can leave if you want. Nagasaki took out a switchblade, smiled maliciously, but his eyes were looking at Betty behind Banner. Several thugs gradually approached Banner and his companion. In this dark and narrow alley between the buildings, it would be difficult to escape once they were surrounded by others. Banner, let's just run. Betty said quietly, asking Banner to go with her and break out in the direction where there was only one gangster. Banner held Betty's hand tightly, then threw the backpack he was carrying at Nagasaki's face. The gang leader staggered and fell backwards. Banner then pulled Betty and ran to the alley behind where there was only one gangster. Nanny. The gangster was still looking at his boss when he was kicked to the ground by Banner, who rushed over. Banner didn't care about his soaring heart rate as he made the violent move. If he didn't leave, he would transform immediately. Get him! Shigaraki shouted angrily after throwing away his backpack. Banner and his companion, who were unfamiliar with the road, were inevitably affected by the obstacles under their feet while escaping, so they were quickly closed in by the gangsters. At this moment, a group of people appeared in front of the road where Banner and the other man were heading. Banner stopped because the clothes they were wearing were obviously the same as those of the gangsters just now. They were all in the same group. Hey? Nagasaki, what happened? Among the newcomers, a gangster with a slicked back hair shouted to Nagasaki and others who were coming from behind. Oh! It's Brother Abe. These two people are here to make trouble, and I want to catch them. Nagasaki, who was panting, saw the people in front of him and immediately smiled. Now you two can't run away. Really? Catch them. Shinzo Abe said with disdain and told his brothers to go up, and then a group of people rushed forward. Banner had his hands held down by several people, and Betty fell to the ground while struggling. When Banner saw this, green light flashed in his eyes, his chest rose and fell violently, and he gasped, "Stay away from her." The few of them ignored Banner, and Nagasaki walked towards Betty with a wicked smile on his face. I said, "Stay away from her." Roar. Boom. A wild beast-like roar and a huge crash made several people stop and turn around. A cloud of smoke appeared from behind at some point, and several screams were heard from inside, making several people swallow their saliva. Brother Abe? What happened? Nagasaki asked carefully. His brother's voice could not be heard in the smoke and dust. Tramp, tramp. The sound of a heavy object stepping on the ground was heard, and in the smoke and dust, a huge, green, violent giant appeared in front of several people. Roar. Hulk roared, and the strong wind he created blew several people back. Those gangsters had never seen such a scene before, and Nagasaki had already seen it. Where the smoke dissipated, his elder brother Abe and several younger brothers were already embedded in the wall, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Abe was the worst off, as it seemed that there was a big hole in his chest. When Nagasaki saw this horrifying scene, he immediately ran away. Several of his younger brothers also reacted and ran after him. Hulk had an angry expression on his face and clenched his teeth. When he saw these guys, his anger continued to surge out. Hulk jumped directly into the middle of them. The huge impact knocked the running guys away. Hulk just waved his hand and a gangster was knocked away by his big arm. He hit the wall heavily and slid down like a puddle of mud. The thugs falling to the ground could not escape Hulk's clutches. Hulk grabbed two men's legs and swung his arms, smashing the two figures together. The huge force made the two men lose their human form. Hulk threw the two objects onto a garbage dump with a casual throw of his hand. Ah! Ah! Don't come over here! Nagasaki, who had just climbed up, was so scared by the sight of this scene. Fear made him push his hands back continuously, trying to escape from this terrifying guy Hulk, and the pants between his legs were visibly wet. Squeak! Hulk sneered with disdain on his face, grabbed the trash can next to him and threw it over there. Nagasaki watched in horror as a shadow came towards his face, and then the trash can directly covered his upper body, leaving only his legs that had stopped twitching and blood flowing from the bottom of the can. Who? Ha! Hulk panted and looked at the last person on the field, Betty. Banner, are you okay? It's okay, calm down. Betty has stood up. She doesn't sympathize with those people at all. They deserve this end, but Betty has to comfort Hulk. She has experience in this. The last time Hulk left the academy, it was under her comfort that he turned back into Banner. Betty gently comforted Hulk, and the effect was really good. After hearing Betty's voice, Hulk's restlessness was reduced a lot, and he slowly walked towards Betty. Betty came to Hulk, stretched out her hands and held Hulk's face. If nothing unexpected happened, Hulk would immediately turn back into Banner. Oh! Is it lively here? At this moment, a voice came. Hulk's eyes widened again and he roared in the direction of the sound behind him. Betty staggered back a few steps and also saw the person coming. A figure slowly descended above the alley, and Betty recognized the man's identity. Iron Man? No, Wind Sword Master. Chapter 67. Noah looked at the scene at the box below. The picture was a bit restricted. Many corpses came into view. Some were smashed beyond recognition by the strange force, and some were embedded in the wall. Oh, the one with tomato juice flowing out from the bottom of the trash can should be one of them. Noah scanned them and recognized that these were the monsters he had to kill every day. He also understood that these were the most likely people to make Banner transform into the Hulk. Oh, don't worry, big guy, I'm not here to cause trouble. Looking at Hulk's angry face, Noah raised his hands in front of him. Roar! Hulk didn't listen to what others said. He kicked hard, crushing the floor under his feet, and rushed towards Noah like a cannonball. With his huge body and Hulk's terrifying speed, this collision could easily smash a heavy tank. And Noah had predicted it before Hulk made his move. Looking at the green big guy rushing forward, Noah quickly moved sideways in the air, dodging Hulk, and kicked out with a whip kick, kicking Hulk hard on the side of his chest. Hulk was hit hard in the air and flew sideways under the huge force, smashing through the wall of the alley, and his huge body was smashed into the building. What? This place happened to be the base of the nuclear pollution gang, and Hulk, who was smashed in, happened to be on top of several thugs. Roar! Hulk recognized the annoying costume and slapped several people around him away. Then he stood up angrily, roared at Noah, and rushed over again. Hulk smash! Hulk jumped up again, and from the ground he crushed. It could be seen that this time his attack was stronger and more fierce. Hulk's green muscles were knotted all over his body, and he kept pumping them, and threw a heavy punch at Noah in the air. This punch sent a whistling sound that broke through the air, showing the power of this blow. Noah had to take this horrific attack seriously, but he first put up a shield for Betty below to prevent her from being killed by the shock wave. The power of the armor increased, Noah gathered all his strength, even his magic power was mobilized, he dived towards Hulk, made the same move as Hulk, and punched down. Two figures, one big and one small, approached each other above the alley. At the moment of collision, the world seemed to have stood still. Then a powerful shock wave exploded in all directions from the point of collision. The glass of the surrounding buildings exploded, and cracks appeared on the walls of the buildings. The strong wind caused by the air wave picked up the debris on the ground and threw it everywhere. Betty, who was standing below the two men, quickly raised her hands, trying to block the shock wave caused by the two men, but she suddenly realized that she seemed not to be affected. She opened her eyes and found a faint shield wrapping around her, blocking the impact and the flying debris for her. In the collision in the sky, Noah's strength was even better at this time. His strength plus the armor, and then the magic power, was no joke. How did Hulk come back, and how was he knocked back and smashed into the building again? Boom! Bump! The huge body smashed many walls and pillars. Hulk struggled to get up from the pile of building debris. The pain did not make him retreat, but aroused him even more anger. Just when Hulk wanted to get up and attack again, 6 metal objects flew in from outside and landed directly around Hulk, instantly turning into a device like a Tesla coil. Is this from Red Alert? Okay. Just as Hulk was wondering, the 6 metal devices that had surrounded Hulk in a hexagon began to emit yellow electric currents, shooting towards Hulk's huge body. Ah! Roar! Hulk was caught off guard by the electric current and could not help but roar. A large amount of electric current surrounded Hulk, and now he was like an electric hedgehog. Hulk struggled in the electric current, trying to move to the side of those devices and smash these abominable things, but the current continued to output to Hulk, making it very difficult for him to move, and he was in pain all the time. However, Hulk, who was continuously exposed to electric current, did not retreat because of this. As he kept roaring, his muscles seemed to grow bigger again, and his movements became smoother and smoother. At this moment, another powerful electric current rushed in from outside and added to the electrotherapy package. Hulk, you'd better be quiet for now. I don't want to fight with you in this city. Noah held up the electric knife and continuously increased the output of magic power, allowing the electric knife to release more powerful electric current. What? With such a strong electric current, the surrounding building debris and various furniture gradually melted under the high temperature. Hulk was also under strong suppression and could not break through this force instantly by relying on anger. Please stop, Wind Swordsman, I'm sorry, Banner is a good man. Just then, a voice came from behind, and Betty walked in through the hole in the wall. After seeing this scene, Anxious Betty couldn't help but began to plead for Hulk. Hulk seemed to hear Betty's voice. His body, which was suppressed by the electric current, struggled slightly. He slowly raised his head and looked at Betty. Seeing this, Noah raised his eyebrows in his visor. As expected of Banner's original girlfriend, the effect seems to be very impressive. Hulk reacted as soon as he heard Betty's voice. This effect made Noah ready to stop and let Betty try first. If that didn't work, he would knock Hulk out first. The electric knife in Noah's hand stopped releasing electricity, and the 6 devices also stopped working. Noah waved his hand, and several micro-missiles shot towards Hulk's position, and then the explosion produced white mist, which took away the high temperature around Hulk caused by the electric shock just now, otherwise Betty would not be able to get through. This missile was a modified version of the water bomb Noah had brought from Talocan. It could release water streams like before, or it could be adjusted to emit cold mist inside the armor to freeze the enemy. Thank you. Betty thanked Noah and walked towards Hulk, who was slowly getting up. Banner, it's okay. It's safe here now. Betty walked forward cautiously, walked to Hulk's face, and gently stroked Hulk's face. Although Betty had been accidentally injured by Hulk before, she knew that was not his intention. Betty also felt that Hulk was not a monster as Banner said. She felt that this was Banner because Hulk knew himself. Noah, standing by, also opened his fingers and released the wind of revival, and the gentle wind blew over Hulk and Betty. Hulk! Hulk looked at the little man in front of him, and felt familiar and close to him. A breeze blew through Hulk's body, slowly recovering from his previous injuries. Hulk felt his endless anger slowly calm down. Betty! After Hulk covered Betty's hand on his face, the green skin gradually faded and his body gradually became smaller. Banner, you're finally recovered. Betty hugged Banner in surprise. Sorry, Betty, I made you worry again. Banner looked at himself with only a pair of elastic shorts on, feeling a little helpless. He had always been helpless about the appearance of the Hulk, but he did not regret it this time. If he had not transformed into the Hulk, he would not have been able to protect Betty. It's really strange that the big green guy has turned into a human being. A voice interrupted the warm scene of the 2 people. The 2 people who were hugging each other also realized that there was another person here. Banner stood up and protected Betty behind him as usual. He looked at the man in high-tech armor in front of him. With Banner's knowledge, he realized that the technology hidden under this armor was very advanced. However, Banner had been on the run for many years. When he was in Brazil, he only heard that a superhero wearing an iron suit appeared in New York, and it seemed to be the genius Stark. Banner had seen Iron Man on TV, but he didn't look like this, so he was a little nervous now, not knowing the identity of the person in front of him. Banner, don't be nervous, calm down first. I think Mr. Wind Swordsman won't make things difficult for us, right? Betty patted Banner's back to calm his suddenly high heart rate, and then looked at Noah in front of her and asked. In fact, she was not too sure. After all, the other party's identity was not as open and transparent as Iron Man, and Betty was not sure what the other party wanted to do. That's hard to say, look. Noah opened his hands and gestured to the surroundings. This gentleman has killed so many people and caused so much damage. The 2 became nervous after hearing Noah's words. But I won't cause you any trouble because of this. Noah's next words relaxed the tense mood of the 2. This ups and downs like a roller coaster made Banner feel very uncomfortable. These guys, I can only say, you smashed them well. After the scan, Noah learned the name of this gang, which suddenly reminded him of some things in his previous life. He felt that they were lucky to meet Hulk. Of course, Noah also scanned some hidden fish that had escaped the net, so he raised the electric knife and released several electric currents, and more than a dozen charcoal-grilled fish came out freshly. Banner and Betty were startled, and then they heard Noah say across the street, "Let's go, Mr. Banner, Miss Ross. How do you know our names?" Banner couldn't help but ask after hearing Noah calling out their names. "I just came to find you." "Oh, don't be nervous. Miss Rose's father and I are not in the same group." After Noah said this, he saw the other 2 people's expressions change and knew that they might have misunderstood. "I think you should leave now. Do you have something to do in the upper city?" Noah asked the 2. Banner and Betty looked at each other and decided to wait and see what happened. "I'm here to get rid of the monster in my body," Banner said, watching Noah's actions carefully. If the other party came because of Hulk, he might try to stop him after hearing what he said. But what surprised Banner was that he didn't make any movement, but just nodded. "Oh, I see." Noah nodded, then handed out a business card with the number he had Lysandra register for. "When you're done with your work, if you have nowhere to go, you can contact me. I still need people like Dr. Banner. Besides, it's safe here, so you don't have to worry about Miss Rose's father." After saying that, Noah left and walked out along the path that Banner and Betty came in. The two people at the scene looked at each other. Banner looked at the business card in his hand, put it away, then found some wearable clothes in the ruins, and rushed to the original destination with Betty. Noah had just walked out of the dark alley and onto the street, and he had taken off his armor. However, after Noah walked out of the alley, several policemen came in front of him. They had received a call from the public about a loud noise, so they came to investigate. Noah looked at the policeman, touched his pocket, took out something and held it in front of him. "FBI, I have already dealt with the matter inside, you don't have to worry about it." Noah took out the documents that Carlson gave him last time. Several policemen looked at the documents in front of them and confirmed that they were real. Then they left. After all, they didn't want to get involved in any trouble. It's quite useful. Noah put away his ID. He came here because Lysandra had just discovered the whereabouts of the two from the surveillance camera. After all, when they were in the motel, they threw away all the electronic products on them except the heart rate monitor, so they were discovered when they were approaching New York, where there are quite a lot of cameras. As for why Noah gave Banner a business card, it was because when he was chatting with Tony, Tony said that he wanted to invite Banner to Stark Corporation, which inspired Noah. There are so many things that Noah needs to research and develop now, including Project Origin, Hextech Core, magic equipment, time power, and many other fantastic ideas from the sea of big minds. If there are only 2 researchers, he and Lysandra, they will be very busy. So Noah also thought of recruiting Dr. Banner. Banner is a genius and has profound research attainments in physics. If he joins, Noah's research will be easier. And Noah thinks that recruiting Banner is not very difficult. As long as he gets rid of those guys who are chasing him and then shows them the research content he is interested in, he should be able to take Banner down easily. And Noah has decided to make sure that Banner and Betty's fate will not be broken this time. Isn't that good enough? Noah did not choose to leave immediately. Instead, he found a coffee shop across the street from Greyburn College, ordered a cup of coffee, and waited for the show to begin. He had come here to accept the mission. B-rank mission, Hulk and Abomination. Defeat/kill, 1/2 completed. Did you actually defeat the Hulk just now? What if there is a chandelier on the ceiling? Chapter 68. Not long after, Noah, who was sitting in a cafe, noticed that many police cars began to drive into the street and evacuate the people on the street. Many people were pushed away by the police with confused faces. Of course, many people also started to make trouble while being pushed by the police, shouting something like freedom, and ended up being sprayed with pepper spray. So fast. Noah put down the coffee cup and looked at the scene on the street. In the movie, when General Ross's men arrived, it was almost night, but now it was only dusk, and they had already begun to gather here. It might be because of the appearance of Hulk just now that General Ross was dispatched in advance. Although Noah had persuaded several policemen to leave just now, such a big thing could not be concealed for long and was discovered by others. After the police car entered, many military vehicles also entered here one after another, and the sound of helicopters hovering in the sky could be heard. Noah saw that the police were about to evacuate here, so he stood up and walked out from the back door. The next second, Noah came to the roof of a tall building nearby, wearing armor, looking at the armed helicopters hovering around him. A light film covered him, and Noah turned on the invisible mode. Inside Greyburn College, the college leaders also received a notice from above and began to evacuate teachers and students, but the notice told them not to notify Dr. Samuel Stern. This made the college very confused. Did Dr. Samuel Stern do something wrong? At Dr. Samuel Stern's side, Banner and Betty have already arrived, and now the 3 of them are discussing how to disarm the Hulk in Dr. Samuel Stern's room. What happened? Banner, who was sitting, suddenly noticed some noise coming from outside. Banner stood up to check, walked to the window with closed curtains, opened it slightly, and looked outside. They seemed to be evacuating. Banner noticed the crowd evacuating, all running towards the entrance of the academy. What? Why didn't I receive any notification? Samuel Stern sat up in surprise after hearing this, and came to the window and opened it directly. It was indeed as Banner said, the teachers and students were evacuating the scene. When Samuel Stern opened the curtains, Banner moved away from the window to avoid being exposed to the outside world. Then, Banner and Betty looked at each other and guessed that it must be General Ross who took action. "Dr. Stern, we have to act quickly, otherwise it will be too late." Banner pulled Samuel Stern in front of the window and said to him. "What? No need to conduct tests? This is okay, we'll start right away." Samuel Stern was surprised and wanted to persuade Banner not to be anxious, but seeing Banner's determined expression, he had no choice but to start the experiment of erasing Hulk's genes directly. Outside the academy, an armored vehicle stopped and a team of fully armed special forces got out and sneaked into the academy. Noah saw this team of people outside and also saw Brinsky in the scan. At this time, Brinsky had already injected 6 bottles of super soldier serum. Logically speaking, since the death of Dr. Erskine, the super soldier serum should have been extinct, and the 6 bottles injected by Brinsky were copied from the blood that Captain America had previously preserved, so the effect should not be as good as the original serum. But Brinsky is a talented person, his physique is more adapted to the serum. He took 3 bottles in the first injection, and then was kicked by Hulk and his whole body was shattered, but he healed himself at an extremely fast speed, which is terrifying. However, after the second injection of 3 bottles, his body seemed to be unable to adapt, and began to mutate, with a slight bulge in the spine. As we all know, the super soldier serum will amplify a person's character. For example, Steve Rogers is kind and just in his heart, so after being injected with the super soldier serum, he will only become more kind and just, while the Red Skull becomes more evil after the injection. Brinsky, who is warlike by nature, became more eager to fight and power after being injected with the serum. He now has only one idea, which is to find Hulk and defeat him. The special forces have arrived outside Samuel Stern's laboratory. After taking the serum, Brinsky was extremely emotional, and he knew that Banner's goal was to eliminate the Hulk. How could he bear this? He was here to kill the Hulk. So Bronsky ignored General Ross's order on the intercom and went straight to the laboratory door and broke in. Samuel Stern, who was checking Banner's condition after the experiment, was startled and quickly hid aside. Bronsky strode forward and pushed away Betty, who was blocking his way. The strength after being injected with the serum was so great that he pushed Betty into a glass display stand and injured her arm. Bronsky came to Banner, who had just stood up from the laboratory table, grabbed Banner's collar and pulled him up. "Hurry up and call that guy out, quickly!" Brinsky roared at Banner anxiously. "He has disappeared." Banner, who had just finished the experiment, was a little weak and unable to struggle. Brinsky waved at Banner's face, trying to force Hulk out. At this time, his teammates also came up and loudly dissuaded Brinsky. Seeing that Hulk didn't show up, Bronsky gave up and hit Banner in the face with the butt of his gun, knocking him unconscious. On the tall building outside the academy, Noah watched Banner being surrounded by fully armed soldiers, lying on a stretcher and being carried out of the house, his hands handcuffed and shackled. Then he was carried onto General Ross's helicopter. The abomination should be appearing soon. Noah muttered as he looked inside the academy. As expected, shortly after the helicopter that Banner was riding took off, several gunshots were heard in Samuel Stern's laboratory in the college, followed by a huge explosion. The outer wall of the laboratory was suddenly knocked open by an experimental instrument, and several special forces were thrown directly out of the gap and fell heavily to the ground. What happened? The soldiers still in the academy were attracted by the explosion and rushed to the explosion site. A huge figure jumped down from the building and landed on the ground, making the soldiers feel a slight vibration under their feet. The huge figure did not pay attention to them first, but began to destroy the facilities nearby. A police car parked on the campus was directly smashed, causing an explosion and fire that shot straight up to the 3-story high. Then the monster leaped from its original position to another direction at such a fast speed that the soldiers could not react. In the laboratory, Samuel Stern, who was knocked away by Brinsky after finishing the experiment on him, was lying on the ground. Banner's blood was dripping down and went into his body through the wound on his head. Samuel Stern's head bulged and a weird smile appeared on his face. Over there. Outside the laboratory, a soldier discovered the whereabouts of the huge figure, which ran to the street. At this time, under the illumination of the street lamps, people could see the appearance of the huge figure clearly, which was simply a monster. It was over 3 meters tall, with yellow skin and huge muscles all over its body. Its chest was covered with protruding bones, its back had protruding spines like fish fins, and its limbs also had protruding bone spurs. When the soldiers saw this huge monster, they thought it was the Hulk and reported the situation to General Ross. "What? This is impossible." Ross glanced at Banner, who was sitting on the plane, ordered the soldiers to provide him with the on-site footage, and then asked the pilot to turn around and return. At this time, the blockade of the street had been lifted long ago because Banner had been arrested. People on the street saw a horrible monster appear and screamed. "It's so noisy." Brzezinski, who was already emotionally unstable, became even more violent after turning into hatred. He directly lifted the car parked on the roadside next to him and threw it towards the building next to it. Boom! A huge explosion was heard and people on the street began to flee. Many soldiers and police who remained at the scene began to raise their guns and shoot at the hatred. Gunshots rang out continuously and bullets continued to pour out, but to no avail. Abomination scratched his back, turned his head and gave a violent smile to the group of people who were shooting. Then he jumped high into the sky. His huge body seemed to block out the moon in the eyes of the soldiers below. The abomination began to fall in the air, trying to crush the ants below into a pulp. The soldiers showed horrified looks and began to pray in their hearts. Night kick. Just when the abomination was about to fall from the soldier about 10 meters away, a black shadow like a sharp arrow shot out from the sky and collided with the abomination. A figure wearing metal armor kicked the abomination directly and fiercely. The abomination was knocked away like a cannonball and fell onto the road. Its retreating body plowed a long groove on the road. A military vehicle drove over and broadcast the scene to Ross and his group on the helicopter. What happened? Ross couldn't help but shout as he watched the Hulk-like figure being knocked back. Betty and Banner also came over and saw the person who had defeated Hulk. They recognized his identity, Swordsman. "It's him." Ross took a closer look and found that it was indeed the superhero who had been very popular recently, Swift Swordsman. At the scene, the abomination, who had climbed up from the ditch by holding onto the ground, shook his head to shake off the dizziness caused by the heavy blow, and looked ahead at the figure who had beaten him back. He was wearing a black high-tech battle armor, with a Y-shaped visor flashing orange light, and a head of white hair fluttering behind the helmet. Yes, it is long hair. When Noah was on the roof just now, he looked at his reflection on the window glass and felt that his bald head was not good looking, so he used nanomachines to construct a long hair. He can also grow long hair in the future. Many people suggest growing long hair, otherwise the armor's head will be bald without hair, so I just find a place to add it. The abomination dusted itself off and took a few steps forward. Its huge body rampaged through the street, knocking any car blocking its way away and crashing into walls or street lamps. "I know you, just like that Iron Man, a coward hiding in armor." Abomination walked to within 10 meters of Noah and mocked. After becoming Abomination, Brzezinski retained his original consciousness, so he recognized Noah's identity after seeing him. "Oh? Really? Then when I knock you down, I hope you can still be so stubborn." Noah stretched out his hand and waved at the abomination, making a provocative gesture. He was not going to draw his sword yet, he wanted to test Jinfu's strength. Roar! The man with hatred gritted his teeth, crushed the ground and rushed towards Noah. Chapter 69. In the night sky, above the college, a TV station helicopter was hovering, its blades cutting through the air, making a low, powerful buzzing sound, but it was instantly drowned out by the explosions coming from the burning streets below. "Oh my God, look at the scene below, it's like hell," a female reporter from the Daily Bugle said to the camera on the helicopter, and then the photographer turned the camera downwards. The street was covered with flames and explosions. Two figures collided with each other below, and a dull roar continued to be heard. After the female reporter on the helicopter saw one of the figures, she said excitedly, "Look, the one fighting with that monster is the superhero like Iron Man, the Wind Swordsman." After seeing the figure, the female reporter realized that this was big news. The new superhero would be directly exposed to the public for the first time, and it would be broadcast live by her personally. Promotion and salary increase were just around the corner. As for why they came here to do the news live, it was actually because the incident of Hulk going berserk and smashing up the Little Days gang had fermented, and their boss just happened to receive the news. In order to be the first to report the news, he directly assigned his private helicopter to them for live broadcast. But after coming here, she discovered a bigger news than the destruction of the gang, the battle of the superhero Wind Swordsman. "Rock, fly a little lower." The female reporter directly asked the pilot to fly a little lower and closer to the battle site. But the military has already warned us to leave. Driver Rock said in embarrassment. The military had just sent a warning to his communicator. They want to hide the truth. They want us to leave? Ask the audience friends who are watching the live broadcast if they are willing to leave. Rock, let's go down a little further. Of course the female reporter didn't want to leave. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Promotion and salary increase were right in front of her. Okay. After lowering the flight altitude, the field of vision becomes clearer. What a terrifying monster! And our hero, the swift swordsman, is fighting the monster right now, but... The female reporter was a little excited as she watched the terrifying battle scene in front of her, but she was also a little confused. Why doesn't the swift swordsman use his sword? Isn't he called the swordsman? Not only the reporters expressed doubts, but other people who were watching also expressed doubts. However, they were more excited. After all, this was the first time they saw superheroes fight, and the unimaginable power and fighting scenes made their blood boil. While Noah was fighting, he noticed a helicopter approaching, but he didn't know it was a helicopter that was broadcasting him live. Lysandra reminded him in his ear, but Noah didn't care and just sighed at their professionalism. Boom, /. The hatred attacked again with rage, and Noah stepped on the ground to move, quickly dodging sideways, making the hatred's angry attack miss. The huge inertia made the hatred rush forward, and in order to stop his body, the hatred stepped on the ground with his right foot, leaving a long mark on the ground, and barely stopped the car. But just as the abomination balanced his body, there was a sound of breaking air behind him, and then the abomination suffered a heavy blow to the waist. Kidney shot. Noah swung his left fist and hit the abomination directly on the kidney. The exoskeleton covering the abomination's body was shattered and fragments flew everywhere. After throwing out his left fist, Noah twisted his waist to gather strength, and punched out with his right fist, which was the unique skill of the Woolen Master, allowing him to punch out with his right fist at 8 times the speed after throwing out his left fist. This punch directly cut through the air, producing a roaring sound. Roar! Crack! The abomination, who had just been hit in the kidney and had not yet turned around, was hit directly by this thunder-like punch. His bones began to crack and his huge body flew out. Strong Hand Skull Hunter. Of course Noah wouldn't let him fly out so easily, as he hadn't finished his combo yet. Although the abomination flew a short distance and Noah could no longer hold him, an invisible hand made of magic power pulled the abomination back from mid-air. Noah looked at the flying abomination, stepped on the ground and rushed forward, sticking to the direction of the abomination. He used both hands to hold the abomination's huge body, and holding its body with both hands, Noah jumped and carried the abomination into the air, even higher than the news helicopter. Smash it for me! Then, falling like a meteor, Noah swung the abomination in front of him and smashed it to the ground. Boom! Where the abomination fell, cracks began to spread, quickly extending in all directions. Flames and dust intertwined in the air, shocking the people watching above. Deliberate punch. A dragon-like roar sounded again in the dust, and a black shadow shot out from it and smashed towards the direction of the academy. When the dust cleared, people finally saw the scene clearly. The cracked ground symbolized the power of the fall, and standing next to it was the wind swordsman in armor, so the flying figure should be the monster. In Samuel Stern's laboratory, Abomination was lying in the ruins. Yes, he was just knocked into Samuel Stern's laboratory by Noah. Strangely, Samuel Stern, who was just knocked unconscious by Abomination, was no longer here, but Abomination didn't have time to care about these things at this time. The Abomination at this moment looked so miserable. Its once ferocious monster appearance now had its exoskeleton completely shattered, its chest collapsed in many places, its flesh and blood blurred, and its limbs twisted out of shape. It had suffered multiple heavy blows, and the Abomination with a strong body was almost on the verge of death. 2. Abomination spat out a mouthful of blood foam, his eyes as ferocious as ever. He roared and tried to stand up, but his body would not listen to his control. While struggling, Abomination suddenly saw something and his eyes changed. Many glass bottles filled with red liquid and plastic blood bags were scattered on the ground. On their surfaces, there was an expression Mr. Green with a look of hatred. He stretched out his right hand, which was still able to move, and grasped a glass bottle of blood. Then he moved it in front of himself and crushed it. The blood slid down the air to the edge of Abomination's mouth. As the blood was swallowed, bloodshot eyes burst, and the twisted limbs began to recover. After realizing the effect of doing so, Abomination began to swallow the blood of the surrounding Hulk into his mouth, like a greedy devil. After he swallowed all the remaining blood in the room, the Abomination looked very different. It was now even bigger and stronger, with muscles throbbing all over its body like twisted giant snakes. Moreover, the color of its skin changed from yellow to Hulk-like green, and fin-like organs grew on both sides of its head. The Abomination clenched his fists, feeling the immense power at this moment, which was many times stronger than before. The Abomination smiled grimly, then stomped on the ground and rushed out, wanting to avenge what had just happened. Even though he had just become stronger, he might not be able to defeat the superhero who crushed him. However, at this moment, hatred only had anger and a strong desire to fight in his heart. His emotions had clouded his mind, and he now only wanted to tear apart the coward hiding in the armor. Noah stood there, looking at the direction where he had shot the Abomination. He wondered if the Abomination was still alive. Although Noah estimated that the attack just now should be enough, after all, the Abomination was transformed with Hulk's blood. It was not certain that the Abomination would survive because of its tenacious vitality. Noah thought about it and prepared to make another move to complete the mission. Just then, a dull sound of footsteps was heard. Noah looked at the hatred that reappeared in front of him, with a surprised expression on his face. What is this thing? How can it evolve? Noah was surprised as he looked at the Abomination whose appearance had changed drastically. At this time, the Abomination was more than 3 meters in height, and had become 5 meters, almost meters in height. The gap in the laboratory also spread to the upper floors because of the Abomination's huge size. At this moment, all the people watching the battle were shocked when they saw the reappearance of the hatred. Inside the military helicopter, Banner watched this scene with a changing look in his eyes. Looking at the green skin of the Abomination reminded him of the Hulk, and he also guessed the reason for the Abomination's change. This time, due to time constraints, Banner did not find the blood samples that Samuel Stern had copied using Banner's blood, so Banner could not guess the reason for the Abomination's change. General Ross, Betty, and others also showed shock on their faces. On the other side, the reporter on the news helicopter who saw this scene was not afraid at all. Instead, she became even more excited, because the more exciting the scene was, the more explosive her live broadcast content would be. Oh my god, look everyone, the monster is getting bigger and bigger. This is so scary. Can our hero still defeat him now? As the female reporter was explaining, the Abomination below also took action. It took a step forward, spread its huge arms, and let out an earth-shattering roar. Roar! A huge sound wave swept through, shattering glass on the street and snapping power lines. The air wave even caused already damaged houses to collapse, and the burning flames were extinguished. The helicopters in the air were also affected. General Ross's military attack helicopter was less affected because of its high performance and pilot quality, and it was not very close, so it only fluctuated slightly. The reporter's helicopter was in a terrible situation. It was so close to the target that it was shaken by the air waves and was on the verge of crashing. Oh my god! The female reporter quickly looked for something to hold on to avoid falling down. The photographer didn't even bother to take pictures, he just wanted to save his own life first. However, the gusts of air caused the helicopter to lose its balance in the air and crash directly into the surrounding buildings. Just when everyone on the helicopter thought they were going to see Laude, the plane suddenly stabilized in the air. Everyone was puzzled when a voice came from outside. Hey, guys! Sometimes you don't have to be so dedicated. Iron Man! The female reporter saw the figure outside the helicopter and covered her mouth and screamed. Tony Stark, the superhero Iron Man, was flying in the air at this time, holding on to the helicopter that had lost its balance. The photographer also quickly raised the camera so that the audience could see the scene at this time. Humph! Here comes another coward! Abomination stopped roaring at this time and said with disdain, looking at Iron Man in the sky. Then, Abomination looked at Noah in front of him and clenched his fists. He was ready to avenge his previous humiliation. The most unbearable picture. Chapter 70. At this time, the number of viewers of the Daily Bugle's live broadcast has reached an unprecedented high. Many people across the country and even around the world are watching this live broadcast. After all, this is the first time that the so-called superhero has appeared in the public eye. They had only seen this kind of superhero vs monster scene in movies, so everyone was extremely excited after seeing this scene. Of course, Some people were also worried about what to do if the monsters in the live broadcast appeared next to them, and whether there would be superheroes to save them. The military of various countries are also paying attention to this live broadcast, wanting to take this opportunity to observe the information about the high-tech armor worn by the Wind Swordsman. And in the live broadcast, the huge monster at the scene started moving again. Hatred felt the power constantly emerging in his body and his extremely angry mood at the moment. He clenched his fists, and the muscles on his arms bulged. At this moment, Hatred just wanted to smash the figure in front of him to pieces. Boom boom boom. Before the abomination could take a step forward, many missiles flew from the sky and directly hit the abomination's huge body, causing a series of explosions. The red and gold armor floated in the sky. After stabilizing the helicopter, Tony launched a series of missiles at the huge green giant below. Tony had discovered in the previous battle that his missiles were not powerful enough and could only be used for scraping, so after returning, he upgraded the power of a wave of missiles. Tony was a businessman who bought arms and had a deep understanding of weapons. This time, the missiles were more powerful and had stronger penetration than before. However, if it is for the previous abomination, it may be somewhat effective, but the current enhanced version of abomination. In the thick smoke after the missile exploded, a huge black shadow rushed out from the smoke and rushed straight to Iron Man in the sky. As early as when the smoke moved, Jarvis reminded Tony to dodge. The huge body of the abomination brushed past the iron armor. Tony looked at the hideous figure passing in front of him, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and then he increased the jet power and quickly distanced himself from the monster. Is this guy the Hulk? He's covered in green. Tony came above Noah, hovering in the air, looking at the green giant opposite who made a big hole after landing. No, this is not Hulk, this is Abomination, said Noah. To be honest, he didn't expect that Abomination could mutate. After all, there was no scene of it in the movie. The sequel of Abomination in the movie was the form that appeared in Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings and She-Hulk. He could control the transformation freely and was not as violent as before. This is the hatred in Shang-Chi. When Noah first saw the fins on both sides of the Abomination's head, he thought that the Abomination had changed into that form, but when he looked closely, he could feel a clear difference, the most obvious difference being the skin. At this time, the Abomination's skin color had turned green like the Hulk's, and he also had a similar aura to the Hulk. Noah also had a guess about the reason why the Abomination had changed so much. The direction he had just hit the Abomination seemed to be Samuel Stern's laboratory. Banner didn't know, but he knew that there was a lot of Hulk blood in that place. Noah guessed that the Abomination might have mutated because of these things. Okay, that's a very appropriate name. You can tell by looking at its face. Tony shrugged, then stretched out his hand and aimed at the Abomination that was trying to come over here again, and fired several thick palm cannons. The Abomination raised his hand to block it. The laser, which carried huge energy and high heat, caused a small wound on his arm, with wisps of white smoke coming out of the wound. The pain made the Abomination's face show an angry expression, and then the wound actually began to heal, and soon it was restored to its original state. Tony was surprised when he saw this. He said he couldn't understand this self-healing ability. Tony hasn't been having a good time these days. First he fought a whipman who wanted to kill him, and then he teamed up with a man who called himself Thor, although in that battle he was just playing supporting role and assisting on the side. After the Thor time, Tony already had a feeling that the world was changing too fast and he couldn't keep up with the pace. Now a terrifying giant has appeared. Tony feels that he must hurry up to study the new guy, otherwise he doesn't know what strange thing will come out next. The furious Abomination attacked again. Tony quickly took off into the air and avoided the Abomination's attack, and Noah also flew to his side. Lee, why don't you shoot him with that laser, the same one you used in New Mexico last time? Tony dodged the attack of the Abomination again and shouted to Noah beside him. He swore that he must get a large-sized battle armor when he returned, otherwise it would be too disadvantageous to deal with such a huge enemy. Well, there's no need to use that to deal with this guy. Lysandra, take that thing out. Noah said. Then, under the gaze of Tony and everyone in the live broadcast room, Noah stretched out his hand and clenched it. The nanomaterials gathered in his hand and then formed into a long sword that matched the style of the armor. Plasma forged saber. Noah held the long sword and drew a few knife flowers in the air, making a sharp sound of tearing the air, which was enough to show how sharp the sword was. This sword was the plasma forged sword that had not appeared for a long time, and it was a weapon that came with the project armor. Look! The swift swordsman has finally taken out his weapon. Is he going to use his actions to tell us why he is called the swordsman? The female reporter explained excitedly. She was really excited now. Because the headquarters had just sent a message to her, telling her the number of people watching the live broadcast. When the number came out, she was shocked. The population was more than that of a certain country that likes to drink nuclear wastewater. So she began to explain more vigorously and asked the pilot to lower the altitude again, completely forgetting how they almost crashed just now. Oh, this thing looks good. Tony looked at the way this weapon appeared, and once again made up his mind to study nanotechnology. Nanotechnology is really cool. Mr. Stark, just watch what happens next. Noah raised the knife and swung it downwards twice. Swoosh! Swoosh! Two white sword energies composed of gusts of wind shot out, cutting through the night sky and slashing towards the Hatred. Ugh! When Hatred saw the sword energy coming, he quickly raised his arm to block it. The sharp sword energy cut a deep wound in Hatred's arm that was visible to the bone. Green blood flowed out of the wound, and Hatred's bones, which had turned green, were exposed between his flesh and blood. Roar! The intense pain made the abomination even more angry. He roared and screamed, and his muscles began to bulge. His body size actually increased visibly, and his wounds were healing at a high speed. This ability is not bad. Looking at the abomination at this moment, Noah also began to become curious about the Hulk's power. He thought that if he could convince Banner later, he could get some of Hulk's blood for research. Maybe he could find out the ability of Hulk where the angrier he is, the greater his power will be. Noah descended to the ground, stood on the now broken road, and made a provocative gesture towards Abomination with his left hand. How could the angry Hatred stand this? At this time, the huge body more than 6 meters tall began to rush towards Noah like a heavy tank, smashing everything along the way. The road surface could not withstand the huge pressure and cracked. Noah looked at the Hatred that was pressing down in front of him, and the long sword in his hand began to be wrapped with a gust of wind. When the Hatred rushed to Noah and smashed down with both hands, Noah raised the long sword to block the attack. Boom! After the mutation, the power of Hatred was more than one level greater than before. The ground where Noah was standing began to crack, and the cracks spread in all directions. However, the moment the hand of Hatred touched the long sword, it was hit hard. The swift sword energy wrapped around the long sword began to spread upwards from the place where the hateful arm and the long sword touched. The sword energy was like a meat grinder, spinning and spreading on the hateful arm, starting from the fingers, crushing all the flesh and blood, revealing the green bones. Hoo! Ah! The extreme pain made the abomination roar in anger. The sword energy spread very quickly and had already crushed half of the abomination's arm. Under the severe pain, Brinsky's intelligence temporarily suppressed the abomination's anger. He quickly used the bone spur in his elbow to cut off the part of the arm that had not been entangled by the sword energy. What? Then, Abomination quickly jumped back and escaped from the terrifying guy in front of him. Looking at the half of his arm left, the anger in his hateful eyes disappeared for the first time, and fear began to appear in his eyes. Hate felt that he should leave this place and that demon as soon as possible. There is an old Chinese saying that goes, the mountains and rivers remain unchanged, and the streams flow forever. Don't despise the young and poor. He felt that he had to wait until his arm recovered before he would have a chance to take revenge. Noah had no idea what the abomination was thinking. After he dissipated the shield that was blocking the blood mist on the abomination's arm, he looked at the abomination in front of him. The magic power in his hands began to gather, and he planned to end the battle. Let the world see what a swift swordsman is. A gust of wind began to appear beside Noah, and then began to swirl around Noah. The wind became stronger and stronger, and began to form a vortex visible to the naked eye. At this time, a huge tornado appeared on the street, and Noah was in the eye of the storm, holding up a long knife. Oh my God, hurry up, hurry up. The female reporter was horrified to find that the tornado was growing very fast and was almost approaching their plane. She quickly asked the pilot to ascend. Now she finally understood why this superhero was called Swift Swordsman. Isn't this really magic? Hatred's eyes were bloodshot. The wind that was wrapped around the knife just now was so terrifying. How terrible would this tornado be? Fear surged in his heart, and Hatred began to run in the opposite direction of Noah. SHH. He swung the long sword in his hand forward, and a sword energy tornado dozens of meters high began to slash towards the direction of Hatred, and the sword energy shattered everything along the way. The hatred had no time to escape and was directly wrapped by the tornado. The sword energy was extremely sharp, and the white tornado began to be stained with a hint of green, which was the blood of hatred. After a few seconds, the tornado began to slowly dissipate, and the abomination within it was no longer visible. Mission completed. Chapter 71. When the wind stopped, the streets fell into silence for a short time. The sounds of explosions and burning flames disappeared because the flames had been extinguished by the tornado. Some buildings and cars that stood in the way of the sword energy storm were also torn to pieces. Well, these things have long been smashed by abomination, so it's none of my business. Looking at the messy streets, Noah thought, after all, when superheroes and villains fight, some buildings, public property and the like will always be affected, and the villains will certainly not be responsible for this, but the superheroes living in the sun must be responsible for this, otherwise you will have to accept public condemnation and moral kidnapping. Of course, Noah would never be held back by those people. If I hadn't come, you would have been killed, and you still want to ask me for compensation? Do you believe that I would ask you for protection money? Shoo! After the long sword made a knife flower in the air, it turned into nanomatter and merged into the armor. Noah clicked on the mission target that only he could see and accepted the mission reward. Task completed, obtain 1500 essence points, currently 4700 points. Are there so many B-level tasks? Sure. After receiving the task reward, Noah nodded with satisfaction. Although the task was not difficult, this task should be considered a combination of two B-level tasks. After all, the task has two targets, the Hulk and the Abomination. After Noah turned off the panel, Iron Man slowly descended from the air and came next to Noah. That was a cool move just now, is that your magic? Tony asked, then looked at the white hair on Noah's head, is this your hair? That's my swordsmanship, the Gale swordsmanship. You can also think of it as magic. That's a wig on my head. Noah looked around. There were only 2 helicopters hovering in the sky, and the ground was the street after the battle. This time, because Noah arrived earlier, no one died in the whole incident. At this time, a large number of soldiers and police were rushing here, and the sound of many circling wings was heard in the distant sky. Noah felt that he should leave now. Magic? I'm really curious about this. However, where is Dr. Banner you mentioned? Tony didn't bother about Noah wearing a wig. He thought that he would definitely study the magic that Noah mentioned when he had the chance in the future. However, he was not in a hurry now. After all, he and Noah were not very familiar with each other at this time. So he mentioned the target of everyone's attention this time, Banner. Dr. Banner should be on the helicopter that goes to work, with his father-in-law, General Ross. What? Are we going to rescue him now? Tony looked at the helicopter beside him. Does this mean their mission has failed? Don't worry, I believe Dr. Banner can escape by himself. Noah is still relieved about Banner, especially about Hulk. After all, Banner did not transform into Hulk to fight the Abomination this time, but watched the whole battle in the helicopter above, and then was taken back by General Ross. However, Noah has a hunch that Banner may soon transform into Hulk and escape. Of course, if he didn't run away, that would be another matter. You could ask S.H.I.E.L.D. to get him back, or you could do it yourself. However, Noah feels that S.H.I.E.L.D. may not be able to get him back, and General Ross should still be quite firm about Hulk. Okay, I'm leaving first. It's going to get lively here. People from various groups approached one after another, and Noah was ready to leave. After nodding to Tony, the thrusters sprayed flames, magnetic levitation had not been installed yet, and Noah flew high into the sky. When he was halfway in the air, Noah heard a scream from the side. Wind Swordsman! Look over here! Noah looked over and saw the helicopter that was broadcasting live just now. Well, it should still be broadcasting now. Noah looked at the hostess's chest. The professional license plate, Emily, the Daily Bugle? This newspaper sounds familiar. When the female reporter Emily saw that Noah actually stopped, she was immediately surprised. She quickly asked the photographer to point the camera at Noah in front of him. In fact, she didn't need to remind him, because the photographer had already been taking pictures of Noah. He was looking at the camera with one hand and holding a camera with the other hand and taking pictures wildly. Noah thought that the photographer was very dedicated. Hello, Mr. Swift Swordsman. We are reporters from the Daily Bugle. We are broadcasting a live news broadcast now. Can I ask you a few questions? The reporter asked expectantly and also gave the name of his own newspaper. This made many media newspapers in the United States jealous. They wondered why they didn't get such a good opportunity. What's the problem? Noah floated beside the helicopter and changed his voice. May I ask what your true identity is? Have you ever considered exposing your identity like Iron Man Tony Stark? Are you also a super rich and super genius like Iron Man? No comment. Facing the female reporter's barrage of questions, Noah managed to utter a few words. Mr. Wind Swordsman, the tornado attack you just used was so spectacular. Was that magic? The female reporter asked. Magic was just an adjective to her. She certainly didn't think it was magic. She only thought it was an unknown technology. Just think of it as magic. Noah dealt with it for a while, then felt that he could leave. I have something else to do. Noah said this in a cold voice, then increased the thrust of the thrusters and flew directly into the sky. A second later, bursts of sonic booms were heard. So cool. The female reporter looked at the departing figure and unconsciously squeezed her legs together. The live broadcast room was also boiling with people from all over the world speaking different languages, and they were all sending out comments frantically to discuss the superhero, the Wind Swordsman. On a high mountain in the Himalayas, there is a group of ancient temples. This is the ancient organization hidden on earth, Kamartaj. In one of the temples, Ancient One looked at the content on the TV in front of him and smiled. Kamartaj seems to have an internet connection. Mysterious little guy, it's time to talk to you. On the street where Noah was fighting with the abomination, the military had temporarily taken over. General Ross sent soldiers to search for the remains of the monster. He wanted to use them to create powerful super soldiers, and he had been working towards this goal. General, we found this. A soldier ran over and reported to General Ross. Take me to see it. General Ross followed the soldiers to a place where several soldiers were surrounding two huge arm bones. These were the arms that Abomination had cut off with his own hands. The flesh and blood on them had been eaten away by the sword energy, leaving only relatively hard bones. General Ross looked at this thing and nodded with satisfaction. This thing was very useful to him. Take this thing away. I don't think you can take him away. As soon as General Ross gave the order, before the soldiers could respond, a rather unpleasant voice of General Ross came from behind. General Ross turned around and saw a group of people in black uniforms walking towards him, led by a bald, one-eyed black man wearing a black windbreaker. Nick Fury. General Ross looked at the person who came and narrowed his eyes. He already felt that the person had bad intentions. General Ross, our shield has been appointed to take full responsibility for this matter. You cannot take anything here, including these two bones. Nick Fury. Ross gritted his teeth and asked the officer next to him to confirm whether this was true. The result was that it was true, which made General Ross's blood vessels almost burst. Since his superiors have given the order, he has no choice. After all, he knows that he cannot compete with S.H.I.E.L.D. Fortunately, he has gained something this time as he has captured Hulk. By the way, Dr. Banner, you have to hand it over too. Don't even think about it, Nick Fury. General Ross responded to Nick Fury angrily, and then evacuated with his soldiers. Nick Fury actually wanted to take Banner with him, but General Ross would never agree and evacuated the scene directly. Nick Fury looked at General Ross who was leaving. He thought that he had to think carefully about the matter of Banner. After all, General Ross had made his attitude clear and he would never let anyone go. Nick, you're finally here. Tony walked to Nick Fury and looked at the two huge green hand bones underground. The two then began to communicate about this monster. Chapter 72. The conversation between the two ended quickly, and Tony asked Nick Fury to give him some blood samples of the abomination and asked him to go back and study it. Tony was quite interested in the monster abomination, but he was not very proficient in biology. If he wanted to study something, he would have to study biology for a while. Before leaving, Tony looked at the dilapidated street thoughtfully, with some thoughts rising in his mind, and then he left the scene. Of course, the female reporter also called Tony over and asked some questions, such as the relationship between Noah and Tony. Tony also told the truth, they are friends. While Tony was being interviewed, Nick Fury also arranged for his men to work, and the blockade of the streets had not stopped. Then he asked people to test the streets to see if there were any harmful substances left on the streets, such as any radiation. When the results came out, although there was nothing wrong, everyone had seen the abomination being twisted into a bloody mist. Nick Fury could only start arranging temporary accommodation for the residents of this street, and only after they had undergone a comprehensive test and confirmed that there was no problem at all, could they be allowed to return here. At this time, Noah had already flown back to the manor. After landing, Noah saw Lysandra and Gwen coming out to greet him. This gave Noah a strange feeling, as if his wife and children were welcoming their husband back from work. "Noah, welcome back," Lysandra said gently. "Noah, I just saw you on TV, you are so awesome. Gwen is lively and cute." The armor slowly dissipated and flowed into the belt, and Noah walked towards the two people who greeted him. "Of course I am great. Let's go and eat first." Noah was very pleased with Gwen's compliment. Then Noah knew that they were waiting for him to come back for dinner, so he didn't say much. He invited Gwen and Lysandra to go in for dinner. They could leave the conversation for dinner. Late at night, in the underground laboratory, Noah was carrying out research work. Many projects had not yet been progressed, so Noah had to hurry up and light up those technologies. So Noah planned to work overtime all night, since he didn't have to sleep anyway. But when Noah thought of sleeping, he thought of Lysandra and her soft body. Noah could not forget Lysandra's personal sleep coaxing service yesterday. "Hey, let's quickly recruit some talented guys to come and work for me." Thinking of this, Noah wanted to recruit some talented scientists to help him more and more. He was now waiting for Banner to call. Just as Noah was operating the screen in front of him, orange sparks suddenly appeared out of thin air a few meters behind him. "Hey!" Noah turned around quickly, and a strange energy aura came from behind him, and Noah sensed it immediately. In the space behind Noah, the sparks that continued to emerge began to grow larger, then slowly expanded and turned into a circle, forming an orange circular portal. A gust of cold air came from inside the portal. Noah looked at the snowy scene opposite. Then a figure appeared in the portal, walked out of the portal, and came to Noah's side. A bald woman in a yellow wizard robe. Noah recognized this person's identity at a glance. She was the supreme sorcerer of Kamartaj Ancient One. Looking at Ancient One, who exuded an otherworldly aura, Noah wondered why she came. However, seeing the benevolent smile on Ancient One's face, Noah thought that Ancient One should not be here to cause trouble for him. As for the fact that Ancient One would come to find him, Noah had actually expected it a long time ago. After all, Ancient One was in charge of the Time Stone and could observe the changes in the future timeline anytime and anywhere. After his appearance, the future would definitely change dramatically, and it was impossible for Ancient One not to notice him. At the same time as Ancient One appeared, a red light suddenly lit up in the laboratory, and then all the facilities in the laboratory began to change. Experimental instruments, tables, cabinets, and so on all began to change their shapes, and finally formed into turrets, aiming at the invader of the laboratory, the bald wizard Ancient One. Lysandra also appeared next to Noah, with nanomatter condensed in her hands, ready to attack at any time. "Wait, Lysandra, this mage should not have any ill intentions, so turn off the defense system." Noah held Lysandra's hand and asked her to calm down. Upon hearing this, the nanomaterials in Lysandra's hands dissipated, the red light in the laboratory stopped flashing, and the turret slowly deformed, and everything returned to its original appearance in the laboratory. Of course, it can also be changed back to defense mode in an instant. Guyi looked at the changes in the laboratory with interest, then looked at Noah in front of him and said, "Hello, Noah, I think you should know me." Guyi smiled and called out Noah's name directly, and she seemed to know that Noah knew of her existence. "Of course, hello, Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One." Seeing Ancient One calling his name directly, Noah guessed that she might have learned that he knew her from a future scene, so there was no need for her to introduce herself after meeting her. "Master Ancient One, may I ask what you have to ask me?" Noah wondered, what on earth did Ancient One come for? Could it be that he had seen a bad future and came to kill him? Noah estimated whether he could defeat Ancient One at this time. The main reason was that Ancient One was killed early in the movie because of the expensive special effects. In reality, Noah didn't know how strong Ancient One was. As if he had noticed Noah's thoughts, Ancient One spoke first, "Don't worry, I'm not here to cause you any trouble." Ancient One stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Noah calmly, which made Noah feel emotional. He was indeed an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years. His temperament was extraordinary and he could even pretend to be cool even when standing. "Would you like me to sit down with you?" Guyi asked again. Noah turned his head to look at Lysandra. Lysandra understood and her eyes flashed. A large amount of nanomaterials surged out from the floor of the laboratory, forming 2 sofas and a table, which were placed in front of the 3 people. It's an amazing technology. Ancient One had no worries and sat directly on the sofa. Noah also sat opposite Ancient One with Lysandra. I heard that you told others that you were from a mysterious organization in the Himalayas. Valoran? I don't seem to have heard of such an organization in the Himalayas. Guyi spoke with a smile on his face. If there is a mysterious organization in the Himalayas, and he has not discovered it for so many years, it can only mean that this organization is countless times stronger than himself, but Guyi thinks this is unlikely. Moreover, he has used the time stone to observe many times, but has not found the existence of this organization. Ahaha, this is the excuse I use to fool people. When Noah was thinking of an excuse, he did borrow the setting of Camartage, and then changed it a little, using it as an excuse to fool Carlson and Nick Fury. Unexpectedly, he was discovered by the real owner, and Noah was a little embarrassed. After teasing Noah, Guyi also stated his purpose. I've been observing you these days. As soon as Guyi spoke, Noah raised his eyebrows. More than a dozen days ago, when I was observing the timeline, I found that the timeline had changed and the future had undergone a huge transformation, but I couldn't find the reason for the change in the timeline. It was not until you used a huge amount of energy a few days ago that I sensed your presence. The huge energy from a few days ago? Was it from Thor? Or was it when Lysandra's body was created? After hearing what Ancient One said, Noah pondered. Then, I became aware of your presence, and then I used the time stone to observe you, but the image I observed was blurry, as if something was blocking the time stone's observation. Ancient One spoke calmly, making it difficult to understand her thoughts. Noah guessed that it was the determination rune or the system that blocked the power of the gem. So, Master Ancient One is here today to meet me in person and observe me? Noah asked, and Guyi also told him the reason why he came to see Noah today. Chapter 73. So Master Ancient One came here today just to observe me? Nothing else? Noah said. He didn't believe that Ancient One came here just to see him. He was not that handsome. What else? Ancient One smiled, and then said something that made Noah's pupil shrink. Just because you have awakened memories from other universes, do I have to treat you as an extraterritorial demon and destroy you? Noah was shocked. Did Ancient One mean that he knew that he had awakened his past life's memories? And she also knew that he was not from this universe in his past life? Was the Sorcerer Supreme really that powerful? He knew all this. Noah was shocked, but his face remained calm. What does Master Ancient One mean by this? Guyiran was very experienced and had long seen that Noah was just pretending to be calm, but she did not point it out and just said lightly. After I discovered your existence, I have observed you from a distance several times and found that your soul is different from others. A peeping Tom, hey! Noah complained to himself, wondering when he was peeped at without noticing. Noah decided to work on this aspect so that he would be able to detect it immediately if someone was peeping at him in the future. Combined with your power that does not belong to this world, I guess you should have solved the mystery in the womb and awakened your memories of past lives. Moreover, your past life should have come from another universe far away from this universe. Guyi expressed her guess about Noah's origins, and her face changed for the first time. This is really a magical thing. The soul can travel through the multiverse and descend into another universe. Ancient One said with a surprised expression on his face. Noah didn't know what Ancient One was surprised about. She said it herself, so shouldn't he have known it a long time ago? Could it be that she committed suicide in the future because she was tired of being the Sorcerer Supreme and wanted to travel the universe in the form of a soul? Noah did not recognize the term mystery in the womb, but according to Master Ancient One, it should refer to his situation of awakening his past life memories. It's really amazing, just like the stories you told, Master Ancient One. Although he was guessed by Ancient One, he couldn't just admit it, right? Noah chose to be stubborn. Master Ancient One, you must be tired after talking so much, let's have a cup of tea first. Blitz, who had been waiting on the side, walked over and brought out 3 cups filled with steaming hot tea. Good tea. Guyi did not refuse. He took the tea and tasted it carefully, then he praised it. These teas were the top-grade teas Noah had bought before, and as a Chinese, Noah still liked to drink tea. After putting down the teacup, Guyi continued, although I cannot directly observe your future, I can use the perspective of others to observe you. The bloody demon who forged the body of the demon with millions of flesh and blood, the god of forging who controls fire and furnaces, the undead tyrant who controls the underworld and enslaves countless souls, the supreme being who controls the universe and forges the stars. Ancient One narrated these things which sounded somewhat familiar to Noah. These are the scenes I saw in the future. Of course, there are also many bad scenes. In some future when you gain certain powers, your energy goes out of control and destroys the earth. You also lead a group of purple, twisted and terrifying monsters to invade the universe. It seems that my future is quite exciting. Noah listened to Ancient One's description of the future scene. The description should be the scene after he summoned those heroes, Atrox, Orn, Iron Man Mordekaiser, and Dragon King. However, Noah heard the bad end scenes after Ancient One. Could the future actually develop to that point? Energy out of control, Noah guessed that it was caused by the world rune. Maybe after he summoned 1 or 2 complete runes, he couldn't control the power of the rune, causing the rune to go out of control and destroy the world. As for the purple, twisted and terrifying monster, Noah was a little unsure, but he guessed it was the void. But why would he lead the void monsters to invade the universe? Did he draw Malzahar and directly become the void guide? The future is full of uncertainty. I came here this time to observe your current situation. I don't want the world to be filled with chaos in the future. Ancient One's duty is to protect the earth from being destroyed by dimensional demons from other dimensions, but if the earth and the universe are gone in the future, what else is she going to protect? Mage, just rest assured. I will not bring the future to that point. I now have people I must protect. Noah reached out and held Lysandra's hand. He himself did not like that kind of future. Now he had Lysandra and Gwen, and he had to let them live in a beautiful world. Ancient One smiled, picked up the teacup and drank it all, and the portal opened behind her. Noah saw that Ancient One could open the portal with his mind without using his hands. He thought only the king could do this, but it made sense. Ancient One was the most powerful supreme wizard after all, so it was not surprising that he could do this. The world has changed because of your arrival. I hope you will use your power with caution. After putting down the teacup, Guyi nodded slightly and stepped into the portal. When the portal was about to disappear, Guyi's voice came from the opposite side. If you need to find me, you can go to the New York Temple. As the cold air from the portal dissipated, Noah came back to his senses. Did Ancient One just leave like that? Noah didn't expect Ancient One to just come over and chat for a few minutes before leaving. He wanted to introduce Ancient One to the world runes with endless magic power. The setting of the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One in the movie is that in order to protect the Earth, she borrowed the dark power from the dark dimension demon Dormammu to increase her lifespan until her successor appears. The mages of Kamar-Taj all borrowed energy from the Trinity Vishanti, and they themselves have no magic power. Noah was thinking, if he could let Ancient One borrow his power, could he let Ancient One work for him? But Noah thought, it would be better to wait until he was stronger in the future, so that he would not be hung up and used as a power bank. Ancient One's little episode did not affect Noah's work enthusiasm. He began to work hard with Lysandra again. Oh, I mean the experiment. 10 days later, in an area of Hell's Kitchen. Boom boom boom. A figure was rushing around in the neon-lit nightclub. The moment anyone who blocked the way came into contact with the figure, they were all knocked away by a huge force and hit the wall, chairs, or tables, without exception. Ah! Don't kill me, I'll give you any amount of money you want. A strong figure wearing a white suit with pink lining was stepped on by Noah, with tears and snot streaming down his face, begging for mercy frantically from Noah. Say hello to Mephisto for me when you get to hell. Buzz. The sound of laser was heard, and the man's head under his feet exploded like a watermelon. Task completed, get 200 essence. Hey! Done. Noah, wearing armor, loosened his foot on the man's chest and dispersed the shield that blocked the mixture of blood and brain matter. Normally, he didn't like to kill people, but for some disgusting guys, he didn't mind sending them to hell, such as the one in front of him. Before Noah started the mission, he asked Lysandra to scan all the people on the scene and then decide how to treat them. Of course, the worst outcome was paralysis. In this mission, Noah killed 7 or 8 people, which shows how evil this place is. Lysandra, take away these guys' deposits. Noah said. He remembered something recently. It seemed that Ultron could transfer money from other people's accounts, so Lysandra could do it too. So after completing each mission, he would ask Lysandra to take away all the money of these guys. Although Noah was not short of money, the money was ill-gotten gains, so he had to confiscate it. After Noah took the money, he anonymously invested it into the Maria Stark Foundation. This fund was a charitable foundation established by Stark after the abomination incident, and Maria was the name of his mother. After seeing the devastated streets, Stark realized that he might cause harm to the people around him when fighting criminals in the future, so he established this fund to help those who were harmed. "Okay, Noah," Lysandra responded. After completing the mission, Noah's armor lifted off and returned to the manor. It is worth mentioning that Noah was directly suspended in the air at this time without using thrusters. In the past few days, he has installed Lysandra's magnetic levitation system in the armor. Of course, if he wants to increase the speed, he will also use thrusters. During the flight, Noah opened the backpack. Essence, 6,000 points. It's time to draw the lottery again, go back and prepare. Noah hurried back. LOL recently released all region avatars, they look like ID photos, look at my dragon. Gwen is cute. My favorite one, the wind girl is so beautiful. Chapter 74. Noah slowly descended from the darkness, and a circular passage opened up on the ground. Noah descended along the passage and reached the laboratory directly. After landing, the armor automatically dissipated and returned to the belt. The laboratory has not changed much compared to before, and the progress of the experiment is relatively slow, without much progress. After all, this is not something that can be completed overnight, and it takes time to study these things. Noah walked to a booth and picked up a brass stopwatch, observing the precise structure inside and the energy emitting blue light from the watch. Noah really wanted to press it and experience the function of the stopwatch. High-resolution pictures found online. But this watch is a one-time item, once you press it, it will break after the effect. So Noah doesn't dare to press it yet. After all, the stopwatch can only be used once, and it will break after use, unless he draws more stopwatches in the future, or synthesizes Songhai's hourglass in the future, then he can use it at will. Broken stopwatch. After putting the stopwatch back, Noah left the experimental area and walked to another area with a different style from the previous one. This is the experimental area of the source project. Noah looked at the projection on the central projection device. It was a hunched figure, not quite human-like, but more like a standing beast. After Noah clicked a few buttons, a metal armor emerged on the hunched figure. It was the skin of Source Project Warwick, which Noah summoned at the time. He was already working on creating the secret weapon of the Source Project company. Project Doomsday Warwick. After simply debugging the data, Noah followed the road and came to his destination, the training room, where he was ready to draw the lottery. Hey! I had good luck in Asgard last time. I wonder if the same will happen after I return to Earth. After washing his face, Noah came to the center of the empty room. Looking at his position, Noah nodded with satisfaction. He felt that his position was very suitable for the lottery. This was metaphysics. After sitting cross-legged, Noah opened the summoning interface. However, when he was about to click on it, his finger suddenly stopped. He suddenly thought of something. I almost forgot one thing. I haven't prayed yet. It will be terrible if I don't pray later. Noah was thinking about which god he should ask for good luck this time. After a while of thinking, Noah's eyes lit up and he had an idea. Got it. This time I'll just pray to Marvel's local god. Noah sat up straight. Omniscient and omnipotent eternal God, please grant me good luck and let me win big in this lottery. After Noah muttered to himself, he directly clicked the summon button. While Noah was praying, a line of sight appeared from the void, not that void. In front of Noah, light balls appeared one by one in the vortex of the summoning interface. A treasure chest also appeared with the light balls. Noah calmed down. He was a little excited every time he drew a lottery. After all, his strength might improve in the next second. Who wouldn't be excited by this kind of tense and exciting feeling? Noah reached out and clicked on a ball of light. This time he decided to click on them one by one, feeling a little bit of anticipation. The light dissipated, revealing the contents of the first ball of light. 12 life potions. Puff. After Noah saw the summoned things, he was a little confused for a moment. Fuck, system, are you doing wholesale? How can you draw a dozen? Noah took out the things in front of him. There were many bottles of life potions tied together with a leather belt. Noah counted them and found that there were 12 bottles in total, which was indeed a dozen. Can prayer really work? How can so many life potions be extracted at once? After Noah took a look at the large bundle of life potions, he raised his head and looked around. He wondered if eternity had really heard his prayers? Never mind, let's keep going while my luck is so good this time. Noah clicked on the second ball of light. Useless stick. Okay, now I can synthesize the death cap. Noah was also very satisfied with the things that came out of the second light ball. He had already drawn a big stick before, and now with the second one, he can synthesize the death cap of the destroyer, commonly known as the death cap. Control Guard 6. Random Hero Fragment 1. A dozen mana potions. I feel like I'm not drawing a lottery, but buying goods at a wholesale supermarket. Noah muttered as he looked at the 6 true eyes and a dozen mana potions in front of him. Of course, he was mainly happy to have drawn so many things. Nice pieces. Pick up the fragments. If you add the fragments of Noah and this random fragment, there are 5 pieces in total, including Yin, Echo, Lulu, Nico and this random fragment that has not been opened yet. Yin and Echo's Noah should be kept. Echo has knowledge, and Yin has high skin potential, including the Dark Star series and the Mountain and Sea Scroll series. However, when thinking of the Mountain and Sea Scroll, Noah suddenly remembered that Nico seemed to have a Mountain and Sea Scroll skin, so Noah had to keep this fragment of Nico. As for Lulu, Noah felt that she could already be used as a fusion material. He already had the ability he wanted, and he didn't want Pixar. Noah looked at the remaining light balls. He had already opened 5 of them, and half of them were still left. Dark Seal. Murder Ring. Noah took a summoned ring in his hand. In the game, this ring can provide magic power according to the increase in your kills, commonly known as the killing ring. Noah remembered that the only way to synthesize the killing book was the killing ring, and you didn't need a synthesis book to synthesize equipment yourself, so Noah wanted to try to synthesize it directly. No way. Noah tried it and found that there was no seal. Noah took the ring in front of him and felt a fascinating power emanating from the ring. Could it be that I have to absorb other people's souls before I can synthesize them? Noah thought of a possibility. Forget it, let's try it out tomorrow when we do the mission. Noah put the ring on his middle finger, which was quite suitable. Noah used the middle finger that had just put on the ring to open the 7th light ball. Well of Life pendant. Noah was not very familiar with this equipment, but vaguely remembered that it was an auxiliary equipment. Mikhail's Blessing. The 8th light ball actually produced a piece of equipment. Noah was surprised to take the equipment in his hand, a golden bell with mysterious magic runes engraved on it. This is the first time a finished piece of equipment has appeared. Dang dang. Noah shook the small clock in his hand, and the pendulum inside struck the clock wall, emitting a clear and moving sound. Noah immediately felt a little calmer. It seems that this clock has the ability to calm people down. As for the ability to remove control and add blood, Noah thinks that magic power is needed to achieve that effect. Random Hero Experience Card 1. Noah didn't know whether this thing was useful or not. He now had 2 of these things on him. The experience card had a duration, and when used, he would transform into the hero. Unlike the summoned hero template, it did not directly transfer the power into Noah's body, so Noah felt that this thing was useless. However, Noah remembered the experience of transforming into Tam, and the system directly designated the experience card as Tam's experience card. Noah felt that the experience was useful again. Maybe if he suddenly encountered a powerful enemy in the future and he couldn't beat it, the system might help him designate the experience card as a powerful hero to help him overcome the difficulties, such as the Dragon King. Of course, Noah was just guessing. Now these 2 experience cards were of no use and could only sink to the bottom of the backpack. This is the last one. Let's see if we can get a hero. Isn't there a guaranteed 10 draw in the card drawing game? I hope I can get one too. Noah clicked on the last ball of light, and a beam of light rushed directly to his forehead. Damn it! It's true. Voidwalker Kassadin. After Noah summoned this hero, some strange changes took place in the universe. Chapter 75. At the same time that Noah summoned Kassadin, some strange changes occurred in the universe. A brand new dimension appeared out of nowhere in this universe, causing ripples in the universe. Ordinary people and those with weak strength could not detect this movement at all, but even powerful beings in the past could sense the changes in the universe. Ancient One, Odin, various gods of the universe, Dormammu, the Dark Dimension Demon, demons of various dimensions, and powerful beings in the universe have all sensed the turmoil in the universe. They sensed an unfamiliar dimensional world that appeared out of thin air in this universe. The omniscient and omnipotent eternity in the universe was witnessing what was happening. After appearing in this dimension, he did not have any emotional fluctuations. Although this void dimension appeared out of thin air, he had never seen this dimension in this universe, or even in the entire multiverse, but he did not make any move. Eternity usually doesn't show up easily, unless there is an event that threatens the multiverse, or like the God Butcher Gol in the movie, he will find the location of eternity and make a wish, then he will show up. And this time, he didn't intend to take action against this suddenly appeared dimension, but just watched the development of things quietly. On Noah's side, after some of Cassaden's memories entered his mind, Noah entered a brief pause state. After a few seconds, Noah resumed his action. They are all memories of fighting with the void. Noah rubbed his head. Among the memories of Cassaden that Noah received, most of them were memories of fighting with void monsters. In Cassaden's background story, he was originally an ordinary person in Shurima. He had a happy family, his wife and daughter were the most important existence in his life, and when Cassaden was working outside, the bad news suddenly came. On his way home, he met some refugees, who were from the village where he lived. According to the refugees, a terrible disaster had engulfed his village like the end of the world. Cassaden was extremely anxious and immediately rode his horse back to the village at full speed. When Cassaden returned to the village, he saw only ruins and no signs of life. He desperately shouted the names of his wife and daughter, and dug in the ruins until his hands bled, but it was no use. After losing his wife and daughter, Cassaden became a wanderer. Many years later, he heard a rumor that the disaster of the village was caused by a prophet who believed in the void and sacrificed the village to the void. Cassaden, who was well informed, knew the existence of the void, so he believed that this was the truth and embarked on a journey of revenge against the prophet. And this prophet was the void prophet Malzahar. Cassaden began to look for power that he could use. He sought the blessing of Karma, the soul master, in Ionia, and then made a set of magical equipment. He also obtained an ancient artifact in Shurima, the gloves of Haruk, which was an ascended glove and a pair with Ezreal's gloves. Afterwards, Cassaden resolutely embarked on the journey against the void, looking for the void prophet and avenging his wife and daughter. Noah suddenly felt that these memories were useless. After all, there were no void monsters here. Noah looked at the purple gauntlet that appeared on his right hand. The glove looked similar to Ezreal's glove, but because Cassaden had been fighting the void for a long time, he was contaminated with the power of the void, so the color changed. Noah clenched his right hand, which was wearing the gauntlet, and a purple blade of light emerged from the glove. Void blade. In Noah's perception, he already knew the capabilities of this gauntlet. Ezra's left gauntlet focused on releasing energy, while Cassaden's right gauntlet focused on absorbing energy. Although it could also release energy in the form of energy pulses, energy balls and lightsabers, absorbing energy was its strong point. Try it, Lysandra, electrocute me. Noah stood up and prepared to try the ability of the gauntlet. However, he didn't know whether the gauntlet, which only absorbed magic, could absorb attacks like lightning. After all, this was not magical energy. The walls of the pure white and empty training room changed. The nanomaterials on the wall began to form a device that released electric current, and then a bolt of lightning shot towards Noah. Noah raised his hand and opened his palm to face the lightning, and then the lightning collided with Noah's palm. The moment the lightning hit Noah's handguard, the purple handguard glowed slightly, and then the lightning was sucked into the handguard, as if it was sucked into the abyss, without any ripples. It actually works. Noah looked at his glowing right hand, then waved it. Purple energy shot out from Noah's gauntlet in a fan-shaped wave, then hit the wall of the training room. Fortunately, the wall was made of vibranium, which absorbed all the energy that hit the wall. It feels good. Let's try putting two gloves together and see what the effect will be. Noah thought about it, and the brass glove floating on the laboratory stand immediately appeared on Noah's left hand. At this time, Noah wore a glove on each of his left and right hands, one yellow and one purple. After the yellow gloves appeared, the two gloves glowed at the same time, and Noah felt that the power of the two gloves seemed to have greatly increased. Noah felt that the energy they absorbed and released was much stronger. Lysandra, try again. So, Noah began to experiment in the training room again. For a while, energy was radiating and the walls of the training room were bombarded everywhere. Although vibranium's energy absorption has an upper limit, fortunately, Noah's training room is made entirely of vibranium, and the absorption limit is relatively high, otherwise it could not withstand Noah's construction. Wow! It feels so good to shoot. Noah stopped absorbing the lightning attack and then shooting energy everywhere. He had already tested the upper limit of the gloves at this time. If he had had this pair of gloves when fighting the mutated destroyer, Noah felt that he could defeat the destroyer without using runes. The power of space jump seems to have also been strengthened a lot. After testing the attack and energy absorption functions of the gloves, Noah remembered the displacement ability of the gloves. After all, both gloves seem to have this function. EZ's Arcane Shift and Cassaden's Void Walk can both perform space jumps. I wonder what the effect will be after combining the two. Just as Noah was about to test the space jump, the system's prompt sounded, interrupting his action. An important task has been detected. Please check it as soon as possible. Looking at the red font appearing in front of him, Noah was a little confused, but he quickly came to his senses and clicked on the task list. He saw a red task content. Large quest, Lord of the Void. Due to special reasons, the Void has appeared in this world. Summoners, please control the Void and become the master of the Void. Note, the Void will be affected by the real world and will undergo unpredictable changes. Summoners, please control the Void as soon as possible. What? Void. Noah's eyes widened after seeing the word Void. Noah's mind was full of thoughts. Why did the Void appear? What was the special reason? Was it because he summoned the Void hero Cassaden? Cassaden was not a Void person, he just had some Void energy on him. How could he summon the Void? After receiving this important information, Noah rubbed his head. After all, in his impression, the Void was still a very terrifying existence. The powerful ancient Shurima went into decline after this battle. Many powerful god warriors fell and turned into Darkites. Noah was also somewhat afraid of the powerful monsters in the Void. Many special monsters had the power of infinite evolution, such as Kha'Zix, Big Mouth, and Big Bug. And there was also the terrifying Watcher, the most powerful Void monster. Although it rarely appeared in the background, the only time it appeared was in Freljord, when it was the Frost Watcher sealed in true ice by Lysandra. Moreover, according to the background story of the Dragon King, we can learn that there seems to be a power in the Void that is equal to the Dragon King, but there is no follow-up to this matter, so there is no way of knowing what this power is. System, are you asking me to fight those monsters in the Void? Noah rubbed his head, indicating that he had a headache. He should not be a match for the monitor now. Summoner, the Void that appeared in this world is a brand new Void, empty and peaceful, and has not been affected by the world and has not mutated yet. Hey? No mutation? That means there are no Void creatures appearing yet. Noah was shocked after hearing what the system said. The system said that the Void had not been affected yet, and thus no Void creatures had been mutated. Noah remembered that this point seemed to be mentioned in the background of the Void. The Void was originally a peaceful plane, and then it was affected by another plane, that is, Runeland, which caused mutations. Then the Watcher was born, and he was born to destroy Runeland. However, Noah also noticed that it was not affected for the time being, but it might be affected in the future for some reasons. However, Noah was still relieved because he had plenty of time to prepare. Control the Void, how to control it? Noah looked at the mission introduction and fell into deep thought. He had no knowledge about controlling planes, so he didn't know how to do it. Controlling a plane, does this count as a dimensional demon? Noah thought, those dimensional demons seemed to be controlling a plane of their own, such as Dormammu's dark dimension. If this was the case, Noah felt that she could ask Ancient One for advice. After all, she often dealt with these dimensional demons and should know something. By the way, why doesn't this task have a level? Noah looked at the task in confusion, because this task did not show a level, and there were none of the 3 levels of A, B, and C. This task is a large-scale continuous task, which contains many small tasks, and the ultimate goal is to become the Lord of the Void. Description cannot be made. Sounds like a main plot. Noah looked at the system prompt and clicked to accept the task, but he suddenly remembered that he had already completed today's task. Task accepted. Hey? I actually accepted it successfully. Noah saw that he was able to accept it successfully even though he didn't have any mission times. Could it be that this mission didn't require any mission times? And after accepting this large task, a new task appeared in the task list. Void Series B level mission, first encounter with the Void. Void Series? Is this the exclusive prefix for this large-scale task? Noah clicked it to see if it would not occupy the task count. Acceptance failed, today's task limit has been reached. Is that not possible? Forget it for now. This was within Noah's expectations. Then Noah looked at the last unopened treasure chest and reached out to click on it. This chapter is coded on a mobile phone, so pictures cannot be posted. Please post pictures of the handguard in the comments. Chapter 76. Since he couldn't accept the mission now, Noah planned to finish the unfinished tasks first. He had already opened the 10 light balls he summoned, and there was still a treasure chest that came with 10 drawers that hadn't been opened yet. Noah reached out and clicked on the treasure chest. Obtain 2,500 essence. The white light ball opened up a large amount of essence as usual. Noah loved this treasure chest so much. Every time he opened it, he could get essence, which allowed him to make a profit and speed up the next 10 draw streak. In addition to the white essence light ball, the treasure chest also opened 2 blue light balls. I actually got 3 balls of light. The last time I got 10 balls of light was the time before. The treasure chest is not fixed to have only 2 balls of light. Noah remembered that he also got 3 during the second draw. It was purely a matter of luck. Random Skin Fragment 1. Blue Crystal. Fragments and Equipment. As the last 2 light balls dissipated, Noah's summoning this time also ended. Let's sort it out first. After taking the item in his hand, Noah prepared to deal with the summoned item. Let's synthesize the equipment first. Placing the equipment in front of him, Noah thought about the synthesis formula. 2 useless sticks, blasting wand, amplification book, life well pendant, stopwatch, cloth armor, dark seal, blue crystal, red crystal. These are the scattered parts that Noah has now. 2 sticks can be combined into the death cap of the destroyer. The killing ring still needs to be tested. Let's try it tonight. Looking at the magic ring on his finger, Noah decided to go to Hell's Kitchen tonight to find some scum to test it. The explosive wand, amplification tome, blue crystal and red crystal seem to be able to be synthesized into the time staff. The rift maker seems to be able to be synthesized as well. Noah really needs a staff now. What kind of a mage is he without one? Now he has 2 choices, the staff of time and the rift maker. The equipment in the game will show different abilities in reality, and Noah doesn't know what effect these 2 staffs will have after they are made. Noah suddenly had difficulty making a choice. The staff of time was said to be the power of time, which might be what he had boasted to Nick Fury before. As for the rift maker, this equipment was a weapon related to the void. Noah had read a story about League of Legends before. This equipment was the weapon used by the Acacia people to open the gate of the void when they fought against ancient Shurima. Let's choose the rift maker. I just don't know how to enter the void. Noah made his choice. Rift maker, by the way, is there any difference in making mythical equipment? For every rift maker that is synthesized, 1 big eye loses an eye. Noah skillfully put several pieces together. He had done this before, and then the system could knock them into equipment. However, it didn't seem to work this time. Noah looked at the motionless equipment in front of him and fell into confusion. Hey? What happened? Why can't it be synthesized? Noah was puzzled. Before, the synthesized equipment was just put together, and then it was automatically synthesized. Noah picked up the red crystal and the blue crystal. These 2 equipment should be synthesized into the withered jewel first, and then the canyon. However, just as Noah picked up the 2 crystals, the purple gauntlet on his right hand began to emit a burst of purple energy, which wrapped around the red crystal on his right hand. Seeing this, Noah suddenly understood something. The synthesis of the rift maker required the power of the void, and Cassaden's gauntlet happened to have the power of the void. Noah quickly put the blue crystal in his left hand. The red and blue crystals were entangled by the power of the void, and their shapes changed. A purple irregular gem appeared in Noah's hand. That should be fine now. Noah placed the withered jewel in his hand between the blasting staff and the amplification book. This time, the 3 pieces emitted a familiar light to Noah, and another familiar sound of hammer knocking was heard. Speaking of which, did the system lock Orn in a small dark room to make equipment for itself? Every time Noah heard this pleasant knocking sound, he would think of Orn. When he summoned Orn in the future, he could knock for equipment himself. As the knocking sound stopped, proving that the equipment had been synthesized, the light slowly dissipated. After the light dissipated, the full appearance of the canyon maker was revealed. When Noah saw the staff for the first time, what attracted his attention most was the purple eye on the top of the staff. Noah felt that it was like an eyeball dug out from a big eye and embedded on it, while a circle of golden structure surrounded the eye. The body of the staff was purple-black, and the material was like the shell of some void creature. Buzz! Buzz! After the canyon maker appeared, before Noah had time to pick it up, circles of purple energy arcs spread out from the canyon maker. Noah raised his hand to block the energy circles that were hitting him, and then he felt the ground seemed to be shaking. You won't open a void rift directly on Earth for me, will you? With a thought in his mind, Noah quickly raised his hand, the purple gauntlet flashed, Noah activated the void walking and came to the side of the canyon maker, reached out and held it. Fortunately, after Noah grasped the handle of the staff, the canyon maker stopped releasing energy arcs and the ground stopped shaking. Lysandra, what happened outside just now? After Noah stopped the staff, he hurriedly asked Lysandra. He was worried that the crack had opened. Noah, a small earthquake of about magnitude 4 occurred within a kilometer of the manor. Good man, you are not a canyon maker, you are an earthquake maker. After hearing what Lysandra said, Noah continued to ask, are there any strange cracks around? The kind that emit purple light. What Noah described did not happen. Lysandra replied. That's good. Noah breathed a sigh of relief. He was not ready yet. Don't let a void copy open around his house later. After understanding the surrounding situation, Noah looked at the staff in his hand, and a pair of big eyes looked at him. Noah felt the power of the staff and found that it was similar to the energy in Cassaden's gloves. This should be the power of the void. But Noah suddenly discovered that the power of the void didn't seem to have any effect on him. Whether it was the gauntlet or the rift maker, Noah didn't feel any effect when he used them, or even when he came into contact with the power of the void. In the background, even the powerful god warriors were corrupted by the power of the void after the war and turned into darken. Maybe it's because this is a product of the system. Noah couldn't figure it out. It might also be because of the runes on his body. But no matter what the reason was, he knew that before he fully controlled the power of the void, he must be cautious to prevent this power from harming Lysandra and Gwen. Okay, next is the hat. Noah put aside the matter of testing the power of the staff for now and will start synthesizing the next piece of equipment. After putting the two purple magic wands together, the same scene as when the canyon maker was just synthesized reappeared, with light and the sound of hammers. After the light dispersed again, a purple wizard hat appeared in front of Noah. The material of the hat was smooth, as if it was made of some high-quality silk. The most eye-catching thing was that there was a big mouth on the top of the hat, emitting blue magic light. Noah's eyes lit up. He thought the big hat looked good in the real world, and he liked it a little. Noah reached out to pick up the hat and tried to put it on. Unexpectedly, when Noah was about to touch the hat, the death cap of the destroyer actually moved back a bit. Okay. Noah blinked. Was he dazzled? Did the hat move? No, how could I be dazzled? Noah tried to touch the purple hat again. This time the hat moved more violently and flew up directly. The mouth on the hat kept opening and closing, as if it was laughing. This hat actually has its own consciousness. Noah was a little surprised when he saw the magic hat flying and circling in the sky. This scene suddenly reminded him of Doctor Strange's cloak. It seems that the death hat of the destroyer also has its own consciousness like the magic cloak. How to deal with this situation? Noah also wanted to know this question, so he tried to call down the agitated hat. Big hat, come down quickly and let me wear it. Death hat? Hat. Noah shouted at the hat in the sky, but he felt a little ashamed, and the hat was indifferent and still spinning in the air. Let's do it. Noah decided to use force after shouting to no avail. Noah used his magic power to try to take the hat off directly. After the magic power touched the hat, the impetuous hat suddenly stopped, and then the big mouth on the hat kept opening and closing, swallowing Noah's magic power. Hey? You like to eat magic? Seeing this scene, Noah instantly had an idea. Noah increased the output of magic power and condensed it into a palm. The glowing palm hooked its finger at the big hat in the air, and then flew in Noah's direction. The hat shook, then opened its mouth wide and bit towards the palm. Under Noah's control, the speed of the palm was a little slower than that of the big hat, but in the end it was caught up by the big hat and bitten, and Noah's hand also grabbed the big hat that had flown in front of him. Got you, little hat. Hats that others have made HD with AI on the internet. Chapter 77. When Noah was wondering, the hat in his hand made a move. Hiccup. I saw the hat with a big mouth, spitting out a blue magic mist and making a burping sound. Is this because you are too full? Seeing the magic hat that was fluttering just now pulled up in his hand, Noah moved the brim of the magic hat, and it just blew a breath of magic towards Noah, as if saying hello. As a creation of the system, the big hat would not have any ill feelings towards Noah. Was he hungry just now? Now that he's full, he's quiet. Noah fiddled with the magical hat in his hands, then put it on his head and tried to put it on. After Noah put on the magic hat of the destroyer, the blue light from the hat's grinning mouth shone brighter and brighter, and a mysterious magical power began to spread from the hat to Noah's whole body. This strange feeling made Noah shiver all over. Hey! This is so sour and refreshing. After putting on the hat, Noah could clearly feel the changes in his body. Noah raised his hand and gathered a ball of magic energy. The color of the magic was darker than before. Noah's magic was usually blue, and it would turn green when he used the rune of resoluteness. Now, the magic in Noah's hand turned into dark blue, and it was slightly purple. The magic power didn't just change in color. Noah could feel that his magic power had become stronger and more destructive. These were all powers brought by the hat on his head. It feels good. Noah observed the ball of magic in his hand, then swung it out. The magic power that Noah casually released turned into a deadly attack in the air and hit the vibranium wall. The vibranium, which could absorb all impacts, actually made a slight roar under the bombardment of this magic power. In Noah's previous attacks testing magic, once the magic collided with the vibranium wall, it was like being stuck in a quagmire, unable to create any waves. Unexpectedly, the power of the magic after being strengthened by the big hat was so great that it could actually affect vibranium. Is it so powerful? Noah was a little surprised to see the attack, and then gathered his magic power again. The magic power in his hand changed from blue-purple to light blue, and then from light blue back to blue-purple. Noah breathed a sigh of relief. After wearing the big hat to strengthen his magic, he was still able to control the magic at will, and there would be no sudden increase in magic power that would cause him to lose control. After the experiment was completed, Noah asked Lysandra to bring him a mirror, and then looked at his image in front of the floor-length mirror. He held the rift maker in his hand and wore the magic hat of the destroyer. If he had a robe, he could cosplay as a magician. Just as Noah was posing in front of the mirror, the system's voice appeared in Noah's ears again. It has been detected that the summoner already has 6 complete equipments, and the system equipment column is being updated. Update. The system prompt made Noah stop what he was doing. He then opened the panel and found the equipment bar, which read updating. To be honest, Noah didn't have any impression of this equipment bar, because after putting the equipment into the system equipment bar, it only provided Noah with some attributes, and it was not as useful as holding the equipment in his hand. For example, if the electric knife and the magic sect were put into the equipment bar, he could not use them to cut people and discharge electricity. Therefore, Noah usually treats this equipment bar as if it does not exist. After using the equipment, if he remembers, he puts it into the equipment bar. If he does not remember, he puts it directly into the backpack. It can be seen how insignificant this equipment bar is. However, after collecting all 6 pieces of equipment, the equipment bar was updated. Noah was looking forward to it. Maybe this update would turn the useless equipment bar into something magical. However, before the equipment bar was updated, Noah had to figure out one thing first. Isn't this rift maker a mythical piece of equipment? I can't tell what's different about it. Noah picked up the staff with the purple eyeball and looked at it carefully, but he didn't see anything special. Could it be that all the equipment synthesized by the system now are ordinary equipment? There is no such thing as mythical equipment? System, can you answer my question? If you don't understand, just ask the system, but Noah doesn't know whether the system can make a sound when it is updated. Summoner, the synthesized equipment is normal legendary equipment, and mythical equipment will not be synthesized. If the summoner wants to create mythical equipment, he can summon Orn, the hidden flame of the mountain, and use his power to forge it. Orn? I want to draw it, too. Mythical equipment actually requires Orn to forge. Well, as the god of forging, it is reasonable for Orn to be able to forge mythical equipment. In the short time that Noah was studying the mythical equipment, the equipment bar was also updated. The equipment bar has been updated. Summoners, please check the update announcement to learn about the updated content. What the hell, there's actually an update announcement. Are you really treating it like a game? Noah couldn't help but complain. He directly clicked on the update announcement link that popped up. A piece of text appeared in front of Noah on the system interface. After the summoner has collected 6 legendary equipment, the system will upgrade the equipment bar. After the equipment is placed in the updated equipment bar, 70% of the equipment's ability can be obtained, this value can be increased, and the number of equipment bars will be expanded by 2, can continue to expand. We hope that this update can bring a better experience to the summoner. This update feels pretty good. After carefully reading the text on the system interface, Noah also understood the content of the update. Now when he puts the equipment into the equipment bar, he can obtain the ability and special effects of the equipment, unlike before, which only simply strengthened his body. Noah was going to test the effect of the new equipment bar first. He moved the electric knife in his backpack to the equipment bar. After completing the action, a flash of yellow lightning suddenly appeared from Noah's fingertips. Hey! Noah raised his hand and felt a lightning force appearing in his body. After clenching his fists, countless lightning bolts burst out from Noah's hands, making the entire white training room even brighter. Now I can really cosplay as Thor. Thor, please make way for me, haha. Noah was excited when he found that he could shoot lightning. After all, the feeling of emitting lightning with a weapon is different from emitting lightning from one's own body. Noah smiled as he used lightning to shoot everywhere. Forget about Thor. Let Zeus give way to me when the time comes. After Noah had his fill of shooting, he fell into Sage mode. Next, Noah put the 6 pieces of equipment into the equipment column, and experienced the power of these equipment one by one. The effect of the magic cut is similar to that of the big hat, both of which enhance his magic power. Moreover, after putting it in the equipment column with the big hat and the Kenyan maker, Noah's magic power has turned into a dark purple, and people can sense the destructive breath revealed in it at a glance. The power of the guardian angel allows Noah to emit holy light, and he can directly cosplay as a paladin. Noah doesn't know if the power of resurrection can be effective if it is put in the equipment column, but Noah estimates that it can be effective. After equipping Mikhail's blessing, Noah can also use its power to release people from control, but the ability to calm people by ringing the bell like before is gone. Noah feels that it is better to use this equipment. Noah didn't dare to use the power of the Kenyan maker here yet. He planned to find a time to go to an uninhabited area far away from his manor to use it, to avoid making mistakes and directly summoning void cracks. That would be more difficult to deal with. Although the void should still be peaceful at this time, there was no guarantee of what impact Noah's summoning of the cracks would have on the void. However, the magic hat of the destroyer, also known as the big hat, seemed a little unhappy after being released from the equipment bar by Noah. It kept tumbling in the air, as if protesting against Noah for locking it in the equipment bar. Noah could only promise to try not to lock it in the future to calm it down. Some equipment is better to be carried on your body, such as Mikhail's blessing just now. The bell is relatively small and can be carried with you, which is more convenient. As for the hat on his head, Noah thought about it and felt that he could wear it. After all, it could move by itself, so he could hide it on his body or carry it with him. Doctor Strange's cloak could be shrunk, but Noah didn't know if the hat could be shrunk. If not, Noah could use Lulu's imagination to make it smaller. I don't know how to improve the effect and expand it. After trying the effect of the equipment, Noah recalled the announcement he had seen before. It showed that the 70% effect and the equipment bar that was now upgraded to 8 slots could be further upgraded, but the system did not specify how to upgrade it. After Noah asked, he was told to explore it on his own. Forget it, let's see later. Noah didn't plan to think too much about it for now. These things were enough for now, and he could think about improving the equipment bar in the future. It's almost done. The harvest this time is pretty good. In this lottery, Noah won a hero, 2 legendary equipment, updated the equipment bar, and got a lot of potions, as well as the true eyes he needed more. For him, this summoning can be said to be a big hit. Oh, I almost forgot, there is still a fragment left. Chapter 78. Desert Rose Samira. 1 Synthetic Material. Arcanist Chaco. Oh my god, Sunshine Boy, I don't recognize this skin. After opening 2 pieces of fragments, the hero fragment opened Samira, a mortal, and Noah directly included her in the synthesis material. The skin fragment opened the skin of the demon clown Sarko, which Noah didn't think was very good. If he had the clown, he could consider using the fragments to synthesize this skin. Hey, why isn't it Dark Star Sarko? If it is, I will definitely synthesize him immediately. Noah was thinking. At this point, Noah's 10 consecutive draws officially ended. This summoning was very rewarding, and Noah's strength was once again enhanced. At this time, Noah felt that he was no less powerful than most of the enemies in the movie. Only a few super-scale beings would make Noah wary, such as the gem Thanos. It's time to go up. During these 10 days, Noah stayed down there most of the time, leaving the laboratory only for a part of the time, such as mealtime, playing with Gwen, doing tasks, and sleeping with Lysandra. In the past 10 days, Gwen has become familiar with this world and has begun to experience the beauty of the world. Gwen now likes playing computer games, watching TV, and surfing the internet. Noah feels that if she continues like this, Gwen will become an internet addict. Come on, little hat, I'll take you to see the new world. Noah said to the hat on his head. After hearing Noah's words, the big hat swayed excitedly from side to side. The big mouth on the hat kept opening and closing, and magical breath gushed out of its mouth. Seeing its excitement, Noah suddenly thought of something. You won't bite anyone, will you? I tell you, those two above are your mistresses, don't attack them, or I will lock you in the equipment slot for life. The big hat's mouth, which had been opening and closing constantly, paused, as if it was frightened by Noah's threat. It quickly flew in front of Noah and kept moving up and down, as if nodding. Yeah, okay. Noah nodded in satisfaction and released a little magic power to it. The big hat swallowed the magic power released by Noah with surprise, then burped and spit out a breath of magic, but it was quickly swallowed back. Let's go. The door of the training room opened automatically. Noah walked out from behind the door, and then walked along a long corridor to the elevator of the underground laboratory. After exiting the laboratory on the ground, the sunlight shone on Noah's face, making him stretch unconsciously. It was actually quite tiring to do scientific research in seclusion every time, so Noah wanted to recruit some talents. By the way, speaking of this, Banner doesn't seem to have called yet. Banner hasn't called Noah since he was taken away by Ross last time. Noah now doubts whether Banner can get out by himself. Could it be that Ross is using a beauty trap? Forget it. If he doesn't come out in a few days, let's go check again. Noah believed that Ross could not control Banner and Hulk, so Noah decided not to rush the matter. On the small road leading to the villa, Big Hat, who had just come into this world, was almost the same as the original Gwen, jumping up and down lively, running around, sometimes flying to the fountain to play in the water, and sometimes flying to the sculptures in the manor. After Noah reached the door of the villa, Lysandra came towards him. Noah. Lysandra had actually been staying with Noah in the lab downstairs these days, but she had just left the lab temporarily because she needed to prepare lunch. Now that she saw Noah coming upstairs, she knew that he was planning to temporarily stop his closed-door research. Lysandra, let me introduce you. This thing is called the Magic Hat of the Destroyer. It's a hat that can move. After hearing Noah's introduction of it, Big Hat was a little unconvinced. What do you mean it's a hat that can move? It is the most powerful magic hat. Although he was not satisfied with Noah's introduction, the big hat still flew over happily and circled around Lysandra, as if trying to please her. This was because Noah's threat was so effective that the big hat put aside his dignity as a divine weapon. Well, I've just seen it. It's a magical creation. Lysandra had seen what happened in the underground laboratory when she was up there. Lysandra's eyes could see everything that happened in the entire manor. All the surveillance cameras in the manor were Lysandra's eyes. Even when Noah was taking a shower, she could see it clearly. The big hat flying next to Lysandra nodded in agreement and said, I am the very powerful big hat. Hey? Noah, are you coming up? At this moment, a clear and pleasant voice came from behind Lysandra. Gwen walked out from behind Lysandra, her white and delicate hands grasping Lysandra's shoulders, and her head poking out from the left side of Lysandra's shoulder. Since Noah has been busy with experiments these days and has no time to play games with Gwen, Gwen has not played games these days. After all, Gwen thinks it is more fun to play with Noah. Well, I've been busy for so many days, so I plan to take a break first. Noah stretched, and his whole body made a crackling sound. The big hat next to him saw Gwen appear and realized that this was the other mistress Noah mentioned. He immediately repeated what he had just done to Lysandra and circled around Gwen. Wow! A flying hat, how cool! Gwen exclaimed, her two different colored eyes sparkling. The magic hat was praised and was about to shake its head proudly when it heard Gwen's next words. This fabric looks so beautiful, can I cut some of it? Kika. Gwen pulled out a pair of scissors and made a cutting motion with her hands. The hat was frightened by Gwen's shocking words and almost fell from the air. After stabilizing his body, Big Hat quickly hid behind Noah, not daring to approach Gwen. "Gwen, stop scaring him." Noah smiled helplessly. "Hee hee. By the way, Noah, you just said you didn't want to go downstairs? That's great, come and play games with me." Hearing that Noah was finally going to leave that annoying laboratory, Gwen showed a happy smile on her face, rushed out from behind Lysandra, grabbed Noah's hand, and wanted to go upstairs. Just as Gwen was about to walk towards the game room where they usually played games, a hand pressed on Gwen's shoulder. The soft and white hand was obviously not very strong, but it brought a huge pressure to Gwen, causing her to stop. "Gwen, we can't play games now. It's time to eat lunch first," Lysandra said in a calm and gentle tone. "Okay, Sister Lysandra, hee hee." Gwen smiled embarrassedly. In her heart, Lysandra was still very majestic, and she just hadn't played games with Noah for a long time, so she was a little anxious and expectant. "Come on, Lysandra, Gwen, let's go eat." "Gwen, I'll be free later and I'll be able to play with you to my heart's content then." "Okay." Lunch at Noah's house. After lunch, Noah fulfilled his promise and played games with Gwen for a while. "Noah, I've seen you on TV a lot recently. You're so famous now." Gwen mentioned something about him to Noah during the game. "Really?" Noah asked casually. He knew that after the abomination incident, it was a foregone conclusion that he would become famous all over the world. After all, this was the first time that someone had fully demonstrated this world-transcending technology to the world. Yet, they all call you a superhero. Chapter 79. They all call you a superhero. During the game, Gwen talked about how various media around the world have been reporting on Noah's affairs over the past decade, and that Noah has even been called a superhero. Gwen said this with an excited and happy tone. "Gwen, do you like this title?" Noah asked, hearing the emotion in Gwen's tone. "Well, hero is a beautiful word. Fighting to protect this world, Gwen also wants to maintain this beautiful world." After Gwen turned from a doll into a human, she enjoyed everything about being a human, so she wanted to protect this beautiful world that made her feel happy. "Even for Gwen, I will protect this world." Noah smiled. Yet, Gwen also smiled sweetly. "Ah! This person is so abominable. He clearly cooked the food himself, but he still cursed at me," Gwen suddenly said angrily. The two of them were playing a team competition game. With their reactions that were far beyond that of ordinary people, they were sure to be invincible in the game. However, one of their teammates started swearing because he died. Gwen was very angry after seeing this and felt that this person was hateful. It was clearly his own fault, but he blamed others. If this person appeared in front of Gwen, she would definitely cut him hard with scissors. "It's really abominable. We can't tolerate him, Lysandra. Teach this guy a lesson." Noah was unhappy seeing this, and he didn't intend to tolerate him. He directly asked Lysandra to go to him through the internet cable. "No problem, Noah." Lysandra's voice sounded. In a house in a black community somewhere in New York, a black man with dreadlocks is spitting foul language and typing frantically on the keyboard. Neg is a timid black man in daily life. In reality, he is often bullied by other black people in the community because of his thin body, but he is cowardly by nature and dares not resist them. But after getting in touch with the internet, Neg found that this was his paradise. You can type on the keyboard and insult others at will. As long as you hide your IP address, others can't hit you through the network cable. So Neg began his journey as a keyboard warrior on the internet. This time he was unhappy again. He was killed in the game, and his two teammates started killing everyone, making him look like a clown. This made Neg very unhappy, and he started to frantically type on the keyboard to attack his teammates. Just as Neg showed a smug smile on his face, the computer screen in front of him suddenly went black, and then the screen instantly cracked into countless cracks due to a vibration. "Ah! Mom!" Neg had never seen such a scene before. Being timid by nature, he immediately stood up and wanted to run out. Just as he was running to the door with staggering steps, a bolt of lightning gathered from all the electrical devices in the room and shot directly at the black figure. "Ah!" Electricity ran rampant through his body, and Neg screamed. His body trembled continuously, his dreadlocks had turned into an afro, and finally, after spitting out a puff of black smoke, he fell to the ground. I bought it. The people outside the room heard the screams and rushed in to check the situation. As soon as they entered the room, they saw a black figure lying on the ground. The people who came to check were so scared that they screamed. When they got closer, they found that it was Neg. They quickly called an ambulance. After being sent to the hospital, test results showed that Neg was not in any danger of life, but he was inevitably suffering physical pain. Under Lysandra's manipulation, the electric current would not take his life, but it did cause burns to various parts of his body. Noah, we've taught the other party a lesson. After doing everything, Lysandra no longer paid attention to the other party's fate. She didn't care about these things. Looking at the screen prompting that the other party had quit the game, Noah smiled and said, "You are just pretending. I can really hit you through the internet cable." "What's wrong with the other party?" Gwen asked curiously. "The other party is now on the way to the hospital," Lysandra said. "Ah, I hope everyone is okay." Gwen clasped her hands together and prayed, with a gloating expression on her face. "Forget about that guy, Gwen, let's get on with it." "Okay." Noah was willing to play games with Gwen. First of all, he also liked it. However, after obtaining the system, he had less time for entertainment. He had to do many tasks, study, climb the technology, and practice magic. Because of time constraints, Noah even shortened his practice time. And because Gwen is a beautiful girl, Noah likes to play with beautiful girls. So, Noah spent his rest time alone with Gwen. As night falls, the bustling city is filled with colorful neon lights. In this jungle of steel and concrete, people who have been busy all day are on their way home, while others are just about to start their nightlife. In this night sky where no one is paying attention, a black shadow quietly passes over the city. The black shadow was moving so fast that when the light shone on him, it went straight through, as if the black shadow was transparent. Is this what it feels like to fly without a suit? It's much more pleasant indeed. The figure flying in the night sky was Noah. He was not wearing the project armor at this time, but a set of magic equipment. He wore the death cap of the destroyer on his head, the ascendant gloves on his hands, and a bell hanging on his body. The other equipment was placed in the equipment column. The magic equipment increased Noah's magic power to the extreme. Before, he could use magic to suspend himself in the air for a short flight, but the speed was not very fast. Now, he can freely shuttle over the city, and after activating the ghost step, not only the speed is faster, but the semi-transparent body after using the skill is not easy to be discovered. Of course, the speed at this time is still not as fast as when flying with armor, but the feeling of strong wind passing through the face is something Noah had never experienced when he was flying in armor before. Noah's destination is still Hell's Kitchen, his daily mission refresh point. Although many of the gangsters in Hell's Kitchen have fled after Noah's tinkering for so many days, new gangsters still keep popping up in Hell's Kitchen. Noah even doubts whether these guys will really refresh. On the rooftop of a tall building, Noah slowly landed on it and looked at the sin-filled area underground. Noah pressed the headphones on his ears, a blue light flashed, and a pair of high-tech glasses appeared on Noah's face. "Lysandra, help me find those heinous criminals so I can give them a good beating." It was not yet past 12 o'clock in the morning and Noah's mission count had not been refreshed. Noah's goal at this time was to test the power of the Dark Seal and see the ability of this ring to absorb souls. "Okay, Noah." In an instant, the display page above Noah's face was covered with red dots. The red light reflected Noah's face, proving that the area below was a veritable place of sin. "Oh my god, it's so red." Lysandra's testing standards are based on Noah's ideas. The people marked with red dots are all guilty of capital crimes in Noah's mind. "Okay, let's find a few people and try it first." Noah couldn't kill all these people at once, otherwise, he was afraid that the death of so many people at once would cause unrest. Noah held down the big hat on his head that was fluttering around, and floated down lightly. Chapter 80. In Hell's Kitchen at night, the streets and alleys are filled with an atmosphere of chaos. The brightly lit nightclubs and bustling night markets are all places where these gangsters live. In a remote alley somewhere, many burly men stood at the end of the alley, guarding a closed iron gate. They stood on both sides of the iron gate. From their clothes, it can be seen that the two groups of people were not from the same group. The reason they stood here was because their boss was negotiating business inside the iron gate. The scene inside the iron gate was completely different from the dark and simple alley outside. The room inside was luxuriously decorated with a gorgeous carpet on the floor. 2 luxurious sofas were placed in the middle of the room, and 2 men in suits were sitting opposite each other and talking. "Blake, what's the current situation of the batch of goods you mentioned?" The man sitting inside in a black suit asked after taking a puff of his cigar and exhaling the smoke. "Very good, all the latest good stuff, using a lot of new things, one bite will make you unforgettable." Blake, the man in the white suit, grinned, revealing a mouthful of big gold teeth. "Okay, you know what I'm talking about," the man in the black suit said disdainfully. He looked down on the other party's evasive way. "Don't worry, Layton. You know things have been a bit turbulent in Hell's Kitchen lately. There's a superhero active here, so of course we have to be more secretive about our actions." Blake picked up the glass of whiskey in front of him and drank it. He then said, "The batch of goods has arrived. They are all good stuff from all over the world. They are all young and beautiful. We can definitely sell them for a good price." "That's fine. This is just the beginning. Once those bosses see our good stuff, money will come in large amounts." "Ha ha ha." Blake laughed, his gold teeth sparkling under the light. "Ha ha ha, wait, take me there to see it." "Okay, in the next room." The 2 men laughed and clinked their glasses, as if they were about to get rich. Pang! Just then, a gunshot was heard from outside the door. The 2 men's faces changed and they turned their heads to look outside. When Noah was on the rooftop, he used Lyssandra's scanning function to detect what was happening here. In addition to these gatekeepers and the 2 people inside, Noah also saw blue spots marked by Lysandra in several nearby rooms. After Noah used magic to detect inside, he found that these were girls from all over the world. Noah immediately realized what this group of people were doing. "You are indeed a bunch of scum. You can't even go to hell tonight. Just be the nutrients to unlock the dark seal." Noah narrowed his eyes. The hat on his head also sensed the anger of his master. His mouth opened even wider, and magic aura gushed out of it. The magic power enveloped Noah, lifted him up, and flew him into the dark alley below. The light and ghostly figure landed on the ground without raising a speck of dust. At first, the strong men guarding the gate did not notice Noah, until one of them noticed a shaky blue light approaching this side in the darkness in the distance. "What is that?" The sturdy man who noticed the abnormality reached out and touched the pistol hidden at his waist. At the same time, he stopped leaning against the wall and stood up alertly. "Okay. What?" "It seems to be a person." After being reminded by the sturdy man who first discovered something was wrong, the other guard members also became alert. They also noticed that the blue light was approaching, and as the blue light got closer and closer, they also found the human outline under the blue light. Noah, who was walking slowly step by step, also appeared in front of everyone. "Hey? Is today Halloween? Why is there a guy dressed as a wizard in front of me?" At this time, everyone also saw Noah's outfit. He wore a purple glowing wizard hat, metal gloves of different colors on his hands, and a black robe. Noah asked Lysandra to make this robe using nanovibranium. The main reason was that he didn't draw the mage's clothes, so he used the vibranium robe instead. In the eyes of the other party, Noah was just a fool in a wizard cosplay costume. The leaders of the 2 teams looked at each other, and one of the men with dyed white hair smiled and said, "Hey, I heard that you are known as the limb breaker and you like to break other people's hands and feet the most. Why haven't I heard from you recently?" "Humph." The burly blonde man who was being talked to by that person snorted coldly and said angrily, "It's because of the recent rumors that the Swift Swordsman is active here. The boss told us to be quiet, which made me feel like I have nothing to do lately." Broken Limb gnashed his teeth, hating the superhero who was so popular recently. But he only dared to talk about it in private. After all, he had seen videos of the Wind Swordsman fighting monsters on the internet, and he felt that if the other party moved his fingers, he might be gone. "Look, isn't this guy in front of you a good target? There's nothing else like us here, so it's very safe." The white-haired man tilted his head to signal the other party to look at Noah who was walking towards him. At the signal from White Hair, Broken Limb was stunned for a moment, then a cruel smile appeared on his face. After his favorite thing came to mind, Broken Limb immediately pulled out his pistol and pointed it at Noah, who was already more than 10 meters away from the crowd. "Kid, it's your own fault for liking to run around, hee." His eyes revealed a cruel and crazy Broken Limb. After saying this, he directly pulled the trigger of the pistol aimed at Noah's leg. Pang! A loud gunshot was heard, but the sound of the bullet piercing through flesh and blood, which was what severed limb loved the most, and the screams of the person being shot did not register in his ears. What? Hearing the exclamation of his companion, Broken Limb came back to his senses and looked forward. The scene he saw made his eyes widen. The bullet that Severed Limb had just fired actually stopped in front of the guy cosplaying as a wizard, and was hovering in the air, as if it had hit an invisible wall. Shit! The white-haired man who instigated the broken limbs also realized that something was wrong. It was said that after the appearance of the two superheroes Iron Man and Wind Swordsman, there were many more strange guys in their Hell's Kitchen area. Could they be so lucky that they just happened to run into them? The moment the bullet was shot towards Noah, Noah gently raised his finger, and the magic power stopped the supersonic bullet flying through the air and stopped it in front of him. Listening to Lysandra telling him the information about this group of people, Noah flicked his finger lightly, and the bullet suspended in the air shot towards the broken limb at a speed several times faster than when it was fired. Ah! The bullet hit broken limb, which happened to be the part where he had just aimed at Noah. The bullet pushed by magic went straight through his leg and came out from the back of his leg with several bone fragments. Now the nickname Broken Limb was well deserved. The others finally came to their senses after being shocked by the scene. Although they didn't know who the other party was, they still pulled out their pistols and started shooting. The white-haired man quietly retreated behind the crowd while pulling out his gun. Bump bump bump. A lot of gunshots were heard, but none of them hit the target. This time it was not that the bullets were blocked, but that the target simply disappeared. What? Where did they go? Chapter 81. What? Where are the people? Everyone was shocked, and suddenly there was a noise behind them. Ah! They've heard enough screams today, but when they heard this sound, they turned around. In the dark alley, the screams that came one after another made the atmosphere in the alley even weirder. After they turned around, they saw that the white-haired strong man had retreated to the edge, and the strange guy actually ran behind them. How did he get past them and resist the ones behind? Bai Mao, who originally wanted to escape quietly, was so scared when he saw a person suddenly appear in front of him that he almost dropped the gun in his hand. He quickly took a few steps back and stayed away from Noah. Friend, it was this guy who wanted to attack you just now. If you want to kill someone, just kill him. But if you let me go, I can give you money. The white-haired man stepped back repeatedly, pointing at the broken limb that was lying on the ground covered in blood. As soon as these words came out, the younger brothers on the side of Broken Limb glared at him, but Noah didn't say anything. He hadn't said a word since the beginning. Noah raised his hand slightly, and pointed his index finger at Bai Mao. Bai Mao felt nervous, but the other party didn't say anything. The strong tension made Bai Mao's heart tense, but the other party didn't move. For a moment, the atmosphere became a little solemn. The heavy breathing of the people around him and the sound of Broken Limb cursing made Bai Mao's tense nerves completely collapse. Damn it! Shoot him to death! Bai Mao finally couldn't help it. The other party kept pointing at him, obviously not wanting to let him go. It would be better to fight him. Under the leadership of Bai Mao, everyone pulled the trigger and shot at Noah again. The hail of bullets came again. Noah raised his index finger of the purple gauntlet, and a yellow light lit up from his fingertips. Then there was a sudden thunder and lightning in the air. Lightning radiated from Noah's fingertips, like a yellow crack in space. The lightning spread in the air, and the bullets were directly wrapped by the lightning, and then melted into molten iron under the high temperature of the lightning. Wang Defa! What the hell is this? Oh my god, is that a god across from us? We have provoked a god. Everyone was in disbelief and started shouting. Some people even became mentally confused after seeing this horrific scene. After Noah melted the bullets with lightning, he shot a thick lightning bolt at Bai Mao. The white-haired man who was struck by lightning couldn't even speak. Under the wrapping of the lightning, his flesh and blood body slowly turned into a black charcoal. The burnt smell made the people around him retch. But the story does not end there. Noah is wearing a ring under the purple gauntlet on his right hand. Although it is a bit strange to wear a ring and a gauntlet at the same time, Noah does not feel uncomfortable when wearing it. The gauntlet seems to be able to adjust the space by itself. The ring on the index finger emitted a faint light, and on the charred body turned by lightning, a white and slightly transparent soul suddenly appeared slowly. This soul was exactly the appearance of Bai Mao. At this time, the other party looked at his body in confusion. This? What is this? At this moment, the people next to him suddenly made a shocked sound, and watched the soul floating out of the white-haired body. Hey? Can you actually see it? Noah was a little surprised to see this scene. He didn't expect that these people could actually see souls. Could it be that the souls drawn out by the ring were different? Noah thought that ordinary people couldn't see souls. However, after Noah's mind moved, the dark seal lit up slightly, and the white soul became more transparent, but this time those people could not see it, and they looked around in panic because of the disappearance of the white-haired soul. Well, that's right. Noah nodded slightly, and then the dark seal glowed again. The white-haired soul floating in the air was suddenly attracted by a huge suction force and flew in the direction of Noah. Then it screamed and was absorbed into the dark seal bit by bit. The younger brothers did not hear the screams of the white-haired soul. Because of Noah's lightning shooting just now, they were so scared that their hands and legs were shaking. They started to run out one after another, not caring about the broken limbs on the ground or their boss inside. They felt that their lives were more important. Mau Mau, it's your turn. Noah didn't rush to stop them, but spoke to the big hat on his head. The big hat's big mouth slightly raised the corners, as if he was happy that Noah allowed him to play. The hat left Noah's head and began to fly into the air. After circling excitedly, it chased the group of people who were fleeing. On the way, it spit out a mouthful of magic flame, which ignited the broken limb that had fallen to the ground at the beginning. The magic flame was extremely fierce, and the broken limb was burned to ashes amid screams. Noah raised his hand and absorbed the souls from the ashes once again. After absorbing 2 souls, Noah could already clearly feel the bonus that this ring brought him. This power increase was too easy. Noah felt that if he could gather the souls of New York, America, and even the entire world, he would be so powerful. Noah shook his head to get rid of this terrible thought, then stretched out his hand and a wind wall directly blocked the escape route of the group of people. The fastest strong man didn't notice what was ahead and ran headfirst into it. This wind wall was infused with sword energy by Noah. As Noah became more and more proficient in wind-controlling swordsmanship, he was able to release the power of wind-controlling swordsmanship with his bare hands. The sturdy man who bumped into him was like being caught in a meat grinder, and was directly turned into a blood mist by the sharp sword energy. This horrifying scene made the people who were running stop in their tracks, and their legs began to shake. There was a sound in the air, and they looked in the direction of the sound with their nerves tense, only to see the hat on the strange man's head flying in the sky. Someone pulled out a gun and shot, but the bullet was melted by the blue flame spit out from the hat, and the flame did not diminish, rushing directly towards the man. Coke was born again, and then Big Hat started a game of cat and mouse, spraying flames on the ground everywhere. Everyone began to scream and dodge. Noah raised his eyebrows. This Big Hat was so good at playing. However, Noah planned to end the battle quickly. With a flash of purple light on his right hand, Noah flashed directly into the middle of the crowd. Then a purple energy wave began to spread outward from Noah's position. Anyone who was touched was directly turned into ashes, and their souls were absorbed by Noah. The lightning in his hand was released again, hitting one person, then passing through and hitting another person again, forming a chain of lightning that pulled all the people together, and then they were directly electrocuted by the lightning and trembled continuously. After Noah strengthened the electricity, a series of people fell to the ground with smoke all over their bodies, without any breath of life. More than a dozen souls were absorbed by the dark seal, and the sudden sense of increased power made Noah take a deep breath. It was a somewhat sour feeling. Inside the room, after hearing the noise outside, Blake wanted to see what was happening outside through the peephole and happened to see this horrifying scene. The two of them had not yet fled because they initially thought that some of their respective enemies had come to seek revenge, so they did not pay too much attention. Unexpectedly, after there was no sound outside, they actually saw this scene through the peephole. Shit, run, there's a monster. Blake in the white suit hurriedly left the door and wanted to run to the back. What? Something happened. Layton was a little confused and didn't know what his partner was doing. Boom. But before he could answer, there was a loud bang and the iron door burst open, and a figure in a robe rushed in. Noah looked at the two gang leaders. They were the two most damnable guys today. This was what Noah learned from the information told by Lysandra. Today I want to see if your souls are black. Noah stretched out his hand and clenched it. Magic power condensed in the air and pinched up the two guys who were wearing suits but had dark hearts. Ah! As Noah's palm slowly contracted, the two people who were pinched in the air by the magic began to scream, their ribs creaked under the heavy pressure, and then broke, and blood began to flow from their 7 orifices under the heavy pressure. Then Noah pinched them hard, and with a snap, the two turned into two pools of meat paste in the air. Looking at this scene, Noah frowned. He wondered if he was too easily angered just now. After thinking about it, Noah felt that the dark seal might have some impact on him, but this impact was relatively small. As long as Noah was careful, it would not have any impact. After extracting the two souls, Noah looked at the two white souls, curled his lips, and then tried to shock the two souls with lightning. The lightning made of magic power made them scream after it touched the two souls. It actually works. Noah's eyes lit up, and then after giving them an electric shock, he sucked the two souls into the ring. Noah felt the current state of the dark seal and felt that it would require a lot of souls to fill it. However, Noah was not in a hurry. With so many people in Hell's Kitchen, he would be able to fill up the ring. After dealing with these people, Noah looked at the rooms where people were locked up. He asked Lysandra to hack into the New York Police Department and call the police, telling them that there was a gang trafficking people here. Because they were hacked in, the police were shocked at first, then warned that this was an illegal act, and then sent some police officers to check the situation. Not long after, the police arrived at the scene. Looking at the bodies on the ground, many police officers were shocked. Some new recruits even began to vomit. Then, after a search, they rescued dozens of abducted girls from all over the world in several rooms. After seeing this scene on the roof, Noah nodded with satisfaction and flew away. Chapter 82. Sir, who did all this? After finishing the task at hand, a police officer came to the sheriff who was standing in front of a pile of corpses. How should I know? There are a lot of people like this suddenly appearing recently. Although I don't like them normally, they did a good job this time. The sheriff kicked the corpse under his feet. Recently, many masked vigilantes have appeared in this area. Police generally don't like this kind of guys. After all, what they do is illegal. But this time the sheriff thinks they did a good job. He hates these human traffickers the most. But, sir, so many people died this time, how are we going to explain this to our superiors? The police officer asked. What to confess? The fact is, these criminals refused to surrender and fought with us, and then we shot them all dead. The sheriff glanced at the police officer and said calmly. No problem, sir. Noah, on the other hand, was enjoying the night view while feeling the biting cold wind from the sky as he flew back. Of course, with Noah's physique, this temperature wouldn't chill him. Although the speed of flying with magic power is not as fast as that of the armor, Noah soon arrived above the manor. The trees around the manor that were affected by the runes were still so tall. Noah had planned to take over the surrounding land. In this way, he could hide the surrounding anomalies and expand his research base. After returning home, Noah first came to the underground training room, ready to carefully observe the dark seal. Noah has developed a good habit of testing dangerous forces in the training room, so as not to destroy the house. In the pure white training room, Noah threw his hat outside to play by himself, then took off his two gloves. On his right hand, the evil ring that absorbed other people's souls was revealed. The lavender ring and golden gemstone, after absorbing the souls of more than a dozen people, the ring called Dark Seal seemed to become brighter. After absorbing the souls of those people, I can indeed feel the magic power increased. Noah rubbed the golden gem of the ring. He was very sensitive to his own magic power and could clearly feel the changes in the magic power in his body. Although the increase was not much, Noah could still sense the magic power in his body. After rubbing it for a while, Noah reached out and took off the dark seal. The moment the ring left his finger, Noah could feel the enhanced magic power in his body disappear. It seems that I have to wear it to have the amplification effect. After taking off the ring, the power disappeared. Before absorbing the soul, Noah thought that the ring absorbed the soul and then directly increased his magic power. It turned out that the amplification was all in the ring. Noah still likes things that can directly enhance himself, but wearing the ring all the time or putting it directly in the equipment bar is no different from directly enhancing himself. Putting the ring back on his hand, the power returned to his body. Although the way this ring gained power was easy, it was precisely because of this that Noah had to be more cautious with the ring and not let this power go to his head. This ring should be full before it can be synthesized into the Book of Killing. Noah sensed the situation of the Dark Seal and calculated how many souls were needed to synthesize Mahia's soul-stealing scroll, which is the Book of Killing. How many thousand more do we need to kill? Noah said this staggering number. This is thousands of lives. If Noah directly slaughtered all the red dots in Hell's Kitchen, it would definitely be enough, but so many people died at once, it would definitely cause social unrest. Therefore, Noah felt that he couldn't just focus on one Hell's Kitchen, he could try another place, or even go to another country. Noah thought Myanmar was pretty good, as he heard that people there liked human kidneys. Okay, the testing is basically over here. Tomorrow, we'll find an uninhabited island on the sea and prepare to test the Kenyan maker. Noah stretched. He didn't plan to replace sleep with cultivation today. After lying on the bed, Noah cast out the rune and let it float in the air. In the past 10 days, Noah has discovered that magic has been born in the surrounding environment. Noah thinks that this is all because of the runes, and these days he and Lysandra have visited the places where runes were used before and found that there are traces of magic in those places. If the rune transformed the earth into a second rune continent, what would it be like? Noah didn't know, but he wanted to give it a try. He thought it might be a good thing. Of course, no one could tell what the future would be like, but Noah decided to give it a try. However, Noah also discovered that only when the rune appears on the earth will it transform the surrounding environment, and when it is in his body, it will not affect the environment. So Noah summons the rune outside every time to let it transform the area near the manor. Moreover, the rune was suspended in the air, and the energy it emitted was slowly enhancing Lysandra and Gwen in the villa. Of course, Noah was also enhanced, and the enhancement effect was the strongest. After all, he was the master of the rune, so he could receive more rune energy. As for whether the rune would be stolen if it was placed outside, Noah was not worried, because as long as Noah thought about it, the things summoned by the system could return to Noah instantly, even if they were on the other side of the universe. Click. The door opened, Lysandra entered the room skillfully, hung her coat on the hanger, and lay down next to Noah. During the past 10 days, Noah slept in the same bed with Lysandra, and he no longer felt embarrassed. After all, what was wrong with sleeping with such a beautiful girl like Lysandra? After lying on the bed, Lysandra naturally moved closer to Noah, and then reached out and put her arms around Noah. This action made Noah's face hot. In recent days, Lysandra's movements when sleeping have become more and more, which made Noah very difficult to bear. Noah is actually not very good at the matter of relationships. He has never been in a romantic relationship in his 2 lifetimes. To put it bluntly, except for holding his mother's hand when he was a child, he has never held hands with any other girl in these 2 lifetimes. However, although Noah didn't understand, he also responded slightly. He reached out and held Lysandra's hand in front of him. Feeling Lysandra's delicate little hand, Noah felt a little excited, but Noah was able to control his body, so there would be no embarrassing scene. Then, in Lysandra's ASMR service, Noah fell into sleep. The next day, Noah woke up on time, but after waking up, he felt darkness in front of his eyes, as if he was trapped in a ball of cotton, and there was a strange fragrance coming from him. Noah raised his head slightly, and what came into his sight was Lysandra's perfect face, which seemed to be smiling but not smiling. And his current position. 2 towering snow-capped mountains come into view. Cough cough. Noah quickly stood up, then smiled awkwardly, "Ahaha, good morning, Lysandra, I'm going to brush my teeth first." After saying that, Noah ran out of the room, and on the way he met Gwen, who was in her pajamas and had just gotten up. "Noah, why are you running so fast?" "It's okay, Gwen." Of course Noah wouldn't tell what he did. When Noah saw Lysandra again, he acted as if nothing had happened. "Gwen, you've been on Earth for so many days, you probably haven't been out for a walk yet? How about I take you out to play afternoon today?" Noah and his family were having breakfast. At the table, Noah looked at Gwen and said, "Gwen has been staying at home these days and has never seen the scenery outside the Earth, so Noah plans to take Gwen out for a walk today." Okay, I've been wanting to go out and take a look around for a long time." Gwen nodded excitedly, her 2 ponytails swaying up and down. "Okay, then, let's go out and play together this afternoon. As for the morning, I have something important to do." Noah saw Gwen's expectant look and nodded with a smile. But Noah still has one thing to do today, and that is the Void mission. Chapter 83. The scene changed, and Noah was already flying over the sea in his armor. He was now planning to find a suitable location to experiment with the Kenyan maker that he had just synthesized yesterday. Noah did not let Lysandra go with him, even though Lysandra strongly requested that she go with Noah so that she could fight alongside Noah if there was any danger. However, it was because this matter might be dangerous that Noah did not want Lysandra to follow. Noah was very clear about the danger of the void. Although Lysandra was a special life form, no one could guarantee whether the void would have an impact on Lysandra. As for Noah himself, he believed that he had the blessing of runes and a strong ability to escape, so if any danger occurred, he should be able to run away immediately. Even if I can't escape, I still have 2 trial cards. The system shouldn't watch me die, right? Of course, although Lysandra's body did not follow, her consciousness could be transmitted into Noah's armor, and she is now navigating for Noah and looking for a suitable island. Okay, that's the one. This is the Pacific Ocean, which is the largest ocean in the world and also the ocean with the most islands, so Noah chose this place. As for why they didn't choose the Atlantic Ocean, which is close to Noah's home. The first reason is that it is close. Noah was worried about any accidents, so he decided to go farther away, preferably in the center of the Pacific Ocean, away from islands in other countries. The second reason is that there are too few islands on the Atlantic side. There are only more than 800 islands discovered by humans in the entire sea area, while there are more than islands in the Pacific Ocean. That's why Noah chose to open the void rift on the Pacific side, and now, he has found a suitable island. In the vast ocean, an isolated island stands on the blue sea, and the waves beat against the golden beach, drawing silver edges on the beach. The beautiful scenery is very suitable for vacation, Noah thinks so. The island has an area of about 3,000 square kilometers. There are no humans living on it, only some animals. The possibility of humans living on an island in the center of the Pacific Ocean is very small, so Noah chose this place. We'll buy an island when we get back and renovate it. Looking at the island below him, Noah suddenly wanted to buy an island for himself. He could convert it into a resort or build a research base on it. Thinking of this, Noah made up his mind to do it, and he would do it when he got back. Noah slowly landed on the beach, stepping on the soft sand, but he couldn't feel the sea breeze because he was wearing armor. He decided to start the experiment on the beach, because this island was full of dense forests except for the beach, and there was basically no open space, so this was the most suitable place. Okay, let's accept the task first. After walking a few steps on the beach and getting out of the range of the waves, Noah opened the task panel. Void Series B level mission, first encounter with the void, accepted. Okay, now it's time to try it. After accepting the task, Noah took out the Kenyan maker from the equipment bar. As soon as the staff with purple eyeballs appeared in Noah's hand, the eyeballs on it began to move strangely, as if observing the world. Hey! How should I use it? Noah let out a long breath. He was still a little nervous about what was going to happen next, and he didn't know how to use the staff. Let's try it first. After holding the staff tightly, Noah sensed the power of the staff. Under the calm beach, the sand began to vibrate. This was the effect of the release of Noah's powerful magic. At this time, Noah mobilized his magic power, and the eyeball of the staff in his hand began to emit purple light. Zi! Noah pointed his staff forward, and a purple beam of light shot out from his eyeball, hitting the ground of the island. For a moment, the entire island shook slightly, and the birds and animals in the woods were startled. The birds began to fly into the sky, flapping their wings in unison, and the animals were also frightened by the vibration and began to flee. When Noah realized that he was not using the ability to open the void gate and stopped, the beam of light had already left an indelible mark on the island, a crack that ran through the entire island. Noah could already see the end of the crack, and the sea water had begun to pour in. Noah scratched his ears awkwardly, and then began to marvel at the power of the staff, which was more powerful than any weapon he had before. However, this may also be the result of Noah's current magic power being greatly enhanced. After his magic power was enhanced, he has not used the previous weapons, so he does not know how those weapons perform now. However, the power of the Kenyan maker is unquestionable. It seems that this is not the right method. Let's try again. This was just one of the ways Noah tried to use the power of the staff. Obviously, this was not the way to open the door to the void. Noah could only try other methods. He once again integrated his consciousness into the staff, sensing its power. Noah's consciousness traveled inside the staff, and vaguely, he seemed to sense something. Have it. Noah opened his eyes, and magic was released from his body. The surging magic shook up the beach, and the trees in the distance were blown by the air waves, and the branches and leaves fell backwards. Noah poured magic into the staff and then activated the power of the staff. A strong purple light shone from the staff in Noah's hand. Noah did not look away because of the strong light. Instead, he raised the staff and released its full power. Buzz! A dull sound was heard, and a column of purple energy shot up into the sky, like a purple pillar connecting heaven and earth. Then, arcs of purple energy were released from the staff in Noah's hand and spread out in all directions. The huge waves on the seashore were crushed by the energy arcs from the island before they approached the island, and a huge wave rose outward instead. The trees on the island were directly broken in half by the impact of the energy. At the top of the light column, purple energy arcs also spread out, sweeping away the surrounding clouds. One after another, energy arcs tore through the earth and the sky. Such a big movement could certainly not be concealed from outside forces. Many countries that detected the abnormal situation here mobilized satellites to detect here, but the satellites seemed to be interfered by some energy. The images transmitted were all snowy and flashing on the screen, making a crackling sound. Heimdall of Asgard observed this scene with his magic eyes that could see through the 9 realms. The purple power frightened him inexplicably, and Odin, who was still in Odin's sleep, also observed this scene with his own power. But when Noah's power reached its peak, a strange force blocked their observation, causing the two to fall into consternation. Ancient One also sensed the power coming, and cautiously opened the portal to the island closest to Noah's island. Looking at the purple light column rising into the sky in the distance, and the energy arc spreading outwards that covered the sky, Ancient One frowned. But the arc of light in the distance was sweeping over here. This purple energy reminded Ancient One of some scenes she had seen in the future. She remembered the fate of her coming into contact with this power in some future. When the energy arc was about to approach the island, Ancient One waved her hand and entered the mirror space. Ah! At the center of the energy explosion, Noah clenched his staff, and then took in the energy that swept across the heaven and earth into the staff. For a moment, the light pillars and halos shrank back at an extremely fast speed, as if time was flowing backwards. When all the energy was gathered into the staff, Noah raised it and gently drew a line across the space in front of him. A crack glowing with purple light appeared in front of Noah. Is this the void? Noah looked at the crack in front of him, and moved his staff forward a little, and the crack expanded to a size large enough for one person to enter. Noah looked at the mission instructions in front of him, and then stepped into the crack with determination. The Wind Girl in lore. Which Wind Girl? Dragon King, this seems to be in lore. Chapter 84. Task completed, get 500 essence. Nothingness and tranquility, this was what Noah saw after entering the void. It was completely different from the void he had expected. Noah looked at the endless purple world in front of him. After stepping into the void from the crack, Noah stepped on the ground. Ripples appeared where Noah stepped and spread outward, like a small stone thrown into a calm water surface. Noah didn't know how to evaluate it. Horrible, twisted, and all-devouring, this was the void in Noah's impression, not the calm purple space before his eyes. But such a peaceful void is good, at least there are no terrifying monitors and void monsters. Noah thought back, a peaceful void is better than a twisted and terrifying void, so that he doesn't have to fight those strange things. The mission is also completed. Noah looked at the system prompt. The moment he stepped into the void crack, the B-level mission was completed. After clicking on the task settlement, Noah tried to click on the task refresh a few times, but no new tasks were refreshed. Noah thought that a new series of tasks would be refreshed. And then what shall we do? The sky was an endless mysterious purple, and looking up, a lot of purple mist was spreading in the air. The land in the distance was also shrouded in mist, making it impossible to see the distant scenery clearly. Noah tried to walk a few steps forward and looked at the ripples spreading out in all directions. The ground here was like a lavender sea, giving people a strange yet beautiful atmosphere. A light purple mist floated in front of Noah. At first, Noah dodged for a while. He was still quite wary of things in the void. But in Noah's perception, this mist did not seem to be some strange thing that distorted the mind, but just a ball of pure energy mist. Noah still believed in intuition and stretched out his hand and used magic to pull the mist in front of him. After the magic came into contact with the mist, the purple mist actually showed signs of being integrated into the magic. However, after Noah observed it, he found that the magic showed no signs of being eroded or assimilated. Instead, the magic became much larger due to absorbing the mist. Such pure energy! Noah said in surprise. This purple power could actually be integrated with his own magic power. Noah found it incredible. Logically, forces of different natures will not merge together. If they are forcibly merged, an explosion will most likely occur. As for this strange mist in the void, after Noah pulled it in front of him and observed it, he discovered that it was an extremely pure energy without attributes, so it could be integrated with his magic power. Noah tried to absorb the mist, and then observed his body. No tentacles or anything like that had grown out of it. He looked up at the place in the distance that was shrouded in mist. He thought it would be better not to explore it now. He had to figure out one thing first. System, how can I control the void? Are there any task hints? He did not forget that his ultimate task was to control the void and become the lord of the void, but he knew nothing about it, so he decided to ask the system to see if the system could give him any suggestions or something. This void dimension was created by the summoner and has a special connection with the summoner, so the summoner can control the void by using his own magic power to immerse it. Because I summoned Kassadin, the void was born in this universe, so does the void have a special connection with me? Noah thought about the prompt given by the system. This method of controlling the void sounded a little simple. Noah half knelt down and reached out to touch the purple ground in the void. Ripples appeared again, and Noah tried the method given by the system to release magic power and penetrate into the void. Noah's magic power merged smoothly into the ground, and did not break the tranquility of the void, causing the void to mutate. In fact, if the void was going to mutate, it might have mutated as early as the moment Noah opened the void crack. After the magic power touched the ground, Noah could indeed feel a strange connection between himself and the ground covered by his magic power, but Noah didn't know what the effect was for the time being. However, Noah's mission was to do this, to cover the entire void with his magic power, so Noah tried to release all his magic power and spread it around. Noah's magic power, after the superposition of several summoned hero templates and his own practice in recent days, is actually very good in total. Among the equipment, only the magic cut can increase Noah's magic upper limit, while other equipment increases the quality of magic power. 10 seconds later, Noah released all his magic power, covering an area of about 5,000 cubic meters. Yes, it was cubic meters, not square meters. Both the sky and the ground belonged to the void area, so of course Noah needed to use magic power to cover it. In this area, Noah had completely controlled the void. Hey, is that all? The feeling of using up all the magic power was not pleasant. Noah felt as if his body was hollowed out, but he did not rush to drink the blue bottle in his backpack, because he found that the void he was in, which was soaked in magic power, could actually restore his magic power continuously. Pieces of purple mist spontaneously merged into Noah's body. Noah felt that his magic power recovered very quickly, and it was replenished again after a while. It feels like I can move forever. The effect of mist recovery is very good. Noah feels that it is similar to the effect of the blue bottle, and it seems that it can be used infinitely. If this is the case, then Noah feels that he can absorb magic power while releasing magic power, and continue to expand the range of his magic. Thinking of this, Noah decided to do it right away and put his idea into action. In the surrounding void, the purple mist turned into purple energy streams under Noah's will and directly merged into Noah's body. Then Noah released his magic power into the void. It is worth mentioning that when Noah released his magic power for the second time, he no longer needed to spread it outward from himself. Instead, after transferring the magic power to the void automatically spread outward at the edge of the previous coverage range. With the continuous supply of energy, Noah's magic power continued to spread in the void. After an unknown amount of time, Noah felt a little tired. During this time, he had been standing in the same place, constantly absorbing magic power and then releasing it, like a magic transfer station. This made Noah feel very tired. Ah! Lysandra, how long has it been? He stretched to relieve his mental fatigue, and then asked Lysandra about the current time. It's been 3 hours, Noah, Lysandra responded. Oh my god, has it been that long? When Noah was serving as a magic transfer station just now, he didn't notice the passage of time. He didn't expect that several hours had passed in the blink of an eye. It was almost noon now, and Noah still remembered that he was going to take Gwen out to play at noon, so he thought he should finish things here as soon as possible. Look how much territory I have expanded. Noah closed his eyes and began to sense how large the area he had influenced in the past few hours. Noah's consciousness easily shuttled through the void area under his control. When Noah opened his eyes, he had already sensed the size of the area he was controlling. If we only count the ground area, it has reached more than 3,000 square kilometers, which is about the size of 3 New Yorks. This is the result Noah obtained after his exploration. The area of New York City is only 1,214 square kilometers, including the sea area. Noah can cover the area of New York City in 3 hours, but this is still far from the area of the Earth. Noah didn't know how big the void was, but he estimated that the void in the world of LOL should be about the same size as Rune Continent. As for the size of the planet Rune Continent, Noah had seen some speculations online before, and its size should be about the same size as the Earth, so Noah estimated that the void he was in now should also be about the same size as the Earth. System, how big is the void dimension? Noah felt that it would be better to ask the system than to speculate on his own. The system might know more clearly. This void dimension is the backside of the universe. The void is as big as the universe. Pfft. Shit, are you kidding me? The system's answer shocked Noah. It actually said that the void was as big as the universe. Then wasn't the result of his past few hours a joke? Even if it was a void the size of the Earth, it would take decades to cover it with Noah's current level, not to mention the other areas, such as the Solar System, the Orion Arm, the Milky Way, various galaxy clusters, various superclusters, the Great Wall of the Universe, and finally the entire universe. Thinking of this, Noah decided to give up the idea of completing this task for now, as it was not something he could think of now. As for the feat of covering the entire universe with magic power, Noah thought he would wait until he drew the Dragon King before thinking about it. Oh, if he could get 6 cosmic gems, Noah thought he should be able to complete this task. Noah had actually thought about the power of the rune before, and he had also wanted to use the rune of determination when the magic power was covering him just now. After all, when using the rune, Noah's power would increase significantly. But when Noah wanted to use the rune, the system warning sounded. Warning! The rune of resoluteness is not yet a complete power of the summoner. If used in this void, it may lead to serious consequences. Well, it can't be used. Noah learned from the system's warning that if he used the rune now, the void would mutate. Only after the rune was completely under his control could he use the rune. Noah was not particularly surprised when he heard this result. In the background story, Noah thought that the power that disturbed the tranquility of the void should be the rune. After all, only the rune in the Rune Land had this ability. Well, let's go first. Let's think about the void later. At this point, Noah thought it would be better to take it slow and not rush to complete the void's mission. Anyway, there was nothing wrong with the void right now, and Noah didn't need to control the void immediately. After replenishing his magic power, Noah took out the Kenyan Maker and opened the passage back to Earth. This time, using the Kenyan Maker would not require such a big noise, and it would not be necessary in the future, because the previous one was like a ritual. Once it was done, the Kenyan Maker would have the ability to open cracks anytime and anywhere. Ah, the air on Earth is still better. Feeling the sea breeze on his face, Noah felt that the blue sky and white clouds on Earth were more suitable for him. Just as Noah was sighing, a portal opened about 10 meters in front of him. Chapter 85. When Noah came out of the void crack, a bald head emerged from the space in front of him. Master Ancient One, what a coincidence, are you here for vacation too? Guyi looked around at the island that was already in tatters due to the vibrations from the void ritual, and smiled at Noah, saying, are you kidding me? The noise caused by Noah using the Kenyan Maker was earth-shattering. The small island now looks like it was hit by a meteorite falling from the sky, and then the huge meteorite rolled several times on the island. Today the island has been flattened by the energy emitted at that time. The trees and hills no longer exist, and the small animals and birds have fled the island. It is unknown whether they have been affected by the aftermath. As for the beasts on the island, Noah can only mourn in silence. So, when Guyi heard Noah say that he was here for vacation, she just wanted to ask, do you look like you're here for vacation? I think you're here to do some demolition work. I just noticed that the power of other dimensions appeared on the Earth, so I rushed here to check the situation. I didn't expect that it was you who caused the commotion. Guyi ignored Noah's excuse and stated the reason for his coming here. Noah thought about it. He knew that the emergence of the void dimension should not be hidden from Ancient One. After all, that was what he did. For so many years, Ancient One had been dealing with those dimension demons to prevent them from invading the Earth. In this regard, he had more experience than Noah, a newbie who had just come into contact with the power of the dimension. Ha, it seems I can't hide it from you, Master Ancient One. Yes, the power that just appeared here is indeed the power from other dimensions. If he couldn't hide it, Noah would not choose to hide it. After all, he was not the kind of latitude lord who came to the Earth to cause trouble, and his void was not a dangerous latitude, it wasn't. Oh, Have you just come into contact with things from other dimensions? Or did you make some kind of deal with them? Guyi asked with narrowed eyes. If it is related to other latitudes, especially those that have ideas about the Earth, then Ancient One cannot sit idly by. No, that was my latitude just now. Hey? What did you say? Because what Noah said was so shocking, Guyi thought he had misheard. The power fluctuation just triggered was caused by me opening my own latitude. Noah explained the matter in more detail, and this time Ancient One finally heard it. You mean, you have a dimension of your own? Ancient One asked in astonishment. As early as when he discovered Noah's anomaly, Ancient One had observed Noah's past. Noah's past was not like his future, which was obscured by some force and could not be directly observed. Therefore, Ancient One was very sure that Noah was an earthling. Even if his soul was a little special, he was still an earthling. So, Ancient One didn't know how Noah could have a latitude. When he met Noah last time, Ancient One didn't find any latitude in Noah. Could it be that Noah suddenly had a latitude in the past 10 days? Is this possible? Ancient One was puzzled, but thinking of the various events about Noah that he had seen in the future, he thought that if it was him, then it was really possible. Ancient One still didn't know where Noah's incredible powers came from. This inexplicably appearing dimension should be similar to those powers. Seeing that Ancient One was really deep in thought, Noah hurriedly asked, Master Ancient One, this is the first time I've come into contact with this kind of power. Do you have any good suggestions? Noah felt that he could still ask Ancient One. After all, Ancient One was an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years. It would be right to ask more questions. Although Noah had already planned to put the task of the void dimension aside for the time being, after all, it was not a task he could complete now. Guyi also came back to his senses from his contemplation and regained his calm look. Noah, now that you have a dimension of your own, you are already a dimensional lord. Once you have full control over this dimension, you will gain great power. Guyi said to Noah, and then his tone became more serious, but, you have to be careful of other dimension lords. They are dangerous guys. If they knew the existence of you, a young dimensional lord who has just obtained the dimension and cannot control it skillfully, they will definitely use any means to seize your power. Ancient One reminded Noah in a solemn voice that those dimensional lords were not simple characters. The powerful dimensional lords were always keen on encroaching on the power of those dimensional lords weaker than themselves. Noah's power at this time was still much weaker than those dimensional lords, so he had to be careful and not let those guys find any opportunities. However, Noah is now on Earth, so he doesn't have to worry too much about this, because it is generally difficult for those dimensional lords to cross the barrier of Ancient One and come to Earth. Thank you Master Ancient One for your reminder. I will pay close attention to it. Noah would naturally be careful of the dimensional lords, dimensional demons and the like. After all, the strength of these guys should not be underestimated. Dormammu, Beholder Shumagaras, Crimson Lord Sidorak, Lord of Hell Mephisto, these are the Marvel Dimension demons that Noah is more familiar with, and they are all powerful. Among them, only Crimson Lord Noah doesn't know whether this guy exists in this universe, the other three really exist in this universe, so Noah has to pay more attention to these guys in the days to come. Guyi wanted to say something, but just as she was about to open her mouth, her brow suddenly frowned slightly. She sensed that many auras were approaching from the surrounding sea. These people were the ones sent by various countries in the real world to investigate the strange phenomena just now. Although Noah had been in the void for 3 hours, and there was no time difference with reality, it was reasonable that the people who came to investigate should have arrived long ago, instead of being on their way 3 hours later. The reason why they were late was precisely because of the energy fluctuations emitted by Noah when he used the Kenyan Maker. The huge energy fluctuations at that time not only flattened the island, but also set off huge waves in the surrounding seas. There was already a prelude to a huge tsunami. Fortunately, Noah had already completed the consciousness of opening the void rift, and the waves slowly subsided. Otherwise, a kill him XN might have popped up over Noah's head. The previous turmoil in the sea prevented the forces of various countries from going to the island to observe the situation. The sea had not yet calmed down, and there was an unknown energy remaining in the sky, making it impossible for aircraft from various countries to approach. Only now have major powers come to investigate. If the major powers gather together, there will definitely be friction, but those things are no longer Noah's business. It seems that this place is about to become a place of trouble. It is not advisable to stay here for long. Noah, I hope you can come to Kamartaj next time. Then I can teach you some experience in dealing with those powerful enemies from other dimensions. After Ancient One sensed that this place was about to become the center of the storm, she also planned to leave, but before leaving, she invited Noah to go to Kamartaj, which made Noah some thoughts. Noah felt that if he had the chance, he could go to Kamartaj to learn some magic to make up for the defect that he had magic power but knew very few magics. After all, he had not drawn those powerful mage heroes yet and had too few skills. Okay, Master Ancient One, I will find time to visit you in the next few days. Noah agreed. As for whether the Ancient One is coveting his own latitude, Noah thinks that it is unlikely. The character of the Ancient One should still be trustworthy. After all, he has been silently protecting the earth for hundreds of years, and his character and spirit are noble. Of course, he doesn't think much of those dimensional demons whose power was borrowed by the Ancient One. Do you need me to give you a ride? Guyi asked, making a gesture to open a portal. No need, Master Ancient One, I can go back by myself. Noah waved his hand, and then started the teleportation. A blue beam of light flashed by, and Noah disappeared on the spot. Noah chose to send the teleportation through the true eye inserted in his home. As for the special effects of the teleportation, Noah could control it freely, so he chose to be low-key this time. Ancient One smiled, opened the portal, and returned to Kamartaj in the Himalayas. Soon after, forces from various countries gathered here. As for what would happen here next, Noah had no idea, but he knew one thing, they would get nothing because the surrounding energy had long dissipated. Chapter 86. Although the aftermath in reality has gradually faded, the aftermath between dimensions has not yet subsided. Many dimensional lords have already noticed the birth of a new dimension. They are speculating who controls this newly born dimension, or whether it is still an untouched new dimension. The powerful dimensional lords have different opinions on this new dimension. Dormammu of the Dark Dimension and Mephitos, the Lord of Hell, are very interested in this new dimension. They are looking for the whereabouts of this dimension. If there is a chance, they don't mind taking this new dimension into their own hands. The Eye Demon Shumagaras and the Crimson Overlord Sidorak are not interested in this. In short, the birth of the void has attracted the attention of many beings. Noah can now be said to be a hot commodity in the eyes of the lords of various dimensions. Of course, he doesn't know that he has attracted the attention of so many powerful beings. Now, he is preparing to take Gwen and Lysandra out for a trip. After Noah used the teleportation to return to the villa, he changed into a clean and tidy set of clothes. During the previous energy riot, his clothes were a little messy due to the strong wind and the sand it blew up. After all, Noah was concentrating on the staff at that time and had no time to use magic to protect his body. Much more comfortable. It was really uncomfortable to look so dirty, so Noah took a bath while changing his clothes. Although with Noah's current ability, he could use magic power directly from his body to make himself spotless, and there was no need to take a bath, but taking a bath had become Noah's habit. If he didn't take a bath, he would feel uncomfortable. Noah! Are you ready? Let's go! Gwen had an expectant look on her face. This was the first time she was going to go outside the manor. Today, Gwen was still wearing the same outfit, which made Noah's eyes light up. The white shirt matched with the black mid-length skirt set off Gwen's fashionable and sweet temperament. The white stockings under the knee-length skirt set off Gwen's perfect legs. The exquisite leather shoes underneath made Gwen's temperament even more lovely. Gwen gently moved the blue spiral ponytail that fell in front of her body. Her naturally beautiful face did not need any makeup. The lovely girl was looking at Noah with her big eyes, which made Noah feel excited. Noah, it's time for us to set off. A magnetic and mature voice came, and Lysandra walked down the stairs. Noah's eyes brightened again, because Lysandra's appearance at this moment touched his heart again. Lysandra's outfit is simple, a black corset dress with a white suit jacket, which shows Lysandra's elegant temperament to the fullest. The black skirt forms a strong contrast with the white calves. The pair of black low heels on her feet show the perfect curve of Lysandra's arch and instep. Her long golden hair is slightly curled, which sways slightly under Lysandra's footsteps like a golden wave. Lysandra, dressed like a queen, was walking towards Noah and Gwen. Gwen put her arm around Lysandra's and said to Noah with a smile. Noah, how about our clothes? Do they look good? Well, very beautiful, and very suitable for your temperament. Noah nodded. Two beautiful women with different styles standing in front of him made Noah dazzled. He felt that the looks of these two women in his family could definitely rank first in the world, tied for first. Of course, this is a dress I made myself. Guinang said with a proud look on his face. Really? Is your tailoring room finished? Noah asked, looking at their clothes. Just a few days ago, when Noah left the laboratory to come up for dinner, Gwen mentioned to Noah that she wanted to convert a room into a sewing room. Of course, Noah agreed. This was Gwen's hobby, and he had to agree. Gwen was originally a rag doll, but after absorbing Isolde's soul fragments and gaining all of Isolde's memories, Gwen became an excellent tailor and took it as a hobby. After Gwen made this request, Noah called Blitz and asked Gwen to tell Blitz about her design and layout of the tailor's room, and then asked Blitz to renovate the room. Blitz's workability was very good, and the tailor's room was completed in less than half a day, which was because Gwen had revised the design many times, otherwise it would have been completed faster. After having her own tailoring room, Gwen stayed in it all day and started to use her small scissors to tinker with something. Now Noah knew what Gwen was doing these days. It turned out that she was making clothes for herself and Lysandra. Noah picked up his clothes and looked at Gwen. What about my clothes? Yes, I did it too. Gwen put her hands on her hips. You're awesome, Gwen. From now on, our family's clothes will depend on you. Seeing Gwen's expression asking for praise, Noah didn't refuse. He also thought that the clothes made by Gwen were really good and comfortable to wear. After chatting, they finally went downstairs to set off. When they arrived at the door, a brand new car drove in under the control of Lysandra. Oh, a new car. Noah's eyes lit up. A black car came into Noah's sight. The muscular lines and streamlined body of the car and the front of the car showed the power of the car to the fullest. This is a Lamborghini Urus. This car doesn't seem to exist in this era, an SUV series car under Lamborghini. The protagonist's car. Noah had thought about buying a car before, so that he wouldn't have to use armor or teleport every time he went out. It is indeed necessary to use flying and teleporting in battle, but it is a bit inconvenient for daily use. And now there are 3 people in Noah's family, so a car is really needed. Walking into the black beast, Noah touched the smooth body of the car. He was thinking that maybe he could make his own car in the future, but he could only consider this after he started his own company. Let's go. Noah took the lead in getting into the driving seat. The last time he crashed while driving was just a mistake. With his reaction and physical coordination, as long as he drove carefully, nothing would happen. After all, he was not a vehicle killer with a strange curse that would cause a crash or a car accident as soon as he got on a vehicle. Let's go. Gwen and Lysandra also got on the back seat. Gwen excitedly leaned on the front seat, looking forward to this trip. With the dull but pleasant sound of the car starting up, the black car slowly drove out of the gate. Noah looked in the rearview mirror towards the villa, and saw Blitz standing on the balcony waving goodbye with his huge arms. Looking at Lysandra and Gwen behind him with smiles on their faces, Noah slightly stepped on the accelerator and increased the speed. Chapter 87. Oh! So beautiful! Gwen, don't stick your head out of the window, that's dangerous. On a coastal highway, a black streamlined SUV was driving on the wide road, with the blue ocean next to it. And from the rear window of the black car facing the sea, a cute girl with blue hair was leaning out half of her body and cheering at the sea. The wind messed up her blue hair, but it couldn't hide the joy in Gwen's eyes. The wind brought the fresh and slightly salty smell of the ocean. The ocean was shining silver under the sunlight, the waves hit the cliffs, and seagulls flew up and down. This beautiful scenery was deeply imprinted in Gwen's heart. This was the first time Gwen had seen such a beautiful ocean scene. Although Gwen woke up by the sea when she turned into a human form, the sky was dark and the ocean looked lifeless because it was the Shadow Isles. Later, when she and the Sentinels of Light were running around looking for the fragments of Isolde, she rarely saw the beautiful sea view, because the curse of ruin had swept across Runeterra at that time. In Gwen's memory, she had rarely seen the sun. So, this was the first time that Gwen saw such a beautiful sea view, and it was the ocean of this world. Gwen had been staying in the villa these days. Although she could overlook the ocean from the manor, it was just an unchanging scenery and did not satisfy Gwen's inner expectations. Oh! Gwen pulled back slightly, but the smile on her face had not yet disappeared. But it doesn't matter. I'm a good driver, so it won't be dangerous. Noah said as he drove. With his senses and reactions far beyond those of ordinary people, he can be considered a good driver. Even if something unexpected happens, he can use his magic to lift the car up and turn it into a floating car. However, it can't fly as fast as Noah himself, because the car weighs 1 or 2 tons. Half an hour later, Noah was about to reach his destination. Ever since he obtained the armor and teleportation, he seldom had such a long journey. After all, the armor was able to travel at supersonic speeds, so it took him no more than half an hour to reach his destination each time. Even after flying into space, it only took a short while to reach the other side of the Earth. Not to mention teleportation, it only took a few seconds to get from Asgard to Earth. Noah felt very good about driving a car with Lysandra and Gwen, a long-lost journey without armor and teleportation. Although Noah often experienced this kind of journey of more than half an hour before awakening his memory, it was different now. Before, the people accompanying him might be strangers and classmates, but now Lysandra and Gwen were accompanying Noah. With the two beauties accompanying him, the scenery of the journey was suddenly elevated to a different level. Arrive. The destination this time is an amusement park, the famous Luna Park in New York. It is an old amusement park that has been in business since the 20th century, but it is still in operation today, which proves that this amusement park is really capable. The huge crowds of people at the scene showed how popular this amusement park is. This amusement park is a beach amusement park located on the Atlantic Ocean. It is not only popular with local residents, but also a famous tourist attraction. Noah saw many people from other countries in the crowd. After arriving at the parking lot, almost every empty space was occupied by cars. Noah rubbed his brows, released his magic power, scanned the entire parking lot, found a few remote parking spaces, and parked in a nearby spot. It finally stopped. As for parking, Noah felt that if he didn't have magic powers and was just an ordinary person, this would be his nightmare. Apart from anything else, he might have to look for a long time just to find a parking space. Gwen and Lysandra also opened their car doors and came to Noah's side. This amusement park is our destination today, Gwen. Noah looked at Gwen beside him. I heard that girls like amusement parks, so I chose this amusement park as your first journey point on Earth, Gwen. What do you think? Logically, Gwen's journey on Earth should have begun at Noah's estate, but that was beside the point. Gwen nodded, and from the expression on her face, it could be seen that she was very satisfied with this place. Well, it looks like a lot of fun, and there are so many people and it's so lively. Gwen couldn't wait any longer, so Noah took Lysandra and Noah out of the parking lot. This parking lot was an underground parking lot, and the three of them took the elevator to the ground. At noon, the sun was a little hot. Tourists were coming and going in the amusement park, discussing the next attractions to play. At this moment, the parking lot elevator opened, and three figures walked out, attracting the attention of most of the tourists. Wow, are they celebrities? They are so pretty. Oh my god, I saw an angel. Mom! Come and see, there's a handsome guy. Noah and his two companions who had just come up from the parking lot became the focus of attention. It was not for any reason, but because they were all so beautiful. Gwen and Lysandra were both very beautiful. As for Noah, he was originally a handsome guy with a score of more than 90 points. After various templates and determination runes strengthened his body, Noah's appearance and temperament were once again improved to a higher level. Noah himself didn't pay much attention to this matter. After all, who would look at their face in the mirror all day long? Anyway, these three people became the focus. Noah was a little confused at first, but then he heard what they were discussing. I never thought that one day I would be surrounded by people just because I'm so handsome. It feels pretty good. Noah was secretly happy, but his hands did not stop moving. He held the hands of Gwen, who was confused by being watched, and Lysandra, who was calm and expressionless, and then used a little magic to push a path through the crowd. Make way, thank you. Because Noah's control over magic is very exquisite, the people who are pushed away by the magic will not know that they are being pushed away, but will think that they subconsciously made way when Noah came over. Just as Noah had walked out of the crowd, the emanating magic power suddenly caught a hint of unusual energy reaction in the air. Figure. This is. Not far away from the crowd, an Asian woman with long black hair and wearing a brown coat was looking at Noah, and next to her was a little girl with short blonde hair. The two looked at each other at this time. Noah narrowed his eyes. He sensed that there was a mysterious power in this woman, but he was not sure what this power was. The black-haired woman noticed that Noah was also looking at her. She smiled at Noah and left with the little blonde girl beside her. Noah, what's wrong? Gwen asked in confusion when she saw Noah suddenly stop moving. Oh, Nothing, let's go. After leaving the crowd, Noah let go of the two people's hands, and the three of them began to walk side by side towards the interesting facilities in the amusement park. On the way, Noah looked at Lysandra and was about to ask Lysandra to search for information about the two people, but unexpectedly, Lysandra spoke first. Noah, I know what you want to do. Just check your phone. Lysandra had already started searching for their information when Noah was paying attention to them. And as if she knew what Noah was going to ask, she transmitted the information to Noah's phone before Noah opened his mouth. Noah was stunned, and then thought to himself, as expected, Lysandra understands me so well. Gwen, Lysandra, the weather is a bit hot, let's order some drinks first. Noah said to the two of them. He also wanted to stop and look at the information first. Afterwards, they stopped at a beverage shop, and as expected, the people in the shop began to discuss the three handsome men and beautiful women. After Noah chose his favorite drinks, he left it to Gwen to play with, and took out his mobile phone to start checking the information given by Lysandra. Circe, age unknown. Currently living in XXX, New York. Suspected to have existed in the 19th century. This name sounds familiar. Noah looked at a black and white photo that Lysandra had searched for on her phone, and it was indeed the person she had just seen. Spite, age unknown. Living with Circe, age suspected to be the same as Circe. I seem to have some impression of this combination. Looking at the information in the file, which introduced the two people's real-life information, including their addresses and jobs, Noah recalled the possible information about the two people in his mind. The Eternals. A new A-level task has been released, please check it out, Summoner. Chapter 88. New A-level mission released, please check it out, Summoner. Okay. Noah was slightly stunned. Just when he had guessed the identities of the two people, the system prompt sound suddenly popped up. A-level mission. Noah was a little surprised when he saw the prompt text on the system. He didn't expect that just seeing two people without any contact or communication would trigger an A-level task. This caught him off guard. But this is considered a good thing. Noah had turned Hell's Kitchen upside down for a B-level mission but couldn't find it. Now he just came out to play and got an A-level mission. It's really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Let's take a look at the mission content first. Noah glanced at Gwen and Lysandra. Gwen was still picking things and seemed to have difficulty making a choice, while Lysandra was accompanying her. Noah turned around and opened the task panel that only he could see. A-level mission, God's Revival. A new cosmic God group will be born on Earth. When this powerful life is born, it will absorb all life on Earth as nutrients. Due to some unknown reason, the new cosmic God group will revive ahead of schedule. Mission content, prevent the birth of gods. The celestial gods. Unknown reason. Noah fell into deep thought. He knew the plot of the Eternals. Although he had not seen the movie at that time, he had seen some video clips and knew the general plot of the movie. There is a celestial being named Elysium, who is responsible for spreading the seeds of the celestial beings on various planets with life in the universe. When the number of intelligent life on this planet reaches the required number of celestial seeds, new celestial beings will be born from the seeds and then absorb the energy of the entire planet. The end of this planet is to be sucked dry and then destroyed. And a seed of the celestials just happened to be sown on Earth. Thousands of years ago, the celestials sent several Eternals to Earth and gave them the task of eliminating the abnormal races on Earth. Of course, this was only a superficial task. The real task was only known by Ajax, the leader of the Eternals. There are a total of 10 Eternals sent to Earth. Now that the mission has been revealed, Noah can only try his best to recall some key information. Leader Ajax became the leader because he can manipulate the most powerful cosmic energy. He is also the only one who can communicate with the Celestials and possesses powerful healing abilities. Ajax. Icarus, the strongest warrior among the Eternals, possesses a superhuman physique and can shoot cosmic rays from his eyes. Icarus. Circe, one of the two people Noah just saw, has the ability to rearrange the molecules of objects and can transform matter into other substances at will. Circe. Tina, a blonde female warrior, has strong fighting skills and can shape cosmic energy into cold weapons. Tina. Spite is an Eternal who looks like a 10-year-old girl. Due to her ability, her appearance will never change. Her ability is to create illusions and clones. Spike. Mockery, the speedster among the Eternals, uses all the energy of the universe to achieve speed. Her speed is extremely fast, much faster than Quicksilver in the current world. She is a deaf mute. Makari. Gilgamesh, the most powerful warrior among the Eternals, gathers the energy of the universe in his hands and can launch powerful attacks. He is a powerful warrior. Gilgamesh. Jingwo is a long-range attack warrior who is good at gathering cosmic energy from his hands into energy balls and launching them out. Asan. Phastos is a peace-loving, anti-war member of the Eternals. He is a researcher within the Eternals, very intelligent, and a gay. Nige. Druids have no combat abilities but can use cosmic energy to control people's minds. This guy looks like a villain. These 10 were the Eternals sent to Earth by the gods. They had different abilities and were extremely powerful. These were roughly all Noah remembered. The Eternals are supposed to destroy the deviants, but their actual mission is to ensure the smooth completion of the god's appearance, which refers to the moment when the new Celestials are born. After each god's appearance, the Eternals will have their memories reset by the Celestials and then be sent to another planet to continue their mission. Only Ajak, the leader of the Eternals, will not be reset, so she has always had the memories of so many years, and she is well aware of the real mission of being sent here. Her tribesmen can only be kept in the dark by the gods, and Ajak is powerless to resist her creator, the gods. However, Noah remembered that Ajak seemed to have died later, and died from the backstab of her own people. After living on Earth for many years, Ajak gradually developed feelings for the human race, so she suddenly did not want the Earth and humans to be destroyed. Moreover, the countless times that the gods reset the memories of her people made her gradually dissatisfied, and she had already developed a rebellious heart. In the movie, when she met Icarus one time, she told him everything and said that she wanted to stop the god's appearance, and then she was killed by Icarus. Well, at this time, she should not be dead yet. If you want to do something, you can go find her. Noah remembered that the original god's appearance was supposed to happen a few years after the plot of Avengers 4, which is still more than 10 years from now. However, the system's task description said that due to unknown reasons, the day of God's appearance was advanced, so the time would be a little tighter. Noah didn't know when it would be advanced. However, Noah suddenly found something on the task list, which made him realize how early God's appearance would be. Task time limit, 400 days and 05 hours. Mission deadline? Does it mean the mission will be considered a failure after this time? In other words, that will be the time when the god will be born. After seeing the mission deadline of the system, Noah also knew the specific time when God would appear, which was exactly 1 year later. Oh my god, what on earth made this plot happen so early? Noah rubbed his brows. Although he knew about the existence of the celestial group before, he didn't pay much attention to it because it was not something he had to deal with at this time, and he hadn't grown up yet, so he couldn't do anything about it even if he wanted to. But there is no way to stop doing it now. After all, the thing has already happened. Noah just wants to curse. He wants to know which idiot brought forward the birth date of the god group. There must be some abnormalities that should not have appeared, which brought forward the day of the god's appearance. Hey! Noah suddenly discovered a blind spot when he saw an abnormality that shouldn't have occurred. If there was anything in this world that shouldn't have appeared, it could only be himself, the man with a system and a soul from the outer universe. Oh my god, could it be that? If the problem might be with himself, Noah thought of something else. The god seed will absorb the vitality of the planet when the planet meets the conditions it needs. In the movie, it took more than 10 years for the conditions to be met. As for vitality, Noah suddenly thought of the Resolute rune. He thought that maybe after the rune with powerful vitality appeared in this world, the god seed mistakenly thought that the vitality of the planet was sufficient, so it advanced the day of the god's appearance. After all this time, it turns out it's all because of me. Noah slapped his head. He could only find a solution himself from now on. After all, he was the one who created the mess. Noah, here you go. A glass of iced drink was handed to him. Noah looked up and Gwen's cute face made him feel much better. Oh, thank you. There is still more than a year left, and Noah thinks there is no need to rush now. Maybe he can draw the Dragon King within this year? Let's go and continue playing. Chapter 89. I want to play this. After getting the drinks he ordered, Noah decided to put those troubles aside for the time being. There was no point in thinking about those things all the time. After all, things would not be solved suddenly. It would not be too late to think about it after returning. After leaving the beverage store, the three of them walked through the dense crowd of tourists and headed for the more popular amusement facilities. On the way, they were inevitably stared at with all kinds of strange eyes by others. Some people even thought they were some kind of stars and wanted to take pictures with them, but of course Noah kindly refused. Then, after reaching the high-thrill ride area of the amusement park, Gwen suddenly pointed across and said, You wanna play this? Noah, who was walking between the two, heard Gwen's voice and looked in the direction she pointed. The winding and undulating railways stood like a soaring iron dragon circling in the air. Noah saw that the steepest of these railways was almost at a right angle. He could clearly see the ferocious expressions of those who were actually riding the coaster, and some of them even fainted. Are we going to play this right away? Noah turned around and asked. He wanted to start playing from low difficulty to high difficulty, but he didn't expect Gwen to jump on a high-thrilling roller coaster all of a sudden. Yeah, that looks like fun. Gwen's eyes lit up. Let's go. Since Gwen wanted to play so much, Noah had no objection. Arriving at the starting point of the roller coaster, looking at the tourists whose legs were weak and nauseous after getting off the roller coaster, Noah couldn't help but sigh that the pursuit of excitement is indeed the hidden nature of human beings. They are obviously afraid but still want to ride this roller coaster. Noah feels that he should not be like this. After all, the armor is much more exciting than this thing. Ah! Ha ha ha! After the roller coaster approached the almost vertical track, a blonde woman next to Noah fainted. This roller coaster was a four-seater. Gwen and Lysandra were sitting on Noah's right, and there was a blonde woman on Noah's left. When the roller coaster was diving, Gwen also shouted excitedly. Noah felt that she was not afraid, but just thought it was fun. Lysandra kept smiling throughout the whole process. Noah himself didn't feel anything at first, but under Gwen's influence, he also found it interesting. The sun gradually set, and after a whole afternoon of fun, the three decided to end today's amusement park trip at the Ferris wheel, a must-have item in the amusement park. When the cabin carrying Noah and others reached the highest point, they also saw a beautiful scene. The sea at dusk seemed covered with a layer of golden halo. At the end of the sea, a setting sun as red as a huge, transparent kumquat sank into the sea level. It's beautiful. Gwen lay in front of the window, looking at the sunset. It's pretty nice. Noah had never seen such a scene in real life. After a moment of daze, he suddenly thought of something. Lysandra, let's take a picture. Noah suddenly remembered his plan to take photos and collect stamps. Whenever Noah encounters something interesting, he likes to take pictures. For example, when he went to Asgard before, he actually took a lot of pictures. He certainly would not miss an interesting place like Asgard, but he forgot about it when he entered the void last time. After all, his attention was focused on things in the void at that time. No problem. Lysandra waved her hand, and a camera made of nanomachines appeared in the cockpit, hovering above the three people. Click! This moment of the three people under the sunset was forever frozen in the photo. The dividing line cut by Gwen? Hey, let's think carefully about how to deal with the celestial group first. After finishing the trip to the amusement park, Noah and his friends returned home. Gwen was still reminiscing about today's fun with Lysandra, and discussing where they wanted to go in the future. Noah had already arrived at the bottom of the laboratory early, thinking about future plans. I originally thought that after the plot of Thor and the Hulk, I would have some free time. After all, the next major event, the Battle of New York, is almost a year away. Moreover, this time Loki did not fall into the wormhole, but was knocked unconscious by Noah and then imprisoned. It is still unknown whether the Battle of New York will happen. However, instead of having a relaxing day, many troubles came one after another. First it was the Void, and then it was the God group. These two troubles made Noah feel overwhelmed all of a sudden. Fortunately, these two things were not particularly urgent and would happen immediately, which gave Noah time to prepare. Don't worry about the Void. We need to deal with the matters of the Celestials and the Eternals first. Noah clicked on the virtual screen and tried to search for the locations where the Eternals were distributed. Hundreds of years ago, the Eternals thought that after defeating the Deviants, they had no goals and could only stay on Earth while waiting for orders from the Celestials. However, the Celestial seeds had not yet reached the time for God manifestation, so of course the Celestials would not give them orders. During the waiting time, some conflicts arose among some members of the Eternals, which led to all the Eternals starting to live separately. What Noah has to do now is to try to find them. Noah can shorten the scope based on the plot in the movie. Noah had seen Susie and Sped in New York, which he found strange. After all, in the movie, the two lived in London, England, and Susie was a teacher there. Noah thought that maybe they moved to England later because there were too many unrests in America. The black man Fostos lives in modern society, but Noah remembers that his house has been transformed by his high technology, so it is still difficult to search for him. As for a golden fruit, it is the easiest one to find. After all, he is now a star in Bollywood, India. You can find him by searching on the internet. Noah had no way to deal with the remaining people. Gilgamesh and Tina, the Valkyrie, had gone into seclusion because Tina suffered from the disease of eternal demons. Akaris and Ajak were also missing, but Noah thought they would not live too far away. Druid was controlling the primitive people in a primeval forest, and Mockery, the speedster, had been living in the Eternals' spaceship. So, there are only 3 Eternals who know the exact location right now. Noah rubbed his brows. If he decided to look for this group of people later, he would start with these 3 people who knew the location. He wondered if he could let them notify other members of the tribe. Noah felt that it should be possible. After all, the Eternals should have other special ways of contacting each other. We still can't rush. It's relatively easy to deal with the newly emerged gods. The trouble lies in the follow-up matters. Noah was still confident that he could complete the task as it was described. The only person he had to deal with was Akaris, and perhaps his little fangirl Spite, and then he could replicate the plot in the movie and let Susie petrify the body of the god. After learning the truth, the other tribesmen also disagreed with the destruction of the earth. Moreover, the newborn god did not seem to want the earth to be destroyed and voluntarily postponed the day of his appearance. Otherwise, Susie would not have been able to petrify him so easily. After all, the other party was a god, and even if he was just born, his strength had reached the pinnacle of the universe. So, completing the task is simple. The difficult part is dealing with the six-eyed god, Judge Alyssum. He is a heavyweight figure in the group of gods. Just like his title, he is responsible for the duty of judgment. He will judge a planet or a race. If it passes his judgment, then there will be no problem. If it fails, then it will be sent. Alyssum. If he destroyed all the gods, the result would definitely not be good, so Noah thought that even if he reached an agreement with the Eternals later, he would have to carry out this mission at the last moment. After all, he might have the strength to deal with the six-eyed god in a year? Well, let's go find Ancient One tomorrow and ask her about these things. After putting away the projection, Noah lay down on the recliner. He planned to go to the New York temple tomorrow and meet Ancient One by the way. This time he had many things to ask her, such as the Void, the Eternals, and the Celestials. Ancient One should know a lot. Time, midnight. A-level mission accepted. Chapter 90. Kamar Taj has built a total of 3 temples on Earth, namely the New York Temple, the Hong Kong Temple, and the London Temple. Kamar Taj uses these 3 temples as bases to build a powerful magic circle to protect the Earth from being invaded by demons from other dimensions. Of course, some more powerful demons can also use a small part of their power to create an avatar and sneak onto Earth, such as a certain Lord of Hell. There are also some evil wizards with ulterior motives who use some dark magic to summon those ancient demons. These should be considered as small loopholes in the huge defense network, but this is none of Noah's business. Noah can only applaud for the things that were smuggled in, because this gives him one more mission. Now, Noah was on Bleecker Street in Manhattan. He stood in front of an old-looking building with the house number 177, Bleecker Street. Is this the New York Temple? Vehicles and pedestrians were passing by in a hurry behind him. Daily life in New York was so hurried. Of course, Noah would not be so busy. After all, he did not have to go to school or complete the mission. He had already accepted the mission after midnight yesterday. He came here today just to visit Guyi and ask her some questions. Cow cow. Noah walked up and knocked on the door of the old building, then waited for the door to open. Bang! The door in front of him opened a crack, and Noah did not see any figure, but since the door was open, Noah walked directly into the temple gate. It was a little dark inside the temple. The only relatively large light source was a huge round glass window opposite the gate. The sun shone through this window into the dark temple. Fortunately, there was no cloaked figure floating in the air. The only figure was a short-haired wizard on the stairs. Noah looked at the other person, and from this familiar appearance he could tell that this was Wong, the assistant and good friend of the future Doctor Strange Stephen. Of course, Stephen is still the genius surgeon now, he has not had a car accident, and he has not gone to Kamartaj to study. Hello, I'm Wang. You are the guest that Master Guyi mentioned, Mr. Li, right? Wang, dressed in a simple wizard's outfit, walked up to Noah and saluted with his hands clasped together. This is the etiquette among wizards. Hello, Wang. Noah also returned the greeting. Noah had a good impression of Wang. After all, they were both Chinese, and Noah had a good impression of the comedian characters in the movie. Then let's not talk anymore. Master Ancient One is waiting for you. Wang stretched out his hand and drew a circle in the air. Sparks burst out in the air, and then a portal was formed. The breath coming from the portal was chilly. Looking through the circular hole, Noah saw the quaint interior of the building. It was obvious that opposite the portal was Ancient One's residence in the Himalayas. Noah nodded to the king and followed him into the portal. The temperature dropped suddenly, but this was not a problem for Noah, and certainly not for the king. He had been practicing hard here for many years and had long since adapted to the conditions here. In addition, the location of Kamartaj must have been chosen here to allow the mages to undergo this kind of hard training. Noah, you're here. After coming out of the portal, Noah found himself standing in the center of this quaint hall, and opposite him was Ancient One. She was sitting cross-legged on a futon with a wooden table in front of her, and Ancient One was holding a teacup and pouring tea. The tea emitted visible white smoke under the cold air. Guyi extended his hand and invited Noah to sit on the futon opposite. Master Ancient One, good morning. Oh, sorry, it seems to be evening here. Noah was just about to say hello to Ancient One when he realized that this seemed to be the other hemisphere, and the time difference was the opposite of that in New York. Noah had already sat opposite Ancient One. At this time, Ancient One and Noah were the only ones left in the hall. Ancient One dismissed everyone in the hall in advance. After all, what was discussed in this conversation was quite important. After all, it was about the matters of the Lord of the Dimension. Good tea. After taking a sip of the steaming tea, Noah exclaimed in admiration. It can only be said that this is worthy of being Kamartaj's tea. It tastes much better than the high-end tea Noah bought at home. Master Ancient One, the purpose of my coming here today is to ask you a few questions. After Noah put down his teacup, he was ready to start stating the purpose of his trip. You know, I have gained a new dimension. Since I have never had any experience in this area, I would like to ask you how to use the power of this dimension. Noah currently has no idea how to use the void dimension. It may be that the range he controls is too small. Now he can only extract the energy inside for use. Well, I'm not a dimension lord, and I don't know much about how they use dimensions, but I suggest you go to Kamartaj to learn some magic. Ancient One expressed his thoughts, and then added. Kamartaj believes in the trinity of Vishanti. We are learning Vishanti's white magic. Vishanti can actually be considered a powerful dimensional lord. After learning his magic, it may bring you some inspiration. Learn magic. After hearing Ancient One's suggestion, Noah started thinking about it. In fact, he had this idea when he came here this time. Some spells in Kamartaj are quite useful, such as the portal and Noah's favorite mirror space. Master Ancient One, are you willing to let me learn your magic here? Of course, we in Kamartaj welcome everyone. As long as you have talent and perseverance, and are not an evil person, Kamartaj will naturally welcome you. Ancient One smiled and said, Kamartaj indeed accepts almost everyone who comes. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have to have the talent to learn magic. The magic of Kamartaj is very dependent on talent. Some people with extraordinary talents can learn magic almost instantly, such as Ned, while those without talent will never be able to learn magic in their entire lives. Well, I won't be polite. Noah nodded. This was a good thing for him. He thought he was pretty good in terms of talent, and he could just supplement his poor skill list. And he was not like other mages in Kamartaj, because he had no magic power in his body and needed to borrow magic power to use. The wizards of Kamartaj all borrow power from Vishanti to use magic, but Noah is different. He possesses a large amount of magic power in his body and does not need to borrow from others. When he is studying, he only needs to learn how to use magic and does not need to worry about the part of borrowing energy. Noah no longer planned to ask Ancient One anything about the void dimension. He probably didn't know how to control the void faster, so it would be useless to ask. Next, he was going to ask the main question he wanted to ask this time. Master Ancient One, do you know the Eternals? Guyi paused while drinking tea, then put down the cup. Is this the main reason you came here today? Yes, I want to know if the Ancient One knows anything about the Eternals. Gu nodded, then acted as if reminiscing. When I used the Time Stone once, I did discover a group of extraordinary beings who had lived on Earth since ancient times. Afterwards, I had a detailed conversation with their leader, Mizajak. Then what? Noah asked curiously. He was very curious about what the two old women talked about. Are you thinking of something rude? Ancient One raised her eyebrows. Her intuition was always accurate, but she didn't pay much attention to it. She continued, Mizajak told me the mission of the Eternals here, and after I observed all their members and found that they did not pose a threat to the Earth, I didn't pay too much attention to them. Then, Master Ancient One, do you know the Celestials? Noah said this heavyweight term, and sure enough, Ancient One's expression suddenly became serious. Do you know the Celestials?